Chapter 419. What the hell is this? Chapter 419. What the hell is this? Emergency. By the time Qin Feng finished discovering the sacred azure battle armor and the information center of Martial Artist Alliance, night had completely ebbed and day arrived. It was almost time for his class, so Qin Feng moved to the medical college lecture hall. When he arrived at the lecture hall, he once again marveled at the sight before him. Today was only his third day teaching in the provincial capital university, but the sheer number of students attending his class still amazed him. The number of students had doubled, and now the whole lecture hall was packed like sardines, to the point that many students shared seats. I'm going to get mad if I find out that some students attend my class just to touch and get fresh with my female students. Qin Feng picked a spot where the sunlight fell, standing straight as pine while cracking a joke to lighten the atmosphere. Undoubtedly, Qin Feng's knowledge in Chinese medicine was unparalleled, and his ability to invigorate the atmosphere of a class dwarfed that of all the other lecturers in the provincial capital university. Quite a number of students had recorded a video of Qin Feng's class and uploaded it to the university's forum. The videos went viral overnight, and Qin Feng became the topic of every resident in the provincial capital university. Of course, Qin Feng did not know about these, nor he did care about them. Qin Feng then began his lesson after he lightened the atmosphere. During the previous class, your most handsome, humorous, and modest professor Qin Feng taught you all about the 36 major acupoints and the flow of the 108 meridians in the human body. Also, I asked everybody to keep reviewing them while stamping them firmly in your mind. Did everybody do what I asked? Yes, we did. There were a total of 350 students in the lecture hall, with 100 students standing in the aisles and 150 students seated. All of them boomed out in one sonorous voice like dull thunder, extending their reassurance of accomplishing Qin Feng's assignment. Very well. Satisfied with his student's performance, Qin Feng nodded his head and continued. Then today I'll show you what the true essence of Chinese medicine is. I'll open your eyes to the majestic world of the art acupuncture and lead you all to the truth of report, 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 report. While Qin Feng was blowing his own trumpet and the students were getting high from his speech, for students suddenly appeared at the door and interrupted them. They were Ming and his 3 minions. Standing in the doorway, all 4 of them cried out at the top of their lungs in unison as if they were antagonizing Qin Feng. The 4 interrupted the good vibe Qin Feng had going, so he was quite displeased. He turned and glared coldly at the 4. Why are you 4 late for my class? He asked. Unaffected, Ming confronted Qin Feng's question with a sly grin. He then answered slovenly, no other reason. We just love to be late for class. Ming and his 3 minions bore a grudge against Qin Feng after he had brutally beaten them last time. Following this, Ming had the fatty fake his illness to intentionally obstruct Qin Feng. However, to their dismay, their effort had gone down the drain as Qin Feng seen through their trick and returned the favor by pulling out his treasure sword. Thus, in order to vent their anguish, Ming had summoned the hoodlums to get rid of Qin Feng. Little did he expect that Gao Tianyao would go for Qin Feng at the same time as the hoodlums he summoned, and what was more, they even engaged Gao Tianyao's group in a fight for no reason. In the end, Qin Feng had slipped away. Ming had been holding this aversion in his mind, always trying to figure out a way to exact his retribution for the insult. Finally, he had an idea, and he was here today to get payback. Tisk tisk, Mr. Ming, you really are a willful person. What a coincidence that I, too, am a self-willed person. Hence, starting today, the 4 of you do not need to attend my class anymore. You 4 can get lost now. In the face of Qin Feng's threat, Ming and his 3 minions held steadfast, offering him wickedly sly grins instead. Then Ming said, Professor Qin Feng, if my memory serves me well, last time you did not banish Miss Qiao Shishir when she was late for class. In fact, you even gave her a second chance. What a good memory you have there, Mr. Fong Ming. Yes, you're absolutely right. However, that special rule applies only to female students. I will give every female student a second chance if they are late to my class. Meanwhile, for male students, I will banish you all from my class if you're late to my class even once. Qin Feng changed his expression faster than flipping a book, and he revised his rule even faster than he changed his expression. The faces of Fong Ming and his 3 minions darkened. They would never see up to Qin Feng's shamelessness. Professor Qin Feng, are you sure you want to banish us out from your class? Fong Ming held a smile on his face and asked, Aye, Qin Feng is a man of my word. I'll never take back what I've spoken. Qin Feng answered with majestic grandeur. He spoke as boldly as Bao Qing Tian, mighty and fierce, causing the students to look at him in adoration. Suddenly, something crossed Lu Jia's mind, who sat at the third last row, and he shouted, Shit, big bro! No, Professor Qin Feng, Fong Ming's second uncle, is one of the higher-ups in the university. He surely will report you to his second uncle if you cast him out from the class. Holy shit! Why don't you tell me earlier? Qin Feng's face changed drastically. He beamed at Fong Ming's group, which was leaving, and said, Ahem. Mr. Fong Ming, Professor Qin Feng always treated my students and square, and will never be partial with anybody. The rule applied to all male students as well. You 4 will be given a second chance, and no more next time. Come in and take a seat. Fong Ming stopped and turned to Qin Feng and cast a wicked smirk at him. Professor Qin Feng has such a fluctuating disposition. Your face changes faster than flipping a book. So are we clear to go in the class now? Of course you are allowed to enter my class. It's not suitable for you 4 to listen to my class from outside of the lecture hall. All the students in the lecture hall almost fainted on seeing how fast Qin Feng changed his attitude. They all had the same doubt in their minds. Last time when Goddess Qiao Shishir was late to the class, Professor Qin Feng was so strict and punished her. He even had her stand outside the lecture hall for the whole lecture session. Then, how come Professor Qin Feng became so lenient when Fong Ming and his group of minions were late to class today? Just because Fong Ming's second uncle is one of the higher-ups in the university? But how could that be? Professor Qin Feng is such a bold person that he even dared to slap Gao Tian Yao twice in his face. How could he possibly be afraid of a mere university leader? The sight of Qin Feng lowering himself greatly satisfied the egos of Fong Ming and his 3 minions. They all held their heads high and swaggered into the lecture hall. Their plan this time was to disturb the lecture session to enrage Qin Feng. As long as Qin Feng was enraged or beat them up, Fong Ming would report to his second uncle and have him expel Qin Feng from the university. Fong Ming and his 3 minions looked like cats that had eaten the canary. They snayed 4 seats from other students and sat down. On the other hand, Qin Feng closed his eyes to their action and began his lecture. Back to our topic today. Just now we talked about how expansive and boundless the Chinese art of acupuncture handed down to us from our ancestors is. So now, I'm going to show you all how to treat an illness with acupuncture. I need a volunteer, anyone? The students were all juiced up after Qin Feng finished his talk. All the students shot their arms into the air, wanting Qin Feng to choose them as his assistant. Seeing how enthusiastic his students were, Qin Feng was not delighted, shooting menacing glares at the male students instead. His face turned chill as he coughed meaningfully. Taking his cue, half of the male students lowered down their arms with dark expressions. This was because Qin Feng had said during his previous class that only female students had the privilege to be his assistant. D. As the female students stampede toward the podium to be Qin Feng's assistant, A wild and sharp gaming voice echoed through the lecture hall. Ming and his 3 minions sat in the very center of the lecture hall, each holding a cell phone in their hands. They set their phone's volume to maximum while playing games, creating so much noise that Feng could not continue his lesson. The quartet's action threw everybody off, all students shooting grievous glares at them. However, the quartet ignored them and continued to shout and play the game to their heart's content. Young Master Feng, you've to lead us since you're already level 56. Fatty, you moron. Hurry up and heal me. You're a priest, not a warrior. You should stay at the back of the team, healing and supporting your members, instead of charging straight up to the monsters. The boss is coming. Brace yourself. Use all your skills and subdue it. 4 of them played the game while screaming nonstop as if they were not in the lecture hall but a cyber cafe. Each and every of the student was very angry at their ruthless action and interruption of the class, but Feng said nothing, so they could not do much to them. Professor Feng, why are you stopping the class? We love listening to you blowing your own trumpet the most. Your ability to blow your own horn is so great that you could even topple a train. We've come especially to your class just to gain some experience from you. You mustn't stop halfway. Ming took a devil-may-care attitude and babbled while smirking at Feng. The remaining 3 minions joined in the crusade as well and tried to get Feng to blow his top. Ming had prepared a recorder to CA Feng on video when he scolded or beat them up. Then he could hand the evidence to his second uncle and have his second uncle sack Feng. As long as he could get rid of Feng, the medical college would then return to his control, and he could rule over the medical college again. Mr. Ming, it's not nice to play games during lecture hour. Feng was not angry at all. He offered a grin to Ming. Why not? Who said we can't play games during lecture hour? I saw quite a few of students playing games as well. Besides that, what's wrong with me playing with my cell phone? Are you not happy with me? If you're not happy with me, be a man and beat me up, then. Ming prattled, trying his very best to provoke Feng. The students were already on the verge of losing their temper, wishing to give Ming's goading face a few slaps. They all then looked at Feng and hoped that he would do something about Ming's group. However, to their shock, Feng was not affected by Ming's provocation. He retained his usual calm demeanor and his smile broadened. Mr. Ming, it's bad to keep asking people to beat you up. You might end up being a mutt at last. And my advice is not because I don't want you to have a good time with your cell phone, but because of something else. I'm just afraid that your phone might overheat from prolonged gaming, so it could explode. Haha, do you think this is a knockoff? This is a luxury gold cell phone. It won't explode even if I exhausted its battery. Bang! The luxury gold cell phone in his hand suddenly exploded, interrupting his words and blackening his face. Ming's 3 minions jumped in shock. They quickly retreated far from Ming, afraid of getting caught up in the explosion as well. See, I've already told you that it will explode. Why don't you believe me? Feng spoke with kind and compassionate persuasion. Ming's brows were burned to a crisp and his bangs frizzed from the flame. He looked horrible and miserable, causing the students to laugh their heads off. What are you guys laughing at? Ming was angry. He pointed at Fatty and glowered. Fatty, who asked you to turn off the game? Maximize the sound and continue. The explosion had sent a chill down Fatty's spine. He was scared. However, he could not defy young Master Feng's order, and with no other option left, he picked up his phone and continued playing the game at maximum volume. Mr. Fatty, I advise you not to play the phone as well. Otherwise, your phone might share the same fate as Mr. Ming's cell phone. Feng said, beaming at Fatty. Fatty felt he was in the sights of a vicious serpent, as he was about to give in to Feng's threat and put down his phone. The freezingly cold glare from Fang Ming caught his attention and derailed his intention. He could do nothing but pick up his phone again to continue the game. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled explosion echoed throughout the lecture hall. Fatty's cell phone had exploded as well, scaring him so much that he ran around the lecture hall, shouting wildly as if he had seen a ghost. Phew! 2 cell phones exploded one after another, causing every student to draw deep breaths. The chances of a cell phone explosion were small enough, but now 2 cell phones exploded in succession, and what freaked them out the most was that both cell phones exploded right after Qin Feng's warning. Monkey, big head, don't stop your hands and keep playing. I don't believe it. Fang Ming was totally infuriated that his eyes were bloodshot. I don't believe he's so powerful that even cell phones obey his orders. Chapter 4:20 Eye-Blinding Acupuncture. Chapter 4:20 Eye-Blinding Acupuncture. Monkey's and Big Head's expressions were read as if their dad had passed away. Both of them shilly-shallied for a good while before resuming their game at maximum volume. However, neither of them were concentrated on the game. Instead, they stared at their own cell phones cautiously so that they would not get caught in the explosion if their cell phones suddenly exploded. AI. Seems like people from the city have really deep pockets. I've told you that your cell phones might overheat and explode from prolonged gaming in the class, but none of you took my advice to heart. Qin Feng spoke to Monkey and Big Head like a do-uncle. Before he could finish his weighty advice, he flexed his hand. Then, 2 streaks of bright, white lights shot out in 2 directions, penetrating both cell phones' batteries. Bang! Bang! 2 dull explosions echoed. Monkey's and Big Head's cell phones suddenly exploded, scaring the duo so much that they shrieked like ghosts and howled like wolves. They covered their head and scurried like frightened rats running back to their holes, amusing the rest of the students who could not hold themselves and guffawed exorbitantly. See, this is the result of not listening to me. I told you it would explode, but none of you listened. Are you too dumb to listen to other people's advice? Qin Feng offered a grave tone and with sincerity. Monkey and Big Head almost cried. Fine. We'll stumble upon a few dumbass in our life. Let them be, and let's continue our lesson. Qin Feng gestured with his hands, and the students fell silent. As if they were clowns making fun of themselves, the students felt Fang Ming and his 3 minions were no longer worth their time and turned attentively to Qin Feng. I've mentioned earlier that I require an assistant to assist me in showing you the China majestic art of acupuncture. I see that every student treasures this precious chance very much, and every one of you participated actively. What if we do it this way? Since Mr. Fang Ming's cell phone has exploded just now, and I'm certain that he must be very lost now, how about we give Mr. Fang Ming a chance to free himself from his sense of loss? Fang Ming's expression turned dark like the bottom of a pot after he caught what Qin Feng said. He did not want to be Qin Feng's assistant. God knew what kind of trick was Qin Feng playing right now. Mr. Fang Ming, hurry up and come to the podium now. Qin Feng offered a Cheshire grin to Fang Ming. Faking his composure, Fang Ming pretended he did not hear what Qin Feng had said and paid him no mind. Qin Feng then walked down from the podium with a sly grin on his face. As he was walked, he flicked his hand. Then a cold beam shot out from his palm. A silver needle sliced through the air and rammed into Fang Ming's kneecap. In the next second, Fang Ming's countenance changed drastically. He realized that he could not move at all. Both of his legs went numb, and he even could not stand up. Since you're not willing to come up to the podium, you left Professor Qin Feng no other option left but to come down to your side and give you a treatment using silver needles. It's okay. You don't have to stand up. Just remain seated will do. Professor Qin Feng will do the standing. Qin Feng self-directed a scene, and he enjoyed his own show very much. His acting was so fabulous that he tricked all the students into believing that Fang Ming had submitted to him because Fang Ming remained in his position without putting up any resistance. Fang Ming panicked. He was certain that Qin Feng meant nothing good as he came near, and he had to be cooking up some evil plan to toy with him. No, I can't let him have his way. Fang Ming then opened his mouth to ask for help. However, Qin Feng saw through his intention, and he flicked his hands again, sending another silver needle into his body and completely putting an end to his struggle. Mr. Fang Ming, please stay put so that I can observe your countenance clearly to point out your hidden illness. After that, I will treat your illness with acupuncture. If I really cure your illness, then it proves that acupuncture really works. Qin Feng talked happily and began his one-man show again. The remaining students all observed the exchange studiously. They all held the same bemused expression, seeing how cooperative Fang Ming was being with Qin Feng. At the same time, large beads of sweat oozed from Fang Ming's forehead as Qin Feng observed his face. Qin Feng had robbed him of his speech and his mobility. He could only shift his gaze between the three minions to no avail, as none of his minions understood what he was trying to convey. "Ai, mister. Fang Ming, you're still so young. How come your kidneys are so weak?" After he observed Fang Ming's face for a while, Qin Feng suddenly spoke in a grave tone. "Mr. Fang Ming, you must be suffering from polyuria, urgent urination, and unable to hold it. I bet you always wake up in the night because of nature's calling, and you face problems with wetting your bed and your pants until now. All of these symptoms suggest only one thing. Your kidney must be weak, extremely weak. Your kidneys will soon lose all functionality." Qin Feng diagnosed Fang Ming with a stern expression, and he spoke seriously, causing every student to believe him. When they heard Fang Ming still wet his bed and pants at his age, no one could contain themselves and burst into a great gale of laughter. Rolling his eyes, Qin Feng chided the students who laughed their heads off gravely. "How dare you guys to have the nerve to laugh at him behind his back? Mister, Fang Ming is already a poor person. Can't you all have some sympathy for him? You all should be laughing at him in the open. I'm very disappointed with you all." Qin Feng's words were like a multi-ton nuclear missile. It dropped and exploded on the students, derailing their thoughts. All of them were stunned for a good while before they screamed with laughter. Infuriated, Fang Ming mouthed chewed vigorously. "The heck is this?" After having much fun with his students, Qin Feng then continued, "Please don't feel embarrassed or abase yourself, mister. Fang Ming, this illness has followed you since you were born, and your penis has lost its function since then. But rest assured, mister. Fang Ming, you're not alone. Most men face the same problem as well. Give me a signal if I have properly diagnosed you. Then, I will start treating your illness with acupuncture." Every student focused their gaze on Fang Ming, looking for his signal. On the other hand, Fang Ming's expression had grown dark. His eyes reddened, tinged with blood from anger. However, he could neither move his body nor talk and could only allow Qin Feng to direct his own movie. Seeing that Fang Ming refused to comply with his acting, Qin Feng once again moved his palm and shot a silver needle into the back of Fang Ming's neck. Following this, Fang Ming, who was resisting, suddenly bowed his head, greatly shocking the students. "Wow, Professor Qin Feng, you're so amazing. You just observe Fang Ming's face, and you already know he's impotent. Tisk, it's beautiful words to say he's impotent. In my village, it's called want but can't. Oh my gosh, you men are so disgusting. Can't you be more civilized? He's a fast shooter. Oh, that sounds much better." Listening to the arguing, Fang Ming had the urge to kill himself. Fang Ming was a tyrant in medical college before Qin Feng arrived. He used to throw his weight around, lording and terrorizing his fellow college mates with his gang. He never thought he would one day become so miserable. "Did you guys know about young Master Fang's impotence?" Fatty asked Monkey and Big Head. Even Fang Ming's minions believed the fact that Fang Ming was impotent. I have no idea. I noticed that young Master Fang loved to stare at me every time we went to the toilet, and I thought he was gay, but everything makes sense now. He's not gay. He was just admiring the magnificent size of my manhood. Monkey said proudly. Qin Feng wore a faint smile on his face while listening to the discussion. Suddenly, he flexed his hand and a long, thick silver needle appeared in his hand. Fang Ming was so shocked that he almost popped his eyes. Fang Ming began to struggle. However, his body refused to obey his command. He wanted to scream for help, but all he could say was nothing more than a muffled sound, just like a dumb person who could not speak. Please don't be afraid, mister. Fang Ming, you need to have faith in my art of acupuncture. How about we twist the rule for a bit? In order to showcase the faultlessness of my acupuncture skill, I'll do the treatment with my eyes covered. The students burst into thunderous applause as Qin Feng finished his sentence. The students loved his performance. They had never witnessed this kind of stunt before and yelled eagerly to urge Qin Feng to perform the supreme feat, acupuncturing with his eyes blinded. Please calm down, everyone. Qin Feng gestured his hand to silence his students. Then he added, Mr. Lujia, can you do me a favor and find me a black cloth? And please stay completely quiet during the whole treatment. I have to look for Mr. Fang Ming's organ and acupoints with my hearing after I covered my eyes. I might stick the wrong acupoints if I'm interrupted. A small miss is as good as a mile. One false step will make a great difference. The art of acupuncture requires one to devote his mind to it. Otherwise, you might end up killing your patient. Qin Feng was serious, and the students believed him. All of them held their breaths and fell silent. At this moment, Lu Jia found Qin Feng a black cloth. Qin Feng wrapped it around his eyes, so he couldn't see anything. Then he activated a talisman of clairvoyance from the system, and his eyesight became clear again. Remember not to move around, Mr. Fang Ming. I'm getting started now. Extending his hands, Qin Feng stumbled his way to Fang Ming. Fang Ming's heart skipped a beat and almost stopped when he saw how clumsy Qin Feng had become after he covered his eyes. The students bore the same shock as Fang Ming as well. All of them thought Professor Qin Feng had mastered the tour de force and could perform the feat with ease. However, it seemed to them that this was the first time Professor Qin Feng attempted this feat. I cannot see anything after I covered my eyes, Qin Feng grumbled. He moved the thick as a toothpick silver needle around Fang Ming's face. He would sometimes stop near Fang Ming's eyes or around Fang Ming's nose. Cowering in terror, Fang Ming wished he could be dead now. His body was totally drenched in sweat as the feeling of calling for help and not being heard by anyone tormented him to death. Okay, I've already found the first acupoint. It's his inner thigh. It can promote blood circulation and boost the production of testosterone once I stick a silver needle into it. It could be a great help in curing Mr. Fang Ming's impotence. The silver needle in Qin Feng's hand was pointing straight at Fang Ming's eyeball. Suddenly, he gnashed his teeth and growled, Mr. Fang Ming, I'm going to stick the silver needle into the acupoint. Remember to stay completely still. Don't worry. Believe in my art of acupuncture. You won't even feel a single twinge of pain. Hiss! Everybody took a deep breath as Qin Feng's action sent a chill down their spines. They all saw that Qin Feng mistook Fang Ming's eyeball as one of the acupoints in his inner thigh. What's more, he even planned to stick the needle into Fang Ming's eyeball. Swoosh! A warm liquid suddenly flowed from Fang Ming's trousers, followed by the pungent smell of urine. Fang Ming threw himself half fainting into the chair, and he felt he had just returned from the deepest part of the hell. Aya, what's this smell? The silver needle still remained in Qin Feng's hand. He removed the black cloth that covered his eyes and pointed at Fang Ming. Aya, Mr. Ming, seems like your old friend come to visit you again. Well, we should postpone your treatment until next time. How about after class? Please come to my office so that I can continue the treatment. For now, please go home and change your trousers. It'll be bad if you see a cold. Qin Feng talked to Ming earnestly and patiently like a caring elder, causing Ming to almost cry out loud. Chapter 421. Qiao Shi's Complicated Feeling. Chapter 421. Qiao Shi's Complicated Feeling. Ming was frightened and wet his pants. Actually, his body was in the best condition it could be and had no signs of kidney deficiency. He wet his pants was simply because Qin Feng had scared the wits out of him. However, every student believed that Ming was actually subject to Wampa can't, so all of their gazes were filled with admiration as they looked at Qin Feng. They all thought the exact same thing. Professor Qin Feng is too awesome. Fatty, please help Mr. Ming home to change his attire. Before I forget, please remember not to laugh at Mr. Ming on the way back. He was born in the state of want but can't, no one can fix it. Fatty and his two fellow compatriots helped Ming out of the lecture hall and away from the brazen peals of laughter. Ming, on the other hand, looked pale as if he had drowned. There was a dull, absent light in his eyes, as if his soul had been ripped from his body. Professor Qin Feng, you haven't shown us your acupuncture skill yet. We still want you to teach us acupuncture. Handsome Professor Qin Feng, I volunteer myself as your white mouse. Please use my body. Professor Feng, I have a low-cut dress today. Can you help me make my breasts larger? The lecture hall exploded again once Ming and his 3 minions left. More than 200 students pressed forward to ask Qin Feng, stick silver needles into their bodies, causing Qin Feng's mouth to quirk vigorously. He felt his students were kind of twisted. Okay. Please calm down, everyone. The lesson is ending soon, so I'll just pick one female student to come to the front to assist me in showcasing the marvelous and expansive art of acupuncture. I hope every one of you will watch the procedure closely because it is very vital to the practice. I need you all to observe how I insert the needle, manipulate the needle, and remove the needle. Again, the female students pressed against each other and put their arms into the air eagerly, hoping that Qin Feng would pick them. On the other hand, Qin Feng scanned the flock of female students and stopped at Qiao Shi. He felt that only Hua Yan could ma Qiao Shi in term of beauty. He could not pick Hua Yan, so he picked Qiao Shi as she was his only option. During the previous lesson, Ms. Qiao Shi sacrificed her body and allowed me to show you all the location of acupoints and flow of meridians in a human body for the sake of the goodness of the medical field. Her utterly fearless and dauntless spirit is commendable, and we should make her a learning model. Hence, this time I'll invite Ms. Qiao Shi to come upon the podium again, and I'll treat her with my acupuncture as her reward. Qin Feng picked Qiao Shi. The rest of the female students sighed deeply, while the male students cheered happily. Unlike her peers, Qiao Shi's expression remained as calm as water, donning a refreshing white sport suit and canvas shoes. Qiao Shi sauntered up to the podium. She remained quiet even after she arrived on the podium and stood quietly in a spot where the sunlight fell. Her hair was in a ponytail today, and her bangs were all combed back to reveal her finely modeled and exquisite oval-shaped face. She reminded them of a classical beauty from ancient times. Qin Feng remained silent while standing and quietly admiring Qiao Shi. Damn, she's so pretty. After he gazed at her for a good while, Qin Feng said, Ms. Qiao Shi is very healthy. The only problem she has now is that she has been burning the candle at both ends. She gets up early and goes to bed late, which causes her not to have enough rest. I will give you a treatment to enhance your blood flow and relieve your fatigue. You'll feel refreshed after the treatment is done. Qiao sure nodded her head in agreement. Qin Feng closed the distance between them with a large stride. Then he flexed his palms and 10 silver needles entered her body simultaneously. Room. Qin Feng injected his inner qi into the 10 silver needles, causing them to vibrate with a slight buzz, stunning his students, so their eyes almost popped to their sockets. Lu Jie's face was filled with amazement and screamed internally, "Holy cow! So Big Brother is not only a martial artist, but he's also a shaman as well. Then I don't have to worry about my injuries when I go on the next big mission with him." Ah! Qiao Sure suddenly released a saccharine sound. She felt surges of inner qi flowing through her body like an electric current coursing through every nerve ending. It was a numbing and weird sensation. Suddenly, a trace of shock flitted across Qiao Sure's eyes. She realized Qin Feng was a shaman, and he was using the needle manipulation technique. The 10 silver needles continued to vibrate. Meanwhile, Qin Feng observed Qiao Sure from the side. He realized that this girl always wore a poker face, no matter the situation. Suddenly, a naughty plan crossed his mind, and his mouth curled into a wicked, sly grin. Qiao Sure's indifferent attitude greatly aroused his curiosity. He began to wonder, does this girl not have any other emotions? An unbothered, beautiful young lady who remained calm even though she had been teased by a bunch of hoodlums at the restaurant. Qin Feng was incredibly curious about what kind of reactions she would show if he aroused her lust. It will be pretty interesting. Ms. Qiao Sure, this treatment will improve your blood circulation, blood qi, and spirits. Now, I'll give you another treatment. This time, it will cleanse the toxins accumulated in your body due to staying up late and make your body even healthier. Following this, Qin Feng waved his hands, and the 10 silver needles on Qiao Sure's body vanished. Then he stuck another 8 silver needles into a few acupoints on Qiao Sure's thigh, abdomen, and head respectively. These acupoints were responsible for secreting sex hormones. Qin Feng inserted the silver needles into them and accelerated their secretion. The effect would take place in no more than 5 minutes. Qiao Sure frowned her brows. She looked at Qin Feng with a puzzled expression. "Professor Qin Feng, which acupoints did you insert the silver needles?" she asked. "Didn't I tell you before? This treatment will cleanse the toxins in your body. Relax. There's nothing to worry about." Qin Feng comforted Qiao Sure, grinning from ear to ear. Qiao Sure had only very basic knowledge of Chinese medicine, so she was clueless about the acupoints Qin Feng was manipulating and had no idea what kind of effect would result. Since Qin Feng said, Qiao Sure could only suppress her curiosity and continued to stand. As time went by, Qiao Sure's expression expressed more discomfort. Tiny beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and Qiao Sure felt that there were countless hands on her body caressing and stroking every inch of her skin and her sensitive parts. This was the first time Qiao Sure had experienced this kind of feeling, so she was defenseless against this strong feeling, and she wet herself. Qiao Sure moaned again, but no one heard her low moaning beside Qin Feng. Her moaning was as melodious and appealing as the bubbling sound of a water fountain. It instantly excited Qin Feng, and a charge of heat was sent directly to his groin, causing him to have a reaction. "Professor Qin Feng, it's so weird." Qiao Sure could not hold it anymore. She turned to Qin Feng and pleaded for his help. Qin Feng had a grin on his face as he walked up to her. Then he deliberately blew a stream of hot air into her ear. "Ms. Sure, what is so weird about it? Please tell me, so that I can help you with it." Searing hot air blew past Qiao Sure's ear, causing her knees to go limp. She threw herself half-fainting into Qin Feng's arms. Her usual calm and cold expression was now one of coyness, and her naturally clear eyes were filled with an unfathomably complex expression. With an intense gaze, she peered straight into Qin Feng's eyes and melted him. "Hug me, Qin Feng." Qiao Shi moaned kittенishly. She took the initiative and wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's waist. Then she stood on the tips of her toes, sending her cherry lips straight at Qin Feng's lips. Both of them hugged each other and kissed. Both Qin Feng and Qiao Shi had forgotten the time and that there were students around them so immersed in their own world and passionately responding to each other. Rumble. The sight stunned the students. All of them thought they were seeing an illusion. So many of them keep rubbing their eyes again and again. However, the sight before them remained the same, and it was becoming even more intense. Qin Feng, you did something to me, right? Hurry up and take the needles out of me. I'm getting angry now. Qiao Shi struggled very hard in between of fulfilling her body's instinct and her rationale. For a while, she responded madly to Qin Feng, and then she pushed Qin Feng away to free herself from Qin Feng's clues. Qiao Shi smelled nice, and her lips were sweet. Qin Feng was reluctant to let her go, but seeing how much she struggled, he lightly pushed her away and waved his hands, so all 8 silver needles returned to the system. Phew! Qiao Shi returned back to her usual self soon after Qin Feng withdrew the silver needles from her body, but she was petrified. Then she suddenly charged at Qin Feng and punched him in his pecs. Her punch did nothing to Qin Feng. "What are you doing? You did it intentionally. You asshole." After punching Qin Feng, Qiao Shi ran out of the lecture hall. Ding! 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 The bell rang in the nick of time and rescued Qin Feng from his awkwardness. He hastily retreated from the lecture hall as well. Nobody regained their senses, even after Qiao Shi and Qin Feng left. They all, the female and male students, were overwhelmed with indignation because Qin Feng and goddess Qiao Shi had hugged and kissed each other openly under the gaze of everybody. How can they be so shameless and not have any self-respect? How dare they do this kind of illegitimate action so publicly? Why didn't they ask me to join in as well? The news of Professor Qin Feng kissing goddess Qiao Shi during lecture hour spread across the university before the end of the afternoon. The 2 stars of the news, Qiao Shi and Qin Feng, did not know anything about it as both of them were busy with their own stuff. Qiao Shi went to her part-time after she escaped from the lecture hall, and Qin Feng cultivated in his office through the afternoon. Qin Feng went home in Chang Xian's car after the university closed. Chang Xian drove while Qin Feng and Hua Yan sat in the back seat. From time to time, Hua Yan would look at Qin Feng from his top to his toe with strange eyes. Chang Xian was weird as well. She had a cold expression and refused to talk to Qin Feng on the journey. Qin Feng went straight to his own room when they arrived at Chang Xian's villa. He locked his room from the inside and started looking for a mission from the communication device given by the Martial Artist Alliance. Qin Feng had cleared the Dark Forest, a level 4 mission with Lu Jia the night before. Qin Feng took all the 150 mission points and had been catapulted to level 3 in Martial Artist Alliance, so he was now looking at the level 3 missions. The level 3 missions in Martial Artist Alliance only rewarded around 50 missions points for each mission that were all mired in minor details and required much more time to clear. There were no level 3 missions that Qin Feng wanted to take. He was caught in a sticky situation and was upset because he could not get a mission higher than his current level. Then God opened a way for him, and a notification showed up on his communication device. Martial Artist Alliance's mission level 4, mission type team. Mission description: hunt down and exterminate the stage for Heretic Taoist Rakshasa. Mission reward: 350 mission points, 300,000 yuan, and a 300 flavor plant. Reminder: a member had accepted the mission. One more team member is required. Are you joining the team? Chapter 422, Flower Thief Captured. Chapter 422, Flower Thief Captured. Looking at the notification, Qin Feng's eyes gleamed brightly. A level 4 mission normally gave the operative 100 mission points. The Dark Forest mission had given Qin Feng 150 mission points, which were considered a lot, and now the level 4 mission on the screen was worth a whopping 350 mission points. Qin Feng knew that he had to try. He now had 150 mission points. If he cleared the mission, he would be rewarded with another 350 mission points, resulting in a total of 500 mission points. It would also make him a level 5 member, meaning that he could accept a level 5 mission to clear the first side mission of the main mission Martial Artist Alliance in the Hedonist sovereign system. Without giving it a second thought, Qin Feng typed a quick message on the communication device to request to join the raid. Ding dong. After 15 seconds, Qin Feng's communication device rang. A member with the alias Billowy Lady had sent him a message. You're only a level 3 member, and by right, you should be not qualified to take on the mission. However, I will bend the rule and let you join the raid on one condition. I want all of the awarded 100 flavor plants. After taking a quick glance at the message, Qin Feng replied to her. I have no idea what the 100 flavor plants are, and I've no use for them, so you can have all 3 of them. However, I have a condition as well. I want all the mission points. After he had waited for 10 or so seconds, Billowy Lady finally replied to Qin Feng. Deal. Ding dong. After a short while, Qin Feng received a mission update notification from the Martial Artist Alliance and hastily opened it. Martial Artist Green Wolf, your application for level 4 mission number 1201 has been confirmed. For your information, this is a team mission and your team member is Billowy Lady. You are advised to add her as a friend to check her information. After that, he received another 3 notifications from the Martial Artists Alliance about the details of the level 4 mission. After Qin Feng skimmed through the mission, he closed the notification and added Billowy Lady as his friend. Then he started reading Billowy Lady's information. Alias, Billowy Lady. Sex, female. Accumulated mission points, 1130. Member level, 5. Description. It's stressful to have large breasts. There was only one thing that caught Qin Feng's attention after he had studied Billowy Lady's description. He stared at the sentence and sighed inwardly. How huge are her breasts? Could it be that this Martial Artists Alliance app is actually a dating app in the disguise of a mission assignment app? Ding dong. As his mind was roamed illicit thoughts, his friend invitation was accepted by Billowy Lady. Billowy Lady, how large are your breasts? Send me a photo. You have to send me a photo to prove your words. Qin Feng messaged Billowy Lady once they became friends. Billowy Lady replied to Qin Feng with an emoticon holding a knife. Do you have a death wish, brat? Flirt with me again, and I'll kick you off my team. Qin Feng then looked at the Billowy Lady's profile picture. It was a Catwoman's mask icon. He thought for a bit and downloaded a wolf icon and made it his profile picture. Billowy Lady, a wolf is the perfect ma for a wildcat. Can I have the honor to treat you to dinner tonight? Qin Feng sent an amatory emoticon over to her. Go to hell. Why would I team up with a freak like you? I'm starting to regret it now. Billowy Lady replied Qin Feng with an angry emoticon. Qin Feng was amused by her reaction. You won't regret it after you've witnessed my magnificence. Qin Feng had nothing to do, so he chatted for a while with Billowy Lady. Billowy Lady was so infuriated that she almost blocked Qin Feng. Worn out by the shamelessness and lasciviousness of Qin Feng, Billowy Lady brought up the topic to the mission. Green Wolf, our mission is to exterminate a stage for Heretic on Ghost Mountain. You know yourself the best, so don't drag me down. Qin Feng squinted. He replied, pridefully as if nothing could abate his crusading zeal, I'm powerful. I won't back off even when confronting a stage 6 inner Qi master. You just have to bring some snacks and a stool along with you. Sit back and relax while I handle that heretic all by myself. Qin Feng was actually pretty low profile. The reason for his arrogance was that he had no idea what a heretic was. He thought a stage 4 heretic was comparable to a stage 4 inner Qi expert. Even though he was only a stage 3 inner Qi expert, he could put up a good fight even if he was facing a stage 6 inner Qi master because he had access to a lot of high-grade spiritual equipment and high-level skill books. Thus, he was quite confident that he would do well on the mission since his target was only a stage for inner Qi expert. Billowy Lady was stunned. She first replied to Qin Feng with a vomiting emoticon followed by a question. Can you not blow your own trumpet anymore, brat? Do you have any clue what a heretic is? Qin Feng's lofty spirit and soaring determination faded. He squinted his mouth and replied, No, I don't know. Billowy Lady fell silent and did not reply to his message for quite some time. Qin Feng surmised that she had passed out from her anger. He waited for a good long while before she replied to him. The land of Great China is home to a great number of people with special talents and tons of special and clandestine professionals. Amongst the professionals, there are a group of people who named themselves cultivators, which are broken up into many fine branches. The martial artist is the most common and orthodox type of cultivator. They can use their innate ability and surpass selfhood by absorbing and releasing inner Qi. Next are demon cultivators. This group of cultivators seeks absolute strength, and in order to achieve a quantum leap in their cultivation, they use many kinds of magical elixirs and cultivate certain types of magic. Normally, they cultivate faster than the orthodox martial artist. However, they have to suffer pain tenfold or even hundredfold than a martial artist. Aside from those two, there are the morphlings and heretics. The former is the human form that spiritual beasts take after they've cultivated for decades. The latter is the most loathed group of cultivators by all the martial artists. Like the demon cultivator, a heretic seeks absolute power, and they wish to reach the peak of their strength in the shortest time. Different than the demon cultivator, heretics are willing to do anything, no matter by hook or by crook, to strengthen themselves. They even use the dead, yin qi, and the blood of women, babies, and elders to aid them in cultivation. Because of the exceedingly strange way that heretics cultivate, every heretic is extremely dangerous, and no one knows what kind of skills they possess. This time we are facing a stage for heretic whose strength is almost on par with a stage 6 inner Qi master. Do you really want me to bring some snacks and a stool, enjoy the snacks, and relax on the sidelines while you handle him alone? Qin Feng's mouth quirked vigorously after he read through Billowy Lady's explanation. He quickly replied with a smiley emoticon. Aya, what are you thinking? Can't you see that I was joking with you? You're so stupid. Billowy Lady fell silent for a moment. Then she replied, Tisk, I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. Remember to meet me at the entrance of Ghost Mountain the day after tomorrow at 8 p.m. I'll be wearing a Catwoman's attire. Billowy Lady logged off, and her profile picture dimmed. Qin Feng ruminated on Billowy Lady's last reply. 8 at night, a man and a woman, a secluded terrain area, Catwoman's outfit. Is this app truly not a dating app? Billowy Lady had logged off, and Qin Feng felt that he did not have to stay online as well. He logged off and left the room. At this moment, Chang Xan carried their dinner from the Qian to the dining room. When she saw Qin Feng, she stared him coldly and walked past him. Qin Feng ignored her hostile action. She must be on her period. That's why she antagonized everybody she meets, he thought. After he waited for some time at the dining hall, Hua Yin jumped downstairs in her fluffy bear slippers. She sat in front of Qin Feng and made a face at him. Seizing the interval of Chang Xan's absence, Qin Feng kicked Hua Yin and asked, Yen Yen, is Xian on her period? Why does she seem so angry? Why did you kick me, you moron? Hua Yen stomped on Qin Feng's feet twice before continuing. Why don't you ask yourself what you have done instead of asking me? The video of you kissing Qiao sure today in class has gone viral in the university forum. Big sister Xian saw the video. I bet she will kick you out of our house soon. Be prepared to stay outside tonight, bastard. Hua Yen laughed heartlessly when she imagined Qin Feng sleeping outside. At the same time, seeing that Chang Xen carried a bowl of chicken soup from the Qian, Hua Yen hastily halted her laugh and sat quietly at the dining table as if nothing happened. Qin Feng was marveled by her quick acting. The meal was dense. Chang Xen made a face and refused to talk. Hua Yen could do nothing but bury her face in her rice bowl and finish her meal like a hungry ghost. After they had finished their meal, Qin Feng volunteered to do the dishes so that Chang Xen would not cast him out from the villa. After he finished, Hua Yen and Chang Xen went upstairs. He remained in the parlor and glanced at Hua Yan's garden outside the villa. TSK, I finished converting all the spiritual essence into my own inner qi, and my dantian is expanding. I could break through to stage 4 at any time. Seems like I still have to pluck a few more spiritual plants from the garden. Qin Feng had forgotten how many times he had vowed not to steal any more spiritual plants from Hua Yan's garden. Qin Feng vanished from the parlor and crept towards the garden. After he had arrived in the garden, he squatted beside the garden and looked for the spiritual plant with the most spiritual essence. He realized that the spiritual essence in the garden was not as dense as the times before, and surmised that it was because he'd uprooted a few spiritual plants from the garden. Qin Feng could not make up his mind after he searched the garden for a good amount of time. Since he did not know anything about the spiritual plants, he simply uprooted 2 of them which shared the same appearance as the ones he'd plucked the last time. Immediately, Qin Feng retreated after he got the desired spiritual plants. As soon as he turned around, he was stunned. Donning in her sleeping gown and a pair of fluffy bear slippers, Hua Yen stared furiously at Qin Feng. A cold, murderous intent erupted from her body and sent a chill down Qin Feng's spine. Ahem. Yen, why are you standing outside in the midnight with all your hair hanging loose? You almost scared the wits out of me. Why haven't you gone to the bed yet? Did you come to the garden to admire the flowers as well? Qin Feng hastily hid his arms behind his back and gripped the 2 spiritual plants tightly in his hands. His palms were bathed in cold sweat. Hua Yen noticed the footprint of an adult man near her garden 2 nights before. Qin Feng was her first suspect. However, she could not prove it. As such, she hid in the shadow of the villa for the past 2 nights, waiting for a chance to ambush the flower thief. Qin Feng had escaped his fate the night before because he was on a mission, but that was not the case for tonight. He was caught red-handed by Hua Yen. I knew it was you. Qin Feng, you bastard. How dare you lie to me? Do you have any idea how important these spiritual plants are to me? Chapter 423, Dongfang Ming Wang's debut. Chapter 423, Dongfang Ming Wang's debut. Looking at Hua Yan's reed expression, Qin Feng giggled. Yen, what are you talking? Why can't I understand anything you just said? I just came outside for a stroll because I can't sleep. I just want to admire the magnificent scenery of your garden bathed in beautiful silver moonlight. Hua Yen squinted her eyes into a line. She gnashed her teeth and stared violently at Qin Feng. She did not believe in Qin Feng's nonsense at all. You still refuse to admit it. Show me your hand. Qin Feng obediently extended his left hand. There was nothing on his left palm. Hua Yen pulled her face and yelled roundly, Other hand! Squinting his mouth, Qin Feng withdrew his left hand and re-extended his right hand. It was empty as well. Qin Feng had wrecked Hua Yan's nerves. She glared at Qin Feng and said coldly, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Give me back the plants. I can still save them if I replant them now." This was the reason why Hua Yan did not go all out on Qin Feng after she caught him red-handed, stealing her spiritual plants. She wanted to get her plants back and replant them. Qin Feng had a dilemma. The spiritual plants were important to Hua Yan, but they were important to him too. After a fierce wrestling with himself, Qin Feng put the 2 spiritual plants in his hand and into his mouth in front of Hua Yan. He devoured the 2 spiritual plants before Hua Yan could react. He gulped and opened his mouth wide, showing Hua Yan that there was nothing in his mouth. "See, I told you. There is nothing." Qin Feng's shamelessness infuriated Hua Yan's top. Her well-endowed breasts bounced as her anger mounted. She hastily went to her garden to figure out which spiritual plants Qin Feng had stolen this time. After she glanced through her garden, a grim smile crossed Hua Yan's cold face. The 2 spiritual plants Qin Feng had stolen were angel plants which could accelerate blood circulation in a human body. If it was refined into a reinforcing pill, it could reinforce and calm down the raging inner qi in dantian and prevent someone's body from exploding when on the verge of breaking through to the next level. How if eaten raw, the angel plant would induce another effect? The angel plant was a potent aphrodisiac, and most high-grade pills that were sold in adult stores was primarily made of angel plant. Qin Feng had devoured 2 angel plants in one go, which meant that he had consumed roughly 20 Viagra. Hua Yan's smile broadened as she imagined the scene where Qin Feng went nude and wild on the street. "Yan, why are you looking at me with an evil face? If there is nothing else, then I'm going back to the house. The winds are getting big. You should go back to your room as well." Qin Feng did not know the effects of the spiritual plants he devoured. He excused himself as he was afraid that Hua Yan might fall out with him. Suddenly, Hua Yan pulled Qin Feng's arms. She wore a feigned expression and peered lovely at Qin Feng. "Young Master Qin, what's the rush? Stay and talk with Yan Yan. Yan Yan is so lonely tonight." Qin Feng's whole body trembled as a weird sensation began to crawl through his body. Dumbfounded, he measured Hua Yan with strange eyes. He thought inwardly, what happened to this woman? Is she going to seduce me into her honey trap? Women are really the most dangerous living beings that crawl on earth. No. I'm not young Master Qin anymore. I'm just a dedicated, hard-working lecturer that pledged my whole life to teach the next generation. Hurry up and release me. I'm not an easy person. Qin Feng would not fall for her trick. "Professor Qin Feng, there's something I don't understand in the lecture notes. Please explain it to me now." Hua Yan took the initiative and wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's arms and pressed her humongous breasts against Qin Feng's arms. She purred into Qin Feng's ear and blew hot air into it. Qin Feng suddenly had a huge reaction, and it stunned him. His crow area bulged obscenely. "Ah, you are so disgusting. Go to hell." Hua Yan glanced down, and she was stunned when she saw Qin Feng's bulge. Qin Feng was far more endowed than she ever imagined anyone could be. It's so large." Hua Yan gave an exalted smile when she noticed that the effect of angel plants had started to take over. She quickly released Qin Feng and ran into the villa. She planned to lock the door from inside and leave Qin Feng alone to deal with the intense effect of 20 Viagra. Yan, I want you." It was just before she could reach the door that her arms were seized by 2 large hands. The lust blurred Qin Feng's vision. He stared at Hua Yan's breasts like a pig head and curled his lips into an oval shape, drooling and attempting to kiss Hua Yan. The angel plants did their job well. The effect was so intense that it shattered Qin Feng's consciousness. He was now bereft of any rationale. He locked Hua Yan in his arms and began to shred Hua Yan's sleeping gown. Qin Feng was fast and he had strong hands. He effortlessly shredded Hua Yan's sleeping gown into webs and put his large hands on Hua Yan's breasts. "Qin Feng, let me go now. I'm so going to kill you." Hua Yan conducted herself with dignity. She could not stand what Qin Feng was doing with her body, and her eyes suddenly reddened. They turned hollow as if she was demonized. Then a dominating, powerful aura erupted from Hua Yan's body. She gestured with her palm and launched it. A massive gust of wind and a strength that could topple a mountain and overturn seas rammed into Qin Feng's pecs. In the next second, Qin Feng was sent flying into the air like a blown-away kite. Slap! A long, blood-red colored whip suddenly appeared from thin air around Hua Yan's palm. She pulled the whip through the air and released a searing shriek of wind. "Qin Feng, today will be the day you die." The shreds of Hua Yan's dress messily fluttered in the wind. Paying no mind to the fact that her breasts and thighs were exposed, she let out a fierce roar like a ferocious beast. She jumped into the air, and the next move she took was to flourish the blood-red whip through the air, trailing dozens of afterimages to hit Qin Feng as he continued to fly through the air. Qin Feng still had not come back to his senses, so he could not parry the attack. The whip shadow contained a massive amount of strength, and it would certainly smash Qin Feng into a meaty pulp if landed on his body. Infinity ordeal of sword. A hoary and forceful voice echoed through the sky, followed by dozens of azure-colored sword flurries that fell from the sky. The sword flurries formed a dome barrier around Qin Feng and successfully intercepted the blood-red whip's shadow. "Fall now!" the hoary voice resounded once again. This time, an elder in a white robe appeared. The elder had silver hair but a boyish complexion, and his eyes were sharp as a falcon's. He held an azure-colored spiritual sword in his hand and rushed from the sky towards Hua Yan. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at Hua Yan's side. Then he launched a palm strike at Hua Yan and sent her flying all the way from the sky and into the parlor. He defeated Hua Yan in a single palm strike. She was knocked out, and her bloodshot eyes receded and returned to how they usually looked. Shroom! The elder vanished again and moved like a bolt of lightning. He arrived below Qin Feng in the next second and caught Qin Feng, who was falling from the sky. From the moment he appeared, sending a palm strike at Hua Yan until he caught Qin Feng from the sky, he accomplished this series of incredible feats naturally and smoothly within a second. The elder held Qin Feng with one arm and placed his other arm on Qin Feng's wrist and frowned. This brat consumed the angel plant like eating rice. He must be crazy. After he had a good grasp of Qin Feng's body condition, the elder circulated his inner qi and transferred it into Qin Feng, forcing the angel plant out of Qin Feng's body. Seeing Qin Feng's complexion began to get better, and his inner qi calmed down, the elder then single-handedly carried Qin Feng to a deserted place outside of the town. Cough! Cough! Nobody knew how long had passed before Qin Feng regained his sense. He coughed vigorously the moment his head began to clear. He received a palm strike from Hua Yan head-on, and a mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat. He felt sick, and he vomited it all out. "If it wasn't for me happening to be here tonight, you would be a piece of lifeless, dead meat by now, kid." The elder saw that Qin Feng had regained his faculties, so he passed him a dark and swarthy pill. Qin Feng did not eat it after he took the pill from the elder. "What's wrong? Afraid of me harming you? You would have died 100 times if I wanted to harm you." The elder glared snappily at Qin Feng. He stroked his beard and added, "This is a soul-cleansing pill. It's a magical pill that will accelerate the restoration of your blood qi and cure hundreds of illness. It costs 100,000 apiece. Give it back to me if you don't want it." Qin Feng hastily opened his mouth and gulped in the pill. How was there any chances he would give him back this kind of deal? After he consumed the pill, Qin Feng waited for a surge of inner qi to fill and restore his body. However, he waited for a long time and nothing happened. "Please stop kidding yourself, master. This soul-cleansing pill is not even half as effective as the elementary golden sore medicine. Little pig voice resounded in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng was stunned. A bottle of elementary golden sore medicine only cost 100 hedonist points, and the so-called magical soul-cleansing pill cost 100,000 yuan and could not even up to half of the efficacy of a bottle of an elementary golden sore medicine. Were all the pills of China's martial artists fake? Little Pig could read Qin Feng's thoughts and added, "Master, can you please not compare the elementary pills on Earth with the magical pills and herbs in the hedonist sovereign system? They are not even in the same league. So long as the pill is refined by an experienced pharmacist, it can be quite useful. Other than that, the pills and elixirs called magical pills cannot be considered comparable, and Master can ignore them. It's not worth Master time, and it's much better if Master spent 100 hedonist points to purchase a bottle of elementary golden sore medicine." Little Pig had lifted Qin Feng's spirit. He was once again realized how powerful the hedonist sovereign system was. "Why are you zoning out? Won't you say anything to me?" Seeing that Qin Feng had remained silent after he consumed the soul-cleansing pill, the elder in white robes sent yet another scornful gaze at Qin Feng. Only then did Qin Feng turn his attention to the elder. His face was veiled with a complex emotion. This was because the elder before him was not an ordinary person. He was none other than the patriarch of the Dongfang family, whose name was spread far and wide in the provincial capital. He was Dongfang Ming, the grandfather of Dongfang Qingshui. What can I say? Do you expect me to violate that woman? I'm not that kind of person. Qin Feng tensed his lips as he glared at Dongfang Ming. Do you think you can violate that woman? She almost killed you with a palm. Dongfang Ming scoffed. He glared a few times at Qin Feng before continuing. The 2 spiritual plants you consumed today were angel plants. This plant is a potent aphrodisiac if eaten raw. This is the very first time I've seen a person consume an angel plant raw. You must be out of your mind. Qin Feng was utterly defenseless against Dongfang Ming criticism. He could not do anything to the elder. He couldn't defeat him, and he choked on his resentment. Looking at a beaten Qin Feng, Dongfang Ming was extremely delighted. He came forward and pat Qin Feng's shoulder. "Brat, I came to you to give you a warning. We both are tied to a promise, and you almost broke it tonight, Brat. Do you have any idea how grave the consequence of breaking that promise is?" Chapter 424, 9 Dragons and 5 Tigers. Chapter 424, 9 Dragons and 5 Tigers. China was huge, with a massive landmass of 9,600,000 square kilometers and sea area of 2,997,000 square kilometers. Chinese culture dated back to around 5,000 years ago. The Chinese culture had a profound impact on the world, while its tradition, practices, and festivals were celebrated, instilled, and practiced by a great number of people around the world. No one knew how many people with exceptional abilities, legends, and heroes were born on this vast and mysterious land. China now had 3 doors, 5 sects, 9 dragons, and 5 tigers. The 9 dragoons were the 9 martial arts masters with otherworldly abilities. They represented the clandestine martial world of China. Each and every one of them had perfected stage 9 inner qi and were extremely powerful with extreme inner abilities. Dongfang Ming was one of the dragons with the name Crimson Dragon. He was highly respected in China, and every power gave both overt and covert attention to his actions. 3 months ago, after Qin Feng escaped from the Amethyst Dragon Palace, Dongfang Ming was the first person he approached after Shimin Shui brought him to the provincial capital. "Of course, I remember our deal. You don't need to worry about that. I won't break our promise." Qin Feng answered while tensing his legs. The promise ticked him off. However, for the sake of the safety of his women in Acropolis City, Qin Feng did not have another choice but to agree to Dongfang Mingwang's condition. I know you don't have the nerve to break our promise, but an old dog cannot alter its way of barking. You're still licentious in conduct and lead a wild life. Even though you did not develop relationships with any women, you always imposed on them. Qin Feng's face darkened and interrupted Dongfang Mingwang. He harumphed. How can you keep on stalking other people? You weird geezer. Did you know that I can sue you for invading my privacy? Dongfang Mingwang was tickled pink by Qin Feng. He giggled and replied nonchalantly, Go ahead then. Qin Feng was left speechless again. He was in the provincial capital, the territory of Dongfang Mingwang. How could he sue him? Even if he found a way to file a charge against Dongfang Mingwang at a police station, Qin Feng believed that in the end he would be the one to be detained and not Dongfang Mingwang. Qin Feng remembered the cold and unkind Lu Bingbing when he thought of the police. I miss her a lot. Tisk, I'm too lazy to fight you. Tell me, what is the situation in Acropolis now? Was it all good? Qin Feng dropped his carefree attitude and became grave. With his brooding eyes, Dongfang Mingwang looked out onto the faraway terrain where Acropolis City was located. Then he spoke calmly. The ladies are all fine. Ling Bei is still in the hospital and has not woken up yet. I've dispatched a group of people to protect her around the clock. Zhao Lingxian was almost forced to marry into the Liang family. I made my stand and forced the Liang family to cancel the marriage. Meanwhile, the woman named Yin Xiao shared the same fate as Zhao Lingxian. She's only one step away from marrying into the Gao family. I put some pressure on the Gao family to force them to cancel the wedding as well. Bai Qing and Bai Xiu remain the same. Lu Wenjing and Lu Xiaojia lead quiet lives. Li Yuqin is still working for the royal group. Everything is fine as usual. Holy shit, you see how many women I have mentioned. The youngest is only a junior high student. Of all the women, how could you lay your hands on a minor? Can you still call yourself a human? I must be blind for giving my granddaughter to you. Dongfang Mingwang exploded before he could finish his report to Qin Feng. He set up a marriage with the Qin family a long time ago and betrothed his granddaughter to Qin Feng. Little had he expected that Qin Feng would oppose the marriage and lead a feckless and dissolute life, engaging many women at a time. His chaotic relationship with women greatly infuriated Dongfang Mingwang. Qin Feng heaved a long sigh of relief after knowing that the women he treasured were all fine. He peered at the faraway sky with clear eyes. He felt lonely. Geezer Dongfang, I won't eat my words and will fulfill the deal between us. You don't have to keep an eye on me any longer. Qin Feng was quite touched that Dongfang Mingwang settled perfectly and wholeheartedly everything he asked of him. Dongfang Mingwang was the first person he approached when he arrived in the provincial capital 3 months ago. He pleaded with Dongfang Mingwang to maneuver his men and protect all his women in Acropolis City. Dongfang Mingwang agreed to offer his help on one condition. During the Qin family's competition, 3 months later, Dongfang Mingwang urged Qin Feng to claim victory, became the junior patriarch of the Qin family, and married Dongfang Qing Shui. From that moment on, Dongfang Qing Shui would always be his wife. He could not take another concubine. Qin Feng agreed. Looking at Qin Feng's lonely background, Dongfang Mingwang sighed. He then swayed a topic and asked, Why did you have to conceal yourself in the provincial capital these past 3 months? Most of Qin Feng's enemies were based in the provincial capital. By right, the provincial capital was the most dangerous place for him, and he would certainly die if he ever stepped into the provincial capital. The most dangerous place is the safest place, Qin Feng replied indifferently. Dongfang Mingwang grinned widely like a kid. Oh, for God's sake! Do you think I'm so stupid to not see through your little pesky mind? You're just taking advantage of my influence in the provincial capital and staying under the umbrella of my protection. By doing so, who the fuck would still have the nerve to lay their fingers on you? Dongfang Ming Wang revealed his intention, and Qin Feng felt awkward. I have a question, too. Fire it out fast. I hate it the most when people don't finish their sentences. Harumphed Dongfang Ming Wang as he smacked Qin Feng's shoulder and almost sent him hurtling down into the abyss. Why did you betroth Dongfang Qin Shui to me? Don't you think you're doing a bad bargain? Dongfang Ming Wang was Crimson Dragon, one of the 9 dragons of China. Not only did he possess bottomless strength, but the Dongfang family was another massively powerful family that could not be reckoned with. It was a superior and large family clan that even the Qin family in the provincial capital could not maw. Therefore, how come this geezer wants to marry his granddaughter to me? Qin Feng asked himself. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Ming Wang lifted his head into the sky and guffawed uproariously. The valley reciprocated to his laugh by trembling slightly. Qin Feng felt he would never understand the true strength of the old man. He could not sense any form of inner qi from him, even though he was so close to him. He looked no different from an ordinary person. However, he could easily scare the wits out of you with a simple laugh or smack you on the shoulder. Qin Feng, the time is not here yet. The only thing I can tell you now is that Dongfang Qin Shui did not lose, but in fact she earned. The Dongfang family will never be at a loss for forming a close relationship with the Qin family. I'm paving a road for the future. Qin Feng was utterly confused. He became wired up suddenly as a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this geezer found out the thing about the Hedonist sovereign system? Why are you looking at me like that? Please don't think too much. It won't be you who'll be our backer once we form our relationship through marriage. It'll be your parents. My parents? Qin Feng's eyes suddenly turned hazy. The Qin family in Acropolis City could not hold its ground and fell during the Great War 3 months ago. Uncle Fu took his father to seek refuge for the Qin family in the provincial capital. Qin Feng missed his father a lot as he had not seen him for around 3 months. As for his mother, Qin Feng did not have any memories of his mother since he was born. Who exactly is my mother? Where is she now? Qin Feng looked at Dongfang Ming Wang, hoping he would tell him the whereabouts of his long-lost mother. Dongfang Ming Wang refused to say anything further. He sighed. I've spoken too much. We should call it a day now. I'm too old, and I feel sleepy after the night has fallen. I'm going home first. Dongfang Ming Wang's voice became distant, but it was still loud and clear as if he was still standing beside Qin Feng. Just like performing a magic, he vanished before Qin Feng in the blink of an eye, causing Qin Feng to gape in astonishment. What the fuck? You stupid geezer. What kind of place have you bring me to? How am I supposed to go back on my own? You should have taken me along when you leave. Qin Feng kept dissing Dongfang Ming Wang. However, there was nothing left aside from his own voice and echo, and Dongfang Ming Wang was no longer in his sight. The day had arrived when Qin Feng returned to Chang Xian's villa. He had run for almost 200 kilometers yesterday night before he found his way home. If Qin Feng had the chance to run into Dongfang Ming Wang again, he swore he would kill himself in front of Dongfang Ming Wang as revenge for leaving him behind. As soon as he entered the parlor, Chang Xian shot a barrage of questions at him while holding a chilly expression. Qin Feng, where did you go last night? What did you do to Yan Yan? Only now did Qin Feng remember last night Hua Yan went on a rampage and almost killed himself. What have I done to Yan Yan? Why don't you ask that crazy girl what she has done to me instead? She is freaking insane. She almost killed me. Qin Feng and Chang Xian had exchanged blows, and Hua Yan came downstairs. She was dressed in a white shirt and a kilt. Hua Yan suddenly stopped when she saw Qin Feng. Her sky-blue eyes were veiled with complex expressions. She remained still for a good while before moving toward the duo. Yan Yan, just in time. What on earth actually happened last night? I was suddenly awakened by some noises outside, and then after I came downstairs to check what was going on, I found you unconscious in the parlor with your sleeping gown all torn apart. Qin Feng was nowhere in sight, and he had not come home. Tell me, what happened? After Chang Xian discovered Hua Yan, she helped her into her room. Hua Yan had remained unconscious for the entire night, and she had just woken up, so Chang Xian still did not know what happened last night. Hua Yan fell silent, facing Chang Xian's interrogation. Bright pink crawled up her face, and she answered her charmingly. Aya, please don't ask so many questions. Big sister Xian. In sum, Qin Feng did not force me to do anything last night. How can you expect a girl tell you something like this? Like a newlywed, Hua Yan gave a charming smile to Qin Feng before running away. Standing in the doorway, Qin Feng and Chang Xian were both in a state of utter confusion. Yan has fallen in love with Qin Feng? Chang Xian's mind was filled with many questions. They even had sexual relations last night. But how is that possible? What the fuck? What kind of trick is this woman playing? Do you think that this young master will accept you after you make a false charge against me? This brother is not an easy man. Qin Feng roared inwardly as well. Humph. Chang Xian glared at Qin Feng and stomped out of the villa. Qin Feng hastily followed her. He had run his way home for a night, and he did not want to run back to the university again. When he arrived at the Medical College of Provincial Capital University, Qin Feng realized that the atmosphere of the class was not right. His students lay lifelessly on the table while a large-headed middle-aged man was blabbering on the podium. Qin Feng entered the lecture hall and laughed. I see that all of you are so tired and washed out. Can I take it as all of you come to overnight in the lecture hall so that you can claim a good spot to attend my class? Qin Feng's voice was like a steroid, and the 200 students regained their vigor, shot up and sat with their backs straight. All of them focused their gazes and stared spiritedly at Qin Feng. Chapter 425, Exchange Study. Chapter 425, Exchange Study. The 200 students came to the lecture early to grab themselves good spots. Some of them had not even eaten breakfast and stormed their way to the lecture hall instead, just to attend Qin Feng's class. Unfortunately, the man who was lecturing them that day wasn't Qin Feng, but a roly-poly middle-aged man. The roly-poly middle-aged man was arrogant. He climbed up to the podium with a high and mighty attitude when he entered the lecture hall and introduced himself. He said his name was Xiao Lei, the chief physician of Department of Neurology in the affiliated hospital. He had been specially invited by the medical college's dean of the Provincial Capital University to run a spot check on the students about the practical knowledge of Western medicine. This class was intended to be Professor Qin Feng's lesson, yet a strange guy bounced in from nowhere and prattled nonsense at them. It was natural that the students did not like him, so they all lay dispiritedly on their tables, waiting for Professor Qin Feng to drive this person away. Finally, their savior had arrived. Like previous lessons, Qin Feng maintained his humorous style by cracking a joke as soon as he entered the lecture hall. He had tall stature, and he was handsome, standing under the sunlight. With his down-to-earth manner, he successfully seized the heart of his students, and all of them exploded. Professor Qin Feng, we missed you so much. The fuck? Do you think you're Feng Gong? Qin Feng harumphed while glancing at his students. Handsome Professor Qin Feng, we love you so much. You freak. I'm not gay. Qin Feng's face darkened. Professor Qin Feng, we wanted to attend your Chinese medicine class. We want you to lead us in exploring the expansive field of Chinese medicine and embrace the profoundness of acupuncture. Hurry up and cast that stupid fat ass out the lecture hall. He nauseates us and we don't like him. The students acted like peasants in a rebellion attempting to overthrow the government. Displeased by the students, Xiao Lei turned to Qin Feng and shot fierce glare at him. They exchanged glances and recognized one another. Xiao Lei was the fat asterisk ass who obstructed Qin Feng by every possible means when Qin Feng and Chang Yexen had rushed to the affiliated hospital to rescue Wang Qingfa. In the end, his actions had ticked Qin Feng off, and Qin Feng beat him down brutally. Xiao Lei's second uncle, Xiao Shan, was the vice president of the affiliated hospital, yet that had not stopped Qin Feng from humiliating. "It's you, you brat!" Xiao Lei instantly remembered the way Qin Feng had brutally beaten him upon seeing Qin Feng. He was champed in rage. Soon his angry expression faded and a wicked grin crawled onto his jowly face. There was a reason why he was invited by the dean of the medical college to give a talk to the medical college's students on the practical knowledge and some study cases of Western medicine. Yesterday, the higher-ups of the provincial capital university received an exchange study proposal from the St. Medical Institute in America, extending their wish to come to the provincial capital university for an academic exchange. The St. Medical Institute was the most famous higher institute in America that specialized in Western medicine. Their mastery and research on the Western medical field were the vanguards of the world. Many incurable, uncommon diseases and illnesses that couldn't be cured by the rest of the world had been cured by the specialized team sent out from the St. Medical Institute. Some of their treatments were so successful that they caused a massive tremor in the World Medical Organization. The news of a legendary higher institute like this suddenly wishing to come for an academic exchange at the Medical College of China's provincial capital university dropped like a bombshell on all of the higher-ups of the medical college, stunning them so much that they were all thrown into chaos. It was such a strange and hard-to-come-by opportunity. They were certain that they had to be able to make a name for the medical college in the provincial capital once they formed a relationship with St. Medical Institute. Their prominence might even be able to return to the level it was at 5 years before the disappearance of the divine Chinese medicine practitioner, Li Xingtian. As such, starting the day before, the higher-ups of medical college were extremely busy. Since the St. Medical Institute was best known for their mastery over the Western medicine, the higher-ups of the medical college had organized a special training session for the medical college's students to sharpen and hone their practical skills and knowledge on Western medicine. Therefore, they invited Xiao Lei over from the affiliated hospital to host a practical training session. Xiao Lei had a very special identity and stood in the lecture hall as a professional. He heard the students address Qin Feng as a professor, so he assumed that Qin Feng was merely a petty lecturer that taught in the medical college. How could a petty lecturer of Qin Feng's caliber stand on the same ground with him as a professional? Before him, Qin Feng was merely a servant who was fit only to run errands, clean the blackboard, and fay the drinks. Xiao Lei thought he could humiliate and toy with Qin Feng to his heart's content in the future. The wicked grin on Xiao Lei's jowly face widened as he thought about it. "It's me, but I'm not the brat here. You are. What made you come to my class?" Qin Feng plastered a smile and looked at Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei suddenly burst into a brazen fit of maniacal laughter. He stood at the podium with a look of haughty disdain while looking at Qin Feng. "Why am I the high and mighty chief physician of the Department of Neurology of the affiliated hospital standing here, you ask? It's such a hilarious question. In fact, it's stupid. Let me tell you, I'm here because the higher-ups of medical college pleaded for me to come here. Otherwise, do you think I'm so free to come here to be a lecturer and spoon-feed these babies? How much can a lecturer earn? Do you know that I can easily earn your monthly salary just by doing an operation?" Xiao Lei's ego inflated and caused him to blabber rudely. His ill-mannered actions ticked the students off, causing them to yell and grumble at him. Qin Feng gestured with his hand to calm his students down. Then he grinned and spoke to Xiao Lei. "Director Xiao is such a big figure to the extent that the higher-ups of medical college crave for you to teach here. I really have to extend my gratitude to Director Xiao Lei for broadening my horizons. Thank you very much, Director Xiao Lei. Oh, yeah. Have any of you recorded the way Director Xiao was blowing his own horn? Qin Feng asked as he turned to his students. Immediately, around 20 or so students shot up and replied, Professor Qin Feng, I was playing with my phone just now, and I accidentally recorded it. Hurry up and take it to the higher-ups so he can be sacked. The first lesson Professor Qin Feng taught us was that you will be a dumbass if you don't have the ability to blow your own horn. This guy is probably a dumbass. Although today was only the 4th day of Qin Feng's lectures, they were extremely close to Qin Feng. It was tough for other people to reach this level of closeness even after they had known each other for 4 years. Seeing Xiao Lei had the nerve to bicker with Qin Feng, the students all joined in with Qin Feng's crusade against Xiao Lei. They feared nothing and no one with Qin Feng as their backer and called Xiao Lei dumbass one after another without stopping. Xiao Lei was so infuriated that his face darkened. Useless piece of shit. You only have a mouth and some petty tricks, but no more than that. It's such a disgrace bickering with rubbish like you. The first time Xiao Lei saw Qin Feng was when Qin Feng followed Chang Xan to save Wang Qingfei. At that time, Qin Feng still had not obtained the decree of 5-element acupuncture. He just utilized the talisman of clairvoyance to assist Chang Xan in pinpointing the patient's heart problem. Thus, in Xiao Lei's eyes, Qin Feng was merely Chang Xan's assistant. He believed that Qin Feng was only an inept assistant that could not even handle an operation on his own. How can he, an amateur, become a lecturer in a university? When Xiao Lei thought of this, his eyes became even more contemptuous when he looked at Qin Feng. Director Xiao is so wrong about me. I not only can play vocal drama and some petty tricks game, I'm good at martial arts as well. Does Director Xiao wish to compare notes on martial arts with me? Qin Feng offered a naughty grin to Xiao Lei. Shocked, Xiao Lei stepped 3 paces backward as a cold sweat began to form on his back. Qin Feng had brutally beaten him in the hospital the last time, and he had just been discharged from the hospital today. He did not want to return to the hospital because of Qin Feng. TSK, what kind of era are you living in? We're in the 21st century when the science and technology rules. Do you think we're still living in the era of the barbarian and still settle our scores through fighting? You're such a boorish fellow. Since you're one of the lecturers of the medical college, and if you really have the skill of a doctor, then let's settle our scores via a medical battle. Do you dare to accept my challenge, brat? Xiao Lei did not have the guts to fight Qin Feng. He believed that Qin Feng would have kicked him off the podium before he made his first move. However, if they were to battle using medical skills, Xiao Lei was very confident that he could win the fight. He deemed Qin Feng to be an amateurish dresser. Perhaps he could deceive the university students by reading the inflexible theories from a textbook. However, Xiao Lei was certain that Qin Feng knew nothing when it came to applying the knowledge to practical uses. Sure, I accept it. I happen to be master of both the pen and the sword. Since you wish for a softer approach, then let's do it. How is there any possible way that Qin Feng could not see through Xiao Lei's intentions? He already had the decree of 5-element of acupuncture in his arsenal, so he wasn't afraid of Xiao Lei. Haha, you still don't know that you're at the death gate. Name it. What would you like the battle to be? Seeing that Qin Feng had agreed to the challenge, Xiao Lei let out the satisfied laugh of a game master. Seems like you all are having a jolly moment here. I did not expect to witness a medical battle when I began patrolling the compound. Gentlemen, may I have the honor of being the judge of this battle? A procession of 10 or so professors passed right by the lecture hall. Their leader was an older man with a hoary head of around 60 years old. With a gleeful smile on his face, he walked into the lecture hall and focused his clear-eyed gaze on Qin Feng and Xiao Lei. Trailing behind the elder were the professors of the medical college. Chang Xan was in the procession as well with a cold expression. She spared no glances at Qin Feng. Professor Ling. It's Professor Ling. Seems like the news of the I don't know university in America is coming to our campus for an academic exchange is true. Otherwise, why would Professor Ling bring a team of professors to patrol the medical college? Professor Ling as the judge? Oh, my lord, this will be so interesting. Qin Feng did not know anybody aside from his students, since this was only the 4th day of his teaching stint at the university. His students were all very excited when they saw the silver-headed elder. According to legend, after the disappearance of the divine Chinese medicine practitioner Li Xingtian, Professor Ling had the highest degree of Chinese medical skill in the medical college. He was extremely prestigious in the heart of every medical college student. So it's Professor Ling. Of course you can. In fact, the honor would be ours for you to be the judge. Xiao Lei knew who Ling Qingyuan was, so he put on a smiling face and tried to flatter Ling Qingyuan. The medical college in provincial capital university had a close relationship with the affiliated hospital. The majority of the graduates from the medical college interned or worked at the affiliated hospital. Therefore, in order to have a smooth life in the affiliated hospital, it was vital for one to curry favor with the elders of the medical college. Chapter 426, Neurology and Neuropsychiatry. Chapter 426, Neurology and Neuropsychiatry. Disclaimer: please do not rely on the portrayal of Western medicine, Chinese medicine, or the symptoms of mental illness in this novel for any sort of accuracy. This is pure fiction, and neither the translator, the editor, or Gravity Tales at large believe, align, or condone the depictions in this novel. We are aware that there are several discrepancies between reality and the actions of the characters, and assure you that it is an accurate translation of the original work. If you wish to learn more about any of the topics brought up in this chapter, please do your own research through reputable sources. How about you, kid? May I have the honor of being the judge? Since Xiao Lei had agreed, Ling Qingyuan turned to Qin Feng and asked for his consent. From his warm smile, one could see that he held a great interest in Qin Feng. Of course. Thank you for volunteering, Elder Ling. Qin Feng said, seeing that Qin Feng had consented to allow Ling Qingyuan to be their judge. Xiao Lei's smile broadened. Initially, he only wanted to disgrace Qin Feng in front of his students and exact his revenge for the insult he received at the hospital. However, the battle was not going to end lightly because Professor Ling Qingyuan had stuck his nose into their affairs and became the judge of their battle. Therefore, Xiao Lei now not only wanted to disgrace Qin Feng, but he also wanted to make a name for himself in front of Ling Qingyuan. If he could earn the respect of Professor Ling Qingyuan, then his life would sail smoothly afterward at the affiliated hospital. Qin Feng, I'm not fond of bullying the new guy, so I'll let you decide the rules. Xiao Lei threw a meaningful smile at Qin Feng. It was obvious that he was looking down at Qin Feng. Since Director Xiao specialized in Western medicine, while I have a fair amount of knowledge of Chinese medicine, how about this? You will examine me with Western medicine while I'll examine yours with Chinese medicine. We'll see which one of us has the most correct diagnosis of the physical condition of his opponent. Qin Feng paid no attention to Xiao Lei's meaningful smile. As soon as he finished talking, his students were so excited that they danced and gesticulated in joy. The students all bore the same doubt in their minds. In this era of globalization, Western medicine grew as Chinese medicine was falling into decay. All of them loved Qin Feng's Chinese medicine class very much, but they feared for the prospects of Chinese medicine, so they were looking forward to this battle between Western medicine and Chinese medicine. Fine then, let's get the ball rolling. Xiao Lei agreed to the rules without giving it a second thought. He could not wait any longer to defeat Qin Feng. All right, since you're my younger peer, you go first, Xiao Lei said. Qin Feng accepted his courtesy wholeheartedly. He walked toward Xiao Lei and stared at his fat head and large ears for a good while. Suddenly he frowned. Director Zhao's features are so horrible that it affects my ability to read your face. I guess I should skip the look in the look, listen, question, and jump to feeling your pulse instead. Qin Feng then began to feel Xiao Lei's pulse with all seriousness, causing Xiao Lei's face to grow grotesque with a reed expression, while all the students laughed their heads off. Even the corner of Ling Qingyuan's and Chang Xian's mouth quivered a bit. Both of them tried very hard to suppress their laughter. After 15 seconds, Qin Feng withdrew his hand. Then he wiped his hand clean with Xiao Lei's hem, made a disdainful remark. You should start to keep fit, Director Xiao. You see, my hand was covered with grease after I put my hand on your wrist. Are you through? Do you still want to continue the battle or not? Xiao Lei almost fainted from his anger when he heard the students once again burst into peals of laughter. Qin Feng squinted, plastered a fake smile on his face, and spoke earnestly. Please chill, Director Xiao. We, as scholars who have studied the art of healing, must remain calm and collected at all costs no matter the conditions. How can Director Xiao's thoughts be so easily thrown into chaos after I cracked a few jokes? This is not how a grandmaster in the art of healing should behave. Qin Feng teased him, and he could not explode. Otherwise, Qin Feng would be right. He wouldn't have the air of a grandmaster. Qin Feng was satisfied seeing Xiao Lei's troubled expression. Suddenly, he shot a question at Xiao Lei. Director Xiao, you've mentioned that you're the chief physician for the Department of Psychiatry, right? Yes, I am. Xiao Lei glared snappily at Qin Feng before he realized something wasn't right. His face sank and glowered. Fuck you. You're the psychiatrist. I'm the chief physician of the Neuropsychiatry Department. The whole lecture hall rocked with laughter. This time, not even Chang Xian, who had been pulling a face, or the stern Ling Qingyuan could hold back their laughter. Qin Feng nodded vigorously and replied, Oh, so you're the chief physician of the Neuropsychiatry Department. Aren't they the same? Xiao Lei finally understood what Qin Feng meant. He was the chief physician of the Neurology Department. However, Qin Feng twisted the words around and confused him, causing him to say the wrong thing. Xiao Lei had almost been tormented to death by Qin Feng's shameless and quirky mind before they had even begun the battle. Are you here for a talk or to examine my condition? Could it be that because you cannot do it, you are deliberately trying to stall for more time by talking? Say it if you cannot do it, and I'll take my turn promptly. Xiao Lei shot a disdainful glare at Qin Feng. Qin Feng held back his jerky smile and turned serious. I'm done, Director Xiao. Something must be wrong with your mental health. Fuck you. You're the one with a mental issue. Xiao Lei roared, ignoring Ling Qingyuan and the group of old fogies. The onset of mental illness is characterized by being easily irritated, short-tempered, and if left alone for a long period of time without seeking professional assistance, it will induce neurasthenia, weakening of immunity system, and indigestion, which in turn causes obesity. Besides that, Director Xiao has bad breath, an elevated body temperature, constipation, and hemorrhoids. All of this leads to one answer. You have a mental illness. Director Xiao, you must take care of yourself. Xiao Lei stared at Qin Feng in awe. The symptoms Qin Feng rattled off were half genuine and half sham. The mental illness was fake. However, the symptoms of having bad breath, an elevated body temperature, constipation, and hemorrhoids were all true. You bullshit! Xiao Lei's face blushed red. How could he make it public in front of so many people? It's so embarrassing. I might be wrong. Anyway, we have Elderling as our judge. Just let Elderling examine you. Then we'll know if I am the real deal or not. Qin Feng countered indifferently while shrugging his shoulders. Cold sweat instantly streamed out from Xiao Lei's body. Ling Qingyuan was the spearhead of Chinese medicine in the medical college. So Xiao Lei believed that Ling Qingyuan would be able to see the symptoms with a glance. That's not necessary. Fellow Qin Feng is right. Chapped lips and a swollen nose are the symptoms of an elevated body temperature. and Director Qiao has both symptoms. Besides, I've noticed that your tongue is coated with a layer of white matter, and when you talk, you spit all over the place. Indeed, you have a bad breath. I can smell it from this far away." Ling Qingyuan did not step forward and remained in his original position while explaining his observations of Xiao Lei. The students were thrilled by him that they could not stop laughing. They never expected that Xiao Lei was troubled by both bad breath and hemorrhoids. What a disgusting person. Also, after Ling Qingyuan had run through a diagnosis of Xiao Lei, so all of the students believed that Xiao Lei indeed had a mental illness. They now looked at him with strange eyes and vigilant expressions, especially the students in the first row. They stared warily at Xiao Lei as they feared Xiao Lei might suddenly go crazy and rampage. "Now it's my turn, Qin Feng." Xiao Lei was humiliated by Qin Feng. Holding his pent-up anger, he stormed his way towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng hastily stepped a few paces backward. He moved his way towards the students sitting in the first row, took Hua Yan's mask, and put it on without asking for her consent. He said, "Director Zhao's breath is too awful. I can't get close to you without putting on a mask first. I hope Director Xiao won't mind it." Qin Feng's utterance had caused everybody to laugh incessantly again. Hua Yan, on the other hand, was stunned. She put on the same mask every day, and Qin Feng just took it without asking for her permission. Thus, they were practically kissing each other. Chang Xian's face turned chilly, seeing how casual Qin Feng was in taking Hua Yan's mask and putting it on, and the fact that Hua Yan did not stop him. Chang Xian was certain that Qin Feng and Hua Yan must have developed their relationship. Both of them must have kissed before, but she wasn't certain if they had slept together or not. Chang Xian seethed after witnessing it. She had been taking Hua Yan as her best friend. They shared a very intimate relationship, and Chang Xian did not know how to face Hua Yan anymore. Xiao Lei was once again rendered speechless. He choked on a mouthful of blood and could neither spit it out nor swallow it. He stared furiously at Qin Feng and hastily went to examine his body condition to put an end to Qin Feng's chance for mischief. Chinese medicine emphasized a look, listen, question, and feel the pulse approach, while Western medicine had their own way of examining their patient. A great example was that Western medicine could deduce the severity of some diseases like fever or flu via the color of phlegm, urine, and feces. However, Qin Feng was a martial artist, so his body was in its best condition. Xiao Lei examined him for a few rounds, yet he still could not find any symptoms of illness. "Director Xiao, is my body so healthy that you are not able to see what problems my body may have?" Qin Feng offered a sly grin to Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei replied to his gleeful grin with an ashen face. At last he could not continue his pretense and shook his head. He sighed. "I can't find any illness in his body. So that means I won, right, Director Xiao?" "Humph. It's an unfair battle to begin with anyway." Xiao Lei refused to admit his incompetence in front of Ling Qingyuan, so he began to find all sorts of reasons to defend himself with. "You learned Chinese medicine while I specialized in Western medicine. Chinese medicine emphasizes greatly on 4 steps. Look, listen, question, and feel the pulse. You Chinese medicine practitioners could diagnose some common diseases through reading faces and feeling pulses. However, that is not what we do in Western medicine. We use all kinds of highly advanced medical devices to run X-ray and microscopic analyses to deduce the causes of illness and condition of a patient. Chinese medicine has long gone down the drain. Nobody wants to learn this kind of outdated stuff. No offense, but who suffers from a serious illness and does not go seek assistance from a doctor of Western medicine. Let me put it in a way you will understand. Chinese medicine can only cure common illnesses such as fevers, the flu, headaches, and stomach aches. Are you saying that you can cure some serious illness such as cardiovascular diseases, neurological illnesses, and internal visceral injuries simply by feeling the pulse and herbal prescriptions without an injection? Are you kidding me? Xiao Lei had lost a battle, so he criticized the lack of usefulness of Chinese medicine and compared it with the large demand for Western medicine to beat down Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained rather unaffected by his speech. It was their judge, Ling Qingyuan, who reacted strongly to Xiao Lei's speech. His face began to chui, and his breath came in explosive puffs. His eyes rolled, and he fell unconscious. What happened, Professor Ling? Professor Ling has fainted. Stop moving around. Students, stay in your seats. Professors, move out of the lecture hall now. Maintain the room's ventilation. Ling Qingyuan suddenly fainted, throwing everybody into chaos. Everybody's silent. Whoever utters a syllable from this moment on better not dare to come to my class anymore. Qin Feng suddenly rose to his feet and glared. The students instantly fell into a pool of dead silence. Rushing, Xiao Lei and Qin Feng arrived at Ling Qingyuan's side soon after. Most of the professors had retreated to the sideline to keep the room ventilated. Director Xiao, didn't you say that Western medicine is the major trend now, while Chinese medicine is lagging behind, and that cardiovascular diseases can only be cured through Western methods or through operation? Then I ask you now, what is the reason that Elder Ling has fallen unconscious? Qin Feng's countenance froze as he glared fiercely at Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei suddenly felt that he was struck by a massive pressure, causing him to lose the courage to speak. You proclaimed yourself as the chief physician of the Neurology department, bluffing and blustering the title in front of everybody. But you don't even know the exact reason that Elder Lin has fainted. He fainted due to a heart attack. This is Director Zhao's area of expertise. Qin Feng caused Xiao Lei's face to blush in anger. He wished he could hide in a hole. But he knew he could not escape now. He steeled himself and said, Qin Feng, there's no point saying all this and that. Elder Lin is in dire strait now, and you still have the time to compare Western and Chinese medicine with me? Since you always brag about how great Chinese medicine is, I dare you to cure Elder Lin with Chinese medicine. Chapter 4:27 5 Poison Sting and Compendium of 100 Materia Medica. Chapter 4:27 5 Poison Sting and Compendium of 100 Materia Medica. Since he had a rough time, Xiao Lei felt that he had to make Qin Feng struggle. He could not save Professor Ling Qingyuan, so he passed the duty to Qin Feng to see how he was going to do it. Qin Feng did not waver and remained calm because he had run a quick check on Ling Qingyuan's condition and knew what measures should he take to save him. The Hedonist sovereign system had released the Develop China's Traditional Medicine mission on Qin Feng's first day at Provincial Capital University. This mission had an undefined time limit and rewards. It seemed as though this was a chance to lay a solid foundation to expand China's traditional medicine. At his core, he wanted to utilize the students of the medical college as a platform to complete the mission. He would glorify and introduce the profoundness of Chinese medicine to the world through them. In order to do that, he had to make his 200 students believe in Chinese medicine and eventually fall in love with it. Thus, when they grew up and stepped into the society as professionals, they would work with Qin Feng to magnify and revitalize China's traditional medicine. Director Xiao is an expert in neurology and shot Chinese medicine down in flames. You mentioned that Chinese medicine could only be used to treat common illnesses such as fevers and the flu, and that serious diseases such as heart attacks can only be treated by operation. So why don't you, Director Xiao, cure Elder Ling right now and show us the magnificence and superiority of Western medicine? Qin Feng's cheerful smile seemed like a demon's smile to Xiao Lei and haunted him. Initially, he wanted to humiliate Qin Feng and avenge himself. However, the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. Qin Feng had pushed him to the limit, and he was on the verge of falling apart. If we use the Western medicine approach, we first have to send Elder Ling to the hospital to be examined, and only then can we begin treatment. We have nothing here. So what do you expect me to do? Perform an operation on elder Ling without any medical devices? Do you know anything about Western medicine? Qin Feng chuckled. I don't have to know how Western medicine works, because I'm smart enough to have learned Chinese medicine. You prattled so much without saying much of anything, meaning that you can't cure elder Ling. Yes, I can't cure Professor Ling. Since you bragged about how great Chinese medicine is, then you should cure elder Ling. Stop comparing yourself to me if you cannot do it either. Qiao Lei roared as he glared ferociously. He only admitted that he could not save Ling Qingyuan publicly because he believed that nobody else could save him either. Oh, you actually speak the truth every once in a while. I can really save elder Ling, and I'll save him with the Chinese medicine that you look down upon. Qin Feng scoffed as a massive amount of aura erupted from his body. Suddenly his hands flexed, and 10 silver needles appeared in his hand. He moved both hands simultaneously and inserted the 10 silver needles into the acupoints around Ling Qingyuan's heart. Surges of inner qi streamed into Ling Qingyuan through the silver needles and circulated around his heart. When Ling Qingyuan was struck by a heart attack, Qin Feng had examined him with the talisman of clairvoyance and found out that Ling Qingyuan's heart stopped functioning because his blood vessels were blocked. Therefore, Qin Feng was now transferring inner qi into elder Ling's body to clear the blood vessels by promoting the blood flow around his heart. A few elders among the parade of professors were extremely delighted when they saw the silver needles vibrating on their own in Ling Qingyuan's chest. They were stunned, so they stared at the miraculous sight with their mouth agape, unable to utter a single syllable. Although this was not the first time Chang Xian had witnessed Qin Feng using the needle manipulation technique, she was still marveled by the sight. Qiao Lei did not know what the needle manipulation technique was, but the sight of 10 silver needles vibrating on their own was enough to stun him for a good amount of time. Only then did he realize that Qin Feng was not an ordinary assistant. He was clearly an experienced Chinese medicine practitioner. The silver needles vibrated in Ling Qingyuan's chest for around 5 minutes. While they vibrated, nobody dared open their mouths as their attention was seized by the wonderful sight before them. Ling Qingyuan suddenly awakened. Cough! Cough! He felt suffocated, and he coughed violently once he woke up. What happened to me? Why are you all surrounding me? Ling Qingyuan had lost consciousness the moment he fainted, so he was clueless as to what kind of tragedy had happened. Somebody from the group of professors briefed Ling Qingyuan about the incident. As he was briefed by his peers, he noticed the silver needles that were still vibrating in his body. He screamed, This is the needle manipulation technique. Who performed the treatment? Where is he now?" Everyone then looked over at Qin Feng and realized that he was now sitting beside Hua Yan. Hua Yan tried to get her mask back from Qin Feng, but he was toying with her. Both of them were having a fun time together. Elderling, the professor over there, is the one who performed the treatment. All the professor's eyes were flooded with intertwined shock and helplessness as they looked at Qin Feng speechless. He was so young, yet he had the ability to perform the supreme needle manipulation technique. What's more, he acted like it was nothing worth recognizing. Glowing with light, Ling Qingyuan hurried his way toward Qin Feng. Before he could open his mouth to speak, Qin Feng waved his hand and withdrew all 10 silver needles from Ling Qingyuan's chest. Amazed by how precise and fast Qin Feng was in manipulating the needles, Ling Qingyuan truly believed Qin Feng was his rescuer. He was marveled by the fact that Qin Feng was able to perform the needle manipulation technique at an early age. This means that he is a shaman. Ling Qingyuan could not perform the needle manipulation technique because he could not condense and circulate inner qi. Fellow Qin Feng, thank you for saving my life. Ling Qingyuan looked at Qin Feng as if he had found a treasure. Qin Feng was rather calm. He waved his hand and said nonchalantly, don't be ridiculous. You seem to hold a pretty high position in the medical college. I might need your help next time if I'm in trouble. Ling Qingyuan's mouth quirked. He did not know how to continue the conversation anymore. Suddenly, he turned and stared coldly at Xiao Lei. It was because Xiao Lei slandered Chinese medicine and condemned it as worthless that Ling Qingyuan had become angry enough to trigger his heart attack. Director Xiao, Chinese medicine focuses primarily on producing a permanent cure, while Western medicine merely focuses on alleviating and recognizing symptoms. It's true that Western medicine is the major trend now, but you mustn't question the efficacy of Chinese medicine, not to mention that as the descendants of the Yellow Emperor ourselves, we must not forget our origins. Ling Qingyuan criticized Xiao Lei, and Xiao Lei behaved like an errant child and remained silent. After all, he could not repudiate Ling Qingyuan's remark because, even though he treated Chinese medicine like dirt, it had saved Ling Qingyuan's life where Western medicine had done nothing despite his belief in its superiority. He had been like a turtle on its back when Ling Qingyuan had fainted and could not do anything but bite his nails. After criticizing Xiao Lei, Ling Qingyuan extended his gratitude to Qin Feng again. He even exchanged contact information with Qin Feng before retreating with a parade of professors. "I'll see you out, Professor Ling." Xiao Lei wanted to smooth over his mistakes. Ling Qingyuan looked at Xiao Lei and said scornfully, "That's not necessary. You should go back to your students. Do I not have legs to walk myself out of the lecture hall?" Xiao Lei had been beaten again. He pushed down his anger and saw Ling Qingyuan off with a fake smile on his face. The 200 or so students were now extremely excited and looked at Qin Feng with admiration. The females' expressions conveyed a sense of marriage intent, as did the males. Qin Feng was so frightened by their fervent glares that he had goosebumps. These students were excited because they finally witnessed the true traditional medicine of China. Qin Feng effortlessly saved Ling Qingyuan's life with just a few silver needles. He even had spare time to flirt with Hua Yan while he was treating a patient. Ling Qingyuan was struck by a heart attack, and Qin Feng cured it as easy as curing the flu. The incident finally cleared everybody's doubt and affirmed their will to master the Chinese medicine. They all believed that Western medicine and the chief physician of the neurology department of the affiliated hospital were worthless in relation to Qin Feng and the profoundness Chinese medicine. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You've successfully glorified China's traditional medicine and showed the medical college's students the profoundness of Chinese medicine. The system awards you a 5 poison sting and a compendium of 100 Materia Medica. System notification suddenly beeped in Qin Feng's mind, shocking him. Little pig, what mission did I clear? Master, these are the rewards for the Develop China's traditional medicine mission. The mission has no time limitation with unspecified rewards and penalties. The system will reward Master in phases as the time goes by according to Master's performance. Just now Master showed the students the profoundness of Chinese medicine, so the system awarded Master a small reward. The system will award Master with better and greater rewards as Master carries forward to bring Chinese medicine to a greater height of development. After Qin Feng got a good grasp of the situation, he hastily went to check the rewards he just received. 5 poison sting. Silver needles dipped in 5 deadly poisons, the best hidden weapon known to the world to kill a person. Compendium of 100 Materia Medica, a collection of detailed descriptions of various common and rare herbs. It deeply explains the effects and medical properties of various herbs, spiritual plants, and eternal plants. The 5 poison sting was a long pie-black needle. After finding out that the 5 poison sting was dipped in 5 different deadly poisons, Qin Feng immediately threw it into the system storage because he felt he would be a goner if the 5 poison sting accidentally pricked his finger. Then Qin Feng's eyes fell on the compendium of 100 Materia Medica. As soon as he got his hands on the Compendium, a large number of ancient memories surged into Qin Feng's mind. After the ancient memories had successfully fused with his own, Qin Feng suddenly had knowledge of different kinds of spiritual flowers and plants. He recalled the spiritual plants in Hua Yan's garden and understood the name and effects of the 100 flavor plants, angel plants, and other spiritual plants. This compendium of 100 Materia Medica is a good deal. Satisfied, Qin Feng placed the compendium of 100 Materia Medica into the system storage. Then he shot another question to Little Pig. Little Pig, didn't the system release a mission for me to become the best lecturer in the provincial capital university? I've enlightened the students of the vastness of Chinese medicine. Am I still not qualified enough to be the best lecturer in their hearts? Master, you indeed are the best lecturer in the heart of the medical college's students. However, what the system wants is for Master to be recognized as the best lecturer by everyone at the university. Hence, Master has to work harder to earn recognition from every student in the campus. The mission strongest lecturer would not only award him 3,000 Hedonist points, but also an emblem of righteousness. Qin Feng was quite curious about the emblem, so he focused more attention on that mission. After Qin Feng had recovered from his overwhelming emotion, he realized Xiao Lei was glaring fiercely at him. Qin Feng, starting today, your class has been cancelled and replaced by my Western practical lessons. Why are you still standing here? Get lost now. Don't affect my good vibe when I'm teaching. The students grumbled before Qin Feng could. They had witnessed with their own eyes the fantastic acupuncture of Qin Feng. Why the hell would they want to learn Western medicine now? Furthermore, they disliked Xiao Lei's arrogant manner, so they all revolted against Xiao Lei and showered him with curses. You see, Director Xiao, it isn't me who doesn't want to follow the university's order. It's just that my students are too naughty. They should not curse you in front of you, even if they don't like you. I guess it's best that you get back to the affiliated hospital, hide inside your office, and play with your cell phone or nurses. Holy ground like a university is not a place that you should set foot in. Please do not tarnish this place. Xiao Lei's face was grotesque with anger, but he knew he wasn't Qin Feng's opponent. After exchanging a few glances with Qin Feng, he stormed out of the lecture hall. Yay! The psychopath is gone. He's not just a psychopath. He also has a mental impairment. The bad-breathed man with hemorrhoids is gone. As Xiao Lei arrived at the doorway, the sound of those students hurrying wafted into his ears, causing him to stumble on his feet. He fell to the ground. Chapter 428 Heretic. Chapter 428 Heretic. Qin Feng imparted the knowledge of acupuncture to his students. All of the students listened attentively, and they felt they had gained more knowledge in the past 2 lessons than all of the lessons they'd had over the entire semester. Qin Feng did not go home with Hua Yan and Chang Xian after the school ended. Instead, he informed both of them that he had something to tend to. Afterward, Qin Feng had dinner at a restaurant off campus. When he was done, he flagged down a cab and went to Ghost Mountain outside the provincial capital. Tonight was the night Qin Feng had agreed to meet Billowy Lady. 8 at night at the entrance of Ghost Mountain. Qin Feng could not stop fantasizing about the great sight of Billowy Lady appearing in a Catwoman costume. Ghost Mountain was a barren hill outside the provincial capital. It used to be a large mine, but it was abandoned after the mine had been depleted. As such, it became a car racing spot for rich young masters in the area. However, a paranormal presence had made itself known on the mountain and triggered a series of car crashes that resulted in the death of those rich young masters. Following this, nobody dared to set foot on it, and became a name, and in fact, Ghost Mountain. Hey brother, I'll drop you here. The cab driver stopped the car on the road approximately 2 kilometers away from the entrance of Ghost Mountain. He did not have the guts to go near it. How can you drop me here? We're still far from my destination. Qin Feng grumbled while looking at the black-painted sky from inside the car. I'm very sorry, brother, but I can't go any further. In front of us is the infamous Ghost Mountain region. The mountain is haunted, and many people have died in car crashes on it. I really don't want to go into it. The cab driver refused to go into the mountain, no matter what. His face was pale with fear when he spoke. Hey, brother, I advise you not to go to the Ghost Mountain. All in all, what are you going to do there this late at night anyway? I understand you youngsters love to play SM games and have sex in the wild and other kinds of mischievous activities, but the least you could do is not pick a spooky and desolate place like this. What if a ghost suddenly appeared from nowhere when you are in the middle of your good vibe? It would scare the hell out of you. Not only did the cab driver refuse to proceed any further, but he also tried to persuade Qin Feng to return with him. However, he still demanded that Qin Feng pay him. Qin Feng's mouth quirked as he thought, what a business-minded person. Why didn't you persuade me before we started our journey? Qin Feng could not do anything. After he paid the cab driver his fare, he alighted from the cab. As soon as he alighted from the cab, gushes of bone-chilling wind blew around him. Straining his legs, Qin Feng began to run forward. He took the 2-kilometer distance as part of his training. As he arrived at the entrance of Ghost Mountain, the eerie, chilly breeze had gotten stronger. Qin Feng glanced around him, and he found neither human nor ghost present in the area other than him. Qin Feng then donned the sacred azure battle armor and hid in a shady part beside the entrance. With the sacred azure battle armor, the temperature had dropped drastically, causing him to sneeze incessantly. However, after he wore the sacred azure battle armor for a while, the bone-chilling cold sensation began to fade away. Qin Feng suddenly came to the realization that he should keep his identity as a member of Martial Artist Alliance a secret. Otherwise, his enemies might find out where he was. Therefore, he commanded the battle armor in his mind, and the battle armor changed form. A fiery crimson windbreaker draped over his shoulders and fluttered in the wind just like a massive flame. Qin Feng's face changed as well. His handsome, well-defined face was veiled by a wolf mask. This was the identity that Qin Feng tailored for himself in Martial Artist Alliance, Green Wolf. As the sacred azure battle armor completed configuration, a woman's voice drifted into Qin Feng's ears from behind him. Green Wolf. Qin Feng quickly turned around and saw a woman costumed in Catwoman attire with a cat-shaped mask standing behind him. He lowered his gaze to stare at the woman's breasts. When he saw her large breasts, he exclaimed inwardly, "Wow, they are really huge!" "Big-breasted sister?" Qin Feng asked after altering his voice. Although he could not see the Billowy lady's features and expression, he could judge from her high-pitched voice that he'd made Billowy lady was very angry. "I'm not big-breasted sister. I'm Billowy lady. What's the difference?" Qin Feng laughed. "Your breasts are huge. They must be very spongy." Seeing Qin Feng was getting pumped, Billowy lady almost exploded. She pushed down the urge to slap Qin Feng and said coldly, "We are on a mission tonight. If I hear any more nonsense from your filthy mouth, I'll kick you off my team." Qin Feng behaved himself and turned serious after he saw that Billowy lady was getting angry. He walked to Billowy lady's side and asked, "The so-called Taoist Rakshasa is coming here tonight." "I received intel from the mission issuer. He told me that Taoist Rakshasa will be here tonight," Billowy lady answered simply. "The mission issuer? Why didn't he give me the information?" Qin Feng asked as he raised his brows in displeasure. "Why would he give you the information? You're only my teammate. The issuer will only inform the person who accepted the mission, and that person has to spread the information to his or her team members." Billowy lady rolled her eyes at Qin Feng and said scornfully, "Hey, don't tell me this is your first time carrying out a team mission." Qin Feng thanked his wolf mask so much as the mask veiled his awkwardness from Billowy lady. "What are you talking about? I'm an old bird, and I'm always the leader except for this time. Billowy lady stared at Qin Feng's wolf mask for a while, and her lips curled into a sneer. I don't trust you. Without waiting for Qin Feng's response, Billowy lady added, the mission was issued by the Dragon Group, but I guess you don't know about the Dragon Group. China has 3 doors and 5 sects, and the Dragon Group is one of them. They are backed by the Chinese government, or we can say that the Dragon Group is a group established by China. Qin Feng finally understood. No wonder there are so many mission points for this mission. Our country is so rich. Billowy lady paused for a while before continuing. According to the intel given by the Dragon Group, our target today, Taoist Rakshasa, is an extremely powerful heretic. He always appears here in the region of Ghost Mountain and murders all passerby and uses the corpses to cultivate. This heretic is utterly devoid of conscience. The Dragon Group believes that he must be subdued, so they issued a mission to Martial Artists Alliance to find someone to exterminate him. Billowy lady briefed Qin Feng on the information she had obtained, so Qin Feng now had more knowledge about Taoist Rakshasa. Looking at the spooky surroundings that were devoid of any human beings, Qin Feng said, we just wait here for him to show himself? What if the heretic decided not to come today? Besides, the space here is too wide and it's too dark. We might miss him if he comes here. Billowy lady sent a glare at Qin Feng and harumphed. Tih, you must have never met a heretic before. When a heretic appears, the surroundings will be filled by his evil energy. Even though some heretics can hide their evil energy, they cannot conceal all of it. As long as Taoist Rakshasa comes, I can find him. Qin Feng nodded. Then he smirked. So you have the nose of a dog. Qin Feng's remark ticked Billowy lady off so much that she wanted to hit him. You're the one with the nose of a dog. I'm regretting allowing you on my team. I should have come alone. Qin Feng's gaze was fixated on Billowy lady's large breasts while teasing her, and they continued to bicker while waiting for the appearance of Taoist Rakshasa. On top of Ghost Mountain, there was an abandoned factory. The factory was a workshop left by a group of coal miners and should be bereft of any human beings. However, the factory glowed with a gloomy light. It wasn't caused by a light bulb. It was caused by a row of candles that flickered in the breeze. Director Liu, it's too spooky here like a ghost movie. Why don't we retreat first? At the entrance of the factory stood 5 men in police uniforms. Their bodies quivered with fear. There was a woman in front of them, and compared to the men, she was much calmer. The woman wore a neat and tidy police uniform and a cap on her head. She had a valiant and heroic bearing and an imposing appearance. Her body figure was perfectly carved by God, and her appearance was as pretty as a heavenly maiden. However, she constantly erupted with a cold air, and her face always held a cold expression, driving people away from her. Go in now. I, as a woman, am never afraid of going in. Why is it that you 5, as men, are more afraid than me? Lu Bingbing's countenance sank. She shot a few icy glares at the 5 behind her, causing the 5 to quiver even more in fear, as they all felt their ending by her hands would be even more tragic than entering the haunted factory. Even though the newly appointed director had only arrived in the provincial capital half a month prior, every officer of the bureau feared Lu Bingbing very much. Their fear for Lu Bingbing was best shown when she got angry, because they all believed that they would be struck by a heart attack at any time. This haunted ghost mountain is my first mission since I arrived in the provincial capital's sub-bureau. I've gone through the information on the area. Apparently, there is a mysterious figure playing ghost in this region and killing any passerby. How can we allow this group of beasts to remain beyond the arm of the law? It's just a rumor. Can we, as law enforcement, believe this kind of superstitious? Lu Bingbing's dominating aura dwarfed the 5 police officers. Then she ordered coldly, if we do not succeed in destroying them, nobody is allowed to leave this mountain. The 5 police officers' expressions darkened. Even though they were extremely reluctant to go in, they could do nothing but followed Lu Bingbing. After walking into the abandoned factory, the ghastly and blood-curdling sensation intensified. The doors and windows of the factory were all broken, causing an eerie wind to blow in strong. The swish of the wind against the broken doors and windows was scary enough by itself. The erratic candlelight that filled the space, the spider webs that covered the walls, and the black-colored bats that roamed about made it even worse. The vibe was the same as the effects in the movie The Adventures of Three Tomb Raiders. Crack! Somebody stepped on something. The sound was extremely grating to the ears and caused the few officers to stop abruptly and turn around to check their surroundings. Suddenly, the ill wind intensified. The candle lights flickered with a greater intensity, and a few of them went out. The temperature dropped, and a chilly sensation coursed through everybody's nerves from their backs to the heads. Cool, cool, cool. A strange, sinister laugh echoed from nowhere. Two of Lu Bingbing's men were so scared that their knees went weak and they fell to the ground. Cool, cool. Welcome, welcome, everybody to my territory. Nobody shall leave Ghost Mountain once you set your foot in it. An ear-piercing voice drifted into everybody's ears. The voice was sharp and screechy. It was torturous just to listen to it, and even Lu Bingbing got goosebumps. Who's in there? Show yourself. We're the police officers from the provincial capital's sub-bureau. You're under arrest for suspicion of multiple counts of murder on Ghost Mountain. You are to follow us back to the bureau for questioning. Lu Bingbing pulled out a pistol from her belt. With the pistol in her hands, she surveyed the ground carefully. However, she looked around a couple of times but found nothing at all. Cool, cool, cool. So you all are police officers. What a bunch of insolent fools. But I favor you, young lady, very much. I've decided I must have you tonight and suck out every drop of energy in your body. That screechy, strange voice echoed again. Suddenly, gushes of black wind rose from every edge of the room. Stunned and nervous, Lu Bingbing shot 3 times at the black wind, but her bullets penetrated through the black wind and hit nothing. Director Lu, Ghost Mountain is really haunted and we should leave now. We're police officers, not exorcists. Her 5 subordinates all sweat in fear. Want to leave? Cool. It's too late. Before the 6 people could react, they were engulfed by a ball of black wind. Lu Bingbing's vision darkened, and she passed out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 4:29 Demon Cultivator versus Heretic. Chapter 4:29 Demon Cultivator versus Heretic. Here he comes. The heretic is here. Billowy lady glowered while Qin Feng admired her breasts. In the next second, she turned into a breeze and stormed toward Ghost Mountain's top. Since their target had shown himself, Qin Feng felt he should get serious too and trailed behind Billowy lady. It's odd. Why could Billowy lady sense the presence of that heretic while I cannot? Qin Feng questioned himself while he was running. Master, a heretic does not cultivate inner qi. They cultivate evil energy. Hence, their aura is kind of different from a martial artist, so it's normal for Master not to be able to sense them, Little Pig explained. Qin Feng was even more perplexed. He almost stumbled to his feet. Does that mean that Billowy lady is a heretic? If not, how can she sense the evil energy? Little Pig squinted his eyes at Qin Feng and answered arrogantly, Master, aside from heretics, there are 2 more types of cultivators, namely demon cultivators and morphlings. Let us set aside what a morphling is and move on to demon cultivator. A demon cultivator cultivates demon essence, and it's very similar to the evil energy of a heretic by nature. Thus, it's natural for a demon cultivator to sense the presence of a heretic. Your big-breasted team member might be a demon cultivator. When Qin Feng heard Little Pig's nickname for Billowy Lady, big-breasted team member, his lips twisted into a crooked smile. Then, when he thought that he would encounter both a heretic and demon cultivator tonight, the revelation caused his mouth to twist even further. Master, you can activate the hidden skill hyper-intuition bestowed by Sacred Azure Battle Armor to enhance your 6 senses tenfold. Then, you'll be able to sense the evil energy. Little Pig's remark sparked Qin Feng's memory. He had almost forgotten about the Sacred Azure Battle Armor's hidden skill. He hastily activated the hyper-intuition. Rumble. Qin Feng felt something explode in his mind, causing him to experience an excruciating pain, but the pain faded soon after. Then, when he shifted his gaze to the summit again, he was stunned. The summit that enveloped in darkness was too far to be seen clearly by naked eyes. However, Qin Feng's vision was clear now. He could even notice the evil energy released by the heretic that materialized into the dark mist shrouding the summit. Judging from the density of the dark mist, Qin Feng knew that heretic would not be an easy opponent. The 6 human senses included vision, hearing, smell, touch, taste, and perception. Hyper-intuition amplified Qin Feng's senses tenfold, and the effect was shocking. Previously, Billow Lady who ran in front of Qin Feng was fast in his eyes. She ghosted around the forest like a phantom, and she would cross 5 or 6 meters when she leaped. Now, her speed was as slow as a turtle in Qin Feng's eyes, giving him a feeling that everything was 10 times slower. He even believed that he could easily trace the trajectory of a bullet and CA it with his hands. As Qin Feng was marveled at the miraculous effect of hyper-intuition, they reached the summit. There was an abandoned factory on the summit, filled with gloomy, eerie candlelights. The heretic is in there. Billowy Lady stopped outside the factory and glanced around the compound. Squatting on the other side of the door, Qin Feng looked into the factory. He could sense the evil energy, and the air had thickened and intensified by coming this near to the factory. Cool. What a lucky day. There are so many people offering themselves to me tonight. If my luck was usually as good as tonight, I might have long perfected my cultivation and become unbeatable. The screechy voice echoed through the factory. Offensive and unpleasing to the ears, the voice nauseated them so much that Billowy Lady had goosebumps and Qin Feng almost vomited. Show yourself, demon. Since their opponent had discovered their presence, Billowy Lady felt that they did not have to conceal themselves in the dark anymore. She leaped out from her hiding spot to the center of the compound. Humph, so you're a cultivator. How dare you set foot in my territory this late at night? You're looking for death. The shrill voice continued to echo through the factory. Suddenly, an ill wind rose and an unidentified object shot down from the sky. It was fast and targeted at Billowy Lady. Heretic, you have committed all sort of acts of iniquity and are utterly conscienceless. I will bring you to justice today. Facing the dark mist, Billowy Lady remained calm and collected. With a single swipe of her hand, she summoned a long, blood-red whip to her hand, and without a moment of hesitation, she mercilessly whipped it towards the dark mist. Slap! The long whip danced wildly in the air, accompanied by a bursting array of crisp sounds. Then the blood-red whip rapidly dispersed into dozens of shadows and rammed the spinning dark mist, slowing it down for a bit. Cool. You buy. I swear I'll peel off your skin, extract all your muscles, and feast on your blood. You will experience a death that is far beyond your imagination. The shrill voice came out of the dark mist. It seemed like Billowy Lady's attack hurt him, and he had gotten angry. Boom! After taking much recovery from Billowy Lady's previous attack, the dark mist exploded and charged lightning fast at Billowy Lady. Shocked, Billowy Lady roared and recoiled. Rumble! The dark mist crashed on the ground and created a large crater. Billowy Lady narrowly escaped at the last moment, but the shock wave blew her back across the ground. Boom! The dark mist began to spin again and sprang up from the ground like a giant basketball. It swirled in midair with a tremendous explosion. After building up its momentum, it rushed down towards Billowy Lady again. Shadow blood whip! Billowy Lady screamed. She bounced into midair and relentlessly flogged the dark mist with the shadow blood whip. Her movements were extremely fast. Within a second, she had landed 10 or so lashes on the dark mist, and each successful whiplash was accompanied by a clear, crisp sound. The dark mist was covered with the blood-red whip's shadows, dyeing it blood-red. Roar! The dark mist stopped and let out a fierce cry. Billowy Lady's attacks had completely set the heretic off. The dark mist started to morph and slowly faded into the figure of a person shrouded in the dark mist. He wore a long black robe, and his body was enshrouded in the dark mist. His face features were terrifying and red. His eyes were gray and without pupils. His nose was collapsed and had no nostrils on his face. His lips were chapped and stuck together as if they were sewn together. Ku. How dare you throw a tantrum in my lair, Bai? Today will be your death. Taoist Rakshasa spoke without opening his mouth, and his voice was screechy and horrible to hear. Landing safely on the ground, Billowy Lady confronted Taoist Rakshasa head-on. With a disdainful expression, she sneered, "How dare you, loser, call yourself a Taoist? What insolence!" It seemed that Billowy Lady had bad blood with Taoist Rakshasa. She moved again once she finished speaking. She tapped her foot lightly on the ground and bent her body slightly. With a forceful push, she darted forward like a released arrow. Slap! She retracted half of her long whip. Whipping the short whip furiously, she created a torrent of whip shadows with an irresistible force before sending them towards Taoist Rakshasa. Ku. Petty skill. Taoist Rakshasa sneered. He did not plan to avoid the attack. Standing still in his original position, he drew a few magic circles in the air. When he was finished creating the circles, he shoved his palm forward and sent a torrent of dense, dark mist rushing toward Billowy Lady. The dark mist burst into flame as it flew and turned into fireballs. Boom! The fireballs were massively powerful and exploded along their path. Billowy Lady skidded to a halt and stopped. She jumped above into the midair with a backflip. She kept away the shadow blood whip and gestured her palms in the air like Taoist Rakshasa did before shoving them at him. Wisps of radiant purple demonic essence shot forward and formed a glacial wall in front of Billowy Lady. The massive fireballs rammed themselves into the glacial wall and fizzled out. Under the merciless bombardment of fireballs, the glacial wall Billowy Lady created shattered. Ku. So you're a stage for demon cultivator? I hate demon cultivators the most. You will die tonight. Taoist Rakshasa yelled in anger before charging at Billowy Lady with a reed expression. The dark mist around his body intensified as if it was burning. Billowy Lady's countenance changed dramatically as she sensed an extremely dangerous aura pressing her. As she retreated, she yelled scornfully, "Green Wolf, are you here to wash show? Hurry up and attack him now. I can't hold him any longer." Billowy Lady yelling for help successfully snapped Qin Feng out of his confusion. Of course, Qin Feng was not there to wow the show. Initially, he wished to subdue Taoist Rakshasa on his own, while Billowy Lady weighed from the sideline. However, as soon as Taoist Rakshasa appeared, Qin Feng was stunned. He was familiar with many powerful martial artists. The Yin-Yang elders were scared of him. He'd even killed the stage 6 inner Qi master, custodian Qin Feng from the Verdant sect. During the last great battle in the Amethyst Dragon Palace, Qin Feng had also witnessed the strength of Uncle Yen, a stage 8 inner Qi master. Hence, he felt his knowledge about the martial world was sufficient. However, had ever he saw a heretic before, he would never have made such a bold statement. He'd never seen a person appear in a dense, dark mist and attack with the dark mist. He also never knew the evil energy of a heretic could be shaped into fire, or that the demon essence of a demon cultivator could be shaped into ice. It's so fucking insane. Not even a stage 6 inner chi master could do all this. Master, actually there is nothing to be surprised of. Even though the evil energy and demon essence can be shaped into elements such as fire, ice, or lightning, none of it can actually harm you given that Master has the sacred azure battle armor on. So it's almost impossible for the heretic to burn you to death with his fireball spell. And don't forget, Master, that you could use fireballs as well with the Spear of Rat Halos. If Master wants to use other elements such as ice or lightning, all Master has to do is use the Hedonist points to purchase said skills. Little Pig said pridefully, "Green Wolf, what are you waiting for? If you don't attack now, we're going to die here." Billowy Lady yelled for help again. Her voice was filled with anxiety. Qin Feng then hastily looked in her direction, and he almost fell to the ground. A mere second had passed, and the Catwoman outfit Billowy Lady wore was shredded, so that her black bra and panties were visible. Qin Feng could clearly see her snow-white, bubbly breasts. They were huge and majestic. Chapter 430. The Real Identity of Billowy Lady. Chapter 430. The Real Identity of Billowy Lady. Qin Feng stared at Billowy Lady's breasts for a good while before he looked at her face. Not only had her Catwoman costume been destroyed, her mask had been shattered as well. As such, she threw her mask away so that it would not hinder her sight. Her face was very well defined and pretty. She had an oval-shaped face with a touch of mischief in her features. Qin Feng was shocked when he saw Billowy Lady's face. "Hua Yan. Billowy Lady is Hua Yan." Qin Feng screamed inwardly after he knew who Billowy Lady was. Taoist Rakshasa hit Hua Yan in her chest again. Blood gushed from her mouth as she was sent flying into the sky. Shroom. Qin Feng vanished and reappeared at Hua Yan's side in the next second and pulled her into his arms. Filled with anger, Hua Yan struggled out of Qin Feng's arms and punched him. She roared, "Why don't you start attacking after I'm dead?" "I really should have come alone." Hua Yan was really angry. This was a team mission, and a team mission required the cooperation of every team member. She never expected that Qin Feng would stand foolishly on the sideline without giving her any assistance. She was angry, and her chest was almost exploding with her anger. "Here, apply this to your wounds. You'll get better soon." Qin Feng was embarrassed, so he purchased 2 bottles of elementary-grade golden sore medicine from the system for Hua Yan. "What is this? Why have I never seen it before? Why does it smell so weird?" Hua Yan opened the bottle and railed against the elementary-grade golden sore medicine. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth quivered. The elementary-grade golden sore medicine was far better than the so-called 100,000 yuan soul cleansing pill. If Qin Feng didn't felt guilty for Hua Yan, would he have ever spent 200 hedonist points to buy 2 bottles of elementary-grade golden sore medicine? He could not have expected the big-breasted woman to not accept his courtesy. Qin Feng was so disappointed that he almost took the medicine back to keep for himself. "This medicine is 100 times better than soul-cleansing pills. Use it or give it back." Qin Feng squinted his mouth. Hua Yan still did not believe him. She rolled her eyes at Qin Feng and countered, "Bluffing is all you can do." Even though she said that Hua Yan still poured the elementary-grade golden sore medicine on her wounds. After she applied it equally over her wounds, her expression changed. Surges of soothing coolness coursed through her body. She no longer felt pain from her wounds, and her large wounds began to heal fast enough to be perceived by unaided eyes. Hua Yan had a very special identity, and she understood all sort of herbs deeply. She was a master at concocting pills. However, she could not identify what ingredients were used to make the medicine in her hand. The medicinal effect was 100 times better than that of soul-cleansing pills. Cool. One down. Now it's your turn, brat. A chilling sensation ran down Qin Feng's back as he felt he was enshrouded by a deathly aura. Hua Yan sweat with anxiety when she saw Taoist Rakshasa charging towards them. She wanted to move out of his course of attack, but she was too badly injured that she did not have enough energy to avoid the attack. Let's go! Without wasting any more time, Qin Feng picked up Hua Yan and locked her firmly in his arms. He erupted with every bit of his inner qi, became a flash of shadow, and escaped to a vast space 10 or so meters away. Qin Feng held Hua Yan and pressed her huge breasts against his chest. She panted sweetly from lack of air. Qin Feng, on the other hand, enjoyed the soft, jiggly sensation of Hua Yan's breasts against him. Rest here. I'll handle that monster. Qin Feng understood that now was not the right time to flirt with Hua Yan. After placing Hua Yan on the ground, Qin Feng took a single leap and arrived above Taoist Rakshasa. A treasured sword glowed with an orange radiance appeared in his hand, and he equipped the winter iron glove on his right hand. An ill wind continued to roam wildly around the factory and fluttered Qin Feng's fiery red windbreaker, making him look like a huge ball of flames floating in the sky. The sleeping wolf's face on his mask opened its eyes and stared fiercely at Taoist Rakshasa. Then he waved the true steel sword. 9 Sword of Dugu. It seemed ordinary, but the relentless sword flurries contained power enough to topple a mountain and sever a river. They engulfed Taoist Rakshasa in an instant. Cool. So you're a stage 5 inner chi expert. Anyway, you're going to die tonight. Taoist Rakshasa's expression became reed. Taoist Rakshasa let out an ear-piercing, manic yell as he sensed the tremendous power of Qin Feng attack. The dark mist surrounding his body thickened, billowed, and formed a dome of darkness around him to shield him from the attack. Boom! 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 As the orange sword flurries fell on the dome of darkness that surrounded Taoist Rakshasa, they were absorbed into the dark mist and vanished. If they did not release metal-jarring sounds when they collided with the mist, Qin Feng might have thought that his true steel sword attack had failed. Cool. Taoist Rakshasa's voice became sharper as his pupil-less gray eyes suddenly reddened. He clasped his hands together and sent waves of dense, dark mist toward Qin Feng. Go to hell, you stupid fool! Rumble. Once again, the dark mist became dozens of fireballs and exploded in the air. Waving his hands, Qin Feng turned the true steel sword into a long crimson spear. He then waved his long spear in the air and shot a few fire bullets. Monster! Do you think only you're the only one who knows how to play with fire? I know it as well. Fire bullets collided with Taoist Rakshasa's fireballs and caused a huge explosion. The explosion produced a 3-meter-high flame that almost burned the rooftop. Taoist Rakshasa's countenance sank. He looked warily at Qin Feng and had forgotten to continue his attack. You're a demon cultivator too? A stage 5 demon cultivator. Taoist Rakshasa surmised that Qin Feng was a stage 5 inner chi martial artist when Qin Feng first attacked him. Although he was only a stage 4 heretic, he had never wavered when facing even a stage 6 inner chi martial artist, let alone a stage 5 inner chi martial artist like Qin Feng. However, he realized that he was wrong when he saw that Qin Feng could also create fireballs. He became worried as his previous assumption was shattered and surmised that Qin Feng was actually a stage 5 demon cultivator. Hua Yan weighed the battle from the sidelines as she recuperated. Likewise, she marveled at Qin Feng's ability to create fireballs with his long spear. There were only a few cultivators in China, and demon cultivators were among the minority. Hua Yan never imagined that her team member would be a demon cultivator, let alone a stage 5 demon cultivator. Tisk, I'll be a ghost cultivator so long as I can kill you. Why do you have so many things to say? Qin Feng did not understand what a demon cultivator was yet. To him, a demon cultivator was literally a follower of the occult. He was displeased that Taoist Rakshasa regarded him as the follower of the occult. Holding the spear of rat halos, he thrust it into the air towards Taoist Rakshasa. Die! Qin Feng injected inner qi into the long crimson spear, causing the spear to glow red at a greater intensity, so that it appeared like a fire hook fresh out of the fire as it rushed toward Taoist Rakshasa's head. Demon cultivator. You really are a demon cultivator. The realization flustered Taoist Rakshasa. The pressure Qin Feng exerted on him was far more domineering than that of Hua Yan. Realized that he was no ma for Qin Feng and hastily planned to retreat. Want to run? Do you think you can escape from me? Qin Feng's expression turned icy. He unequipped the sacred azure battle armor. Without the extra 250 kilograms weight, he became as light as a feather. With a light hop on his foot, he darted forward as fast as lightning and stabbed Taoist Rakshasa through the heart with his long spear, so the tip of the spear shot out of his back. Uft. Qin Feng withdrew the long spear, drawing a perfect arc of blood mist through the air. Qin Feng remained in his stance as the wind blew his long hair around. Pointing the long spear into the sky, he took a cool pose. Qin Feng suddenly remembered the back-thrust Tang Bo, who executed when he defeated the evil scholar in the movie Flirting Scholar. He felt his move was very similar to the back thrust. Not only had he defeated his enemy, he even finished him up with an elegant move. Qin Feng believed that this was his true self. Green Wolf, what are you doing? Are you waiting for me to take a photo of you? Look behind you. Qin Feng was in the middle of his good vibe when Hua Yan yelled at him. Looking at the fussy Hua Yan, Qin Feng smiled lightly. He'd stabbed Taoist Rakshasa through his heart and believed that was long dead. As soon as Qin Feng turned around, he was shocked, and he opened his eyes so big that they almost fell out from their sockets. Qin Feng saw Taoist Rakshasa charging at him with a ferocious expression. There was a huge hole in his chest, dripping black, gooey blood. The dark mist around his body intensified and surged into the hole, healing it fast enough to be perceived by naked eyes. What the fuck? Are you a monster? How can you still be alive after getting your heart's been pierced? I'm not going to play with you anymore. Cool. You damn fool. You've completely enraged me. I want you to experience a death that is far beyond your imagination. I want to suck out every drop of your yang energy. After you die, I'll absorb all your dead essence, and after I've turned you into my dead walker, I'll make you blow me every single night. Cool. Taoist Rakshasa laughed maniacally, sending a chill down Qin Feng's spine. It was out of his imagination that this monster had such a wicked hobby. Blow him when I become a corpse. Is he not afraid of getting poisoned? You freak. Look to that big-breasted sister if you want someone to blow you. Don't come and disgust me. Qin Feng glowered while he ran. Even though he'd stabbed Taoist Rakshasa, Qin Feng felt Taoist Rakshasa power had increased. Their surroundings were filled with the deathly aura released by Taoist Rakshasa, scaring Qin Feng. Hua Yan had forgotten to heal herself when she heard Qin Feng's remark. Her mouth quivered, and she almost stormed forward to slap him. Rumble. Taoist Rakshasa exploded. The dark mist that used to shroud his body burst and filled the factory. Cool. Death breath. Brat, drop dead now. This is bad. That monster released all the dead essence he has accumulated over the years. This is a double-edged move. It could recoil back to him. We're not his opponents. Green Wolf, let's retreat now. Hua Yan's eyes were filled with nervousness when she saw the dense, dark mist. Since she had recovered some of her energy, she mustered up her strength and leaped out of the factory. Qin Feng was in the center of the explosion, so he was now totally shrouded in the dark mist. It was 100 times worse than the mist in the provincial capital, and he could not see anything as he suffocated. Qin Feng lost his sense of direction. Boom! A strong gale of wind suddenly shoved right at his chest. It was Taoist Rakshasa. He charged at Qin Feng at full speed and sent him flying into the air. PFF. Qin Feng vomited a mouthful of blood as soon as he landed. Once he opened his mouth, the dark mist surged into his body, seemingly attempting to devour Qin Feng whole. Master, hurry up and put on the sacred azure battle armor. Little pig anxious voice resounded in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng regained his senses. He had unequipped the sacred azure battle armor when he attacked Taoist Rakshasa earlier, but had never re-equipped it. Chapter 431. The Death of Taoist Rakshasa. Chapter 431. The Death of Taoist Rakshasa. Rumble. Qin Feng re-equipped the sacred azure battle armor. The armor glowed a bright blue, and 2 icicles protruded from his back, pointing to the sky, granting him a mighty look. The battle armor enshrouded Qin Feng from his head to toe like a mech warrior. What kind of armor are you wearing that you can even withstand my death breath? Taoist Rakshasa stared at Qin Feng in disbelief like he had seen a ghost. His miasma could engulf anything, and since it was a gas, it could enter the body through any orifices. However, the battle armor surrounded Qin Feng like a spacesuit and formed an impenetrable shield, making the miasma surrounding him unable to enter to his body. Where does the azure-colored battle armor on this brat's body come from? There were so many questions in Taoist Rakshasa's mind it stunned him. He abruptly stopped his attack. Seizing his golden opportunity, Qin Feng leaped into the air and charged at Taoist Rakshasa like a bolt of lightning. He held the spear of rat halos in his hand and shoved it through Taoist Rakshasa's heart once again. Uft! Qin Feng used his full strength to move the spear of rat halos inside Taoist Rakshasa's body and made a large hole. The dark miasma faded slowly and gathered at the hole, healing Taoist Rakshasa. Qin Feng would not give Taoist Rakshasa the chance to heal himself. He swished the spear of rat halos in the air and summoned countless fire bullets to fall over Taoist Rakshasa in a blazing rain. Boom! 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 The effect of the fire bullets was stunning. They fell on Taoist Rakshasa and released a succession of explosions. In an instant, flames were everywhere, and the stench of a burning corpse pervaded the air. Luckily, the wind blew strong enough through all of the broken windows, so the burning corpse scent dissipated very fast, otherwise Qin Feng would have died from the stench. Ah. The rain of fireballs had injured Taoist Rakshasa, greatly causing him to raise his arms, writhe and scream in agony while trying to escape from his demise. The dark mist around Taoist Rakshasa disappeared quickly into the air. His death breath had released all of the miasmas he had accumulated over the years. The miasma dissipated in the air once he released it, so all of his cultivating was now in vain. It was a double-edged move that harmed both the enemies and the executor. If Qin Feng wasn't so strong and pushed Taoist Rakshasa off the edge, he would never have resorted to using the ace up his sleeve. He could not have anticipated that even after using all of his miasma, he would still be unable to kill Qin Feng. Running out of any measures to turn the side, Taoist Rakshasa went limp and kneeled on the ground. The dark mist surrounding his body disappeared. Color faded from Taoist Rakshasa's face as his body began to decay at a pace visible to unaided eyes. Soon enough, he turned into a corpse. Qin Feng heaved a long sigh of relief after Taoist Rakshasa was dead. He had never been so tense before, not even when he battled a stage 6 inner Qi master. Taoist Rakshasa was different from the martial artists Qin Feng had encountered. He was like a demon that haunted the depth of your heart and tried to pull you into the abyss of hell whenever he got a chance. Qin Feng felt he was lucky that he finally able to defeat him. Little pig, some miasma went into my body. Will the miasma harm me? Qin Feng asked worriedly. Before he equipped the sacred azure battle armor, some of the miasma seized the chance to slip into his body. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth quivered vigorously when he thought about the fact that miasma was essence absorbed from the dead. For now, Master's inner qi is still quite stable. However, if it remains in Master's body for long, it will erode Master's body eventually. Master should think of a way to expel the miasma out from your body quickly. Hua Yen returned with a stunned expression on her face. She glared violently at Qin Feng and asked Green Wolf, "Where did you get the battle armor from? You're not dead yet?" The sacred azure battle armor covered his face, so Qin Feng was not afraid of being recognized by Hua Yen. Angered by her previous actions, Qin Feng stared fiercely at Hua Yen and yelled, "You have giant boobs, but you don't have a sense of brotherhood. How can you leave me alone in such a dangerous situation?" Hua Yen warned Qin Feng before she escaped, but he was right that she did abandon him. As such, she was kind of embarrassed. However, Qin Feng's remarks still enraged Hua Yen. She glared at Qin Feng and screamed, "What an insolent fiend! How can you keep on looking at my body? Pooey, 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 at my breasts, you fucking pervert. Your boobs were so large that they covered your face. Where should I have put my eyes then?" Qin Feng countered. Hua Yan's expression darkened. She sneakily bent over to look at her gargantuan breasts and realized that her breasts really blocked her view of her feet. Accepting the fact that she could not possibly win against Green Wolf in a verbal exchange, Hua Yen turned her face away from Green Wolf as she was too lazy to fight with him. Suddenly, she saw something lying on the ground, and she was shocked. Is that Taoist Rakshasa? You killed him?" After she escaped from the factory, she noticed that Green Wolf had failed to escape the dense miasma released by Taoist Rakshasa. Without giving it a second thought, she clenched her teeth and returned to save Green Wolf. Qin Feng did not understand the destructive power of Taoist Rakshasa's death breath, but Hua Yen knew. The miasma was collected, condensed, and refined by Taoist Rakshasa for years and had very strong phagocytic properties. Hua Yen planned to thank the gods if Green Wolf survived, but never did she expect that Green Wolf would kill Taoist Rakshasa and even remain totally unscathed from the fight. Hua Yen squat beside the corpse, and after she confirmed the corpse was really Taoist Rakshasa, her shocked expression grew intense. Eyeing Green Wolf for a couple of seconds, she then asked, "Green Wolf, are you a demon cultivator? From which sect?" Hua Yan's question stunned Qin Feng. He was neither a demon cultivator nor did he belong to any sect. "Answer me first. Are you a demon cultivator? And which sect do you belong to?" Qin Feng did not answer Hua Yan's question and asked his own instead. Hua Yan pondered for a while before saying, "I'm a stage for demon cultivator and the leader of the mysterious moon." Qin Feng's mouth quirked incessantly. "Leader of the mysterious moon? How many disciples do you have in your sect? Wow, you're amazing." Although Qin Feng looked calm on the surface, he was worried. There were too many misunderstandings and old scores between him and Hua Yen, based on how he always took advantage of her and uprooted many of her hard-grown spiritual plants. Qin Feng believed that Hua Yen would never let him off the hook. He had gotten even more vexed after knowing Hua Yen was a leader of a sect. He worried that Hua Yen might gather up her disciples one day to attack him. Not that many people. Hua Yen stammered as a pink blush washed over her face. Qin Feng was not satisfied with her answer. He persisted, "Not many is how many to be exact?" Staring at Qin Feng, Hua Yen harumphed. "The mysterious moon was established 1 month ago, and I'm the only member. Are you satisfied now?" "Haha, so you're actually so free that you set up a sect to play with yourself? You scared me so much." Qin Feng guffawed uproariously, causing Hua Yen to get even angrier. She glared at Qin Feng and continued, Who the hell said I've nothing to do, so I established a sect to pass the time? Since you're a demon cultivator, I suppose that you know about the selective trial for sainthood that will be held half a year from now. People who wish to enter the trial must be from a regular sect. I established the mysterious moon is because I'm participating in the trial. Leftover ladies of the evil cult. Qin Feng asked. Then he turned to Hua Yan and queried excitedly, "Is it a blind date for those old female demon cultivators who have not married yet?" Phew! Hua Yan inhaled a deep breath. Her humongous breasts drew closer to Qin Feng's face as her chest heaved. Her expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. She stared fiercely at Qin Feng and asked, "How about you? You still have not told me which cult you are from." A regular martial artist group was known as sect, while a tribe of a demon cultivator was known as a cult. Heretics did not form organizations merely because a heretic would do anything in order to elevate themselves. Thus, if they did gather and establish a group, God knows what would happen behind that closed door. "Oh, I never said I'd tell you. This is a question that breaches my privacy. I can't tell you." Qin Feng looked at Hua Yan like she was stupid. "You!" Hua Yan almost fainted at Qin Feng's shamelessness. She was so angry that her exposed skin reddened. "Remember this, Green Wolf. I'll be a bastard if I ever work with you on a mission again." Hua Yan huffed, turned around and took her leave. Qin Feng hastily halted her. "Hey, big-breasted sister, what should I do with him? Do you still want to report the mission?" "The hell, I'm carrying that heretic's corpse on my back to report the mission. I'm leaving the rest to you. I'm leaving now, he he he." Hua Yan's brazen laughter echoed through the factory, but she was no longer in sight. She finally outwitted Qin Feng, and she was very delighted. Only Qin Feng and the corpse of Taoist Rakshasa were left in the spacious factory after Hua Yan left. The ill wind continued to blow through the factory, and the atmosphere was kind of eerie. Crackle! Somebody stepped on the waste on the ground and caused the crisp sound, stunning Qin Feng. There are no other living being aside from me. So where did the footsteps come from? Could it be the ghost? Stop right there. Place your hands on your head and squat down. If you dare to move an inch, I'll shoot you. An icy but sonorous sound resounded, and it was familiar to Qin Feng. Unable to believe the truth, Qin Feng turned and looked over to the source of the sound. His eyes became damp when he saw Lu Bingbing in her police uniform, looking gallant and heroic. This woman is still an iceberg. Can't she change her habit of always pointing her pistol at other people? Shroom! With a light hop, Qin Feng vanished. Seeing that Qin Feng suddenly disappeared, Lu Bingbing tensed up. Slap! A rattle shattered the quietness of the factory and echoed through the air of the factory for a long time. Shame tingled in Lu Bingbing's cheeks as she felt a burning and weird sensation rising up from her, and through her body. "You bastard! I'm going to kill you." Lu Bingbing had not seen the attack clearly, and Qin Feng went missing again. As a conservative and cold queen, how could she tolerate being slapped on the butt by a stranger? Cold, killing intent crawled into Lu Bingbing's icy eyes. "You've forgotten your man after simply not seeing me for a few months? Can't I even touch the butt of my own woman? How can you still want to shoot me? You fucking bye. See how his young master going to punish you." Slap! Suddenly, a long whip fell from the sky. It was glowing in orange light and released a cracking sound in the midair. Lu Bingbing's eyes glowed as she looked at the familiar long, orange whip, and the voice of rang a bell. Slap! Waving his hands, Qin Feng lashed Lu Bingbing's jiggly, but, even though it sounded threatening, Qin Feng had great aptitude in controlling his strength, so Lu Bingbing actually did not feel much pain. "Bingbing, I've not seen you for 3 months. I missed you so much. Have you missed your man?" Slap! Another lash landed on Lu Bingbing's, but it was very loud but not painful at all. Qin Feng had a sex with Lu Bingbing the last time they were at Heping Town's Feng Yunfan City. So how could he be so cold-hearted and hit his own woman? Chapter 432, The Soft-Hearted Queen. Chapter 432, The Soft-Hearted Queen. The sounds of the whip hitting Lu Bingbing echoed through the factory, one after another. Lu Bingbing remained frozen in place, allowing the spirit snake whip lash her jiggly, but her beautiful eyes darted around as she struggled to see who had slapped her, but to no avail. Qin Feng was too fast, so no matter how hard she tried, she saw nothing but Qin Feng's shadow. Who are you? Lu Bingbing finally found her voice and asked, but her voice trembled. Her towering breasts jumped whenever she moved. It was very enticing. Shroom! Suddenly, a strong gale surged behind Lu Bingbing, and in an instant, someone hugged her tightly from behind. The man was very strong, and his grip made it hard to breathe. Then a familiar, wicked laugh drifted into her ear. Bingbing, I've told you that I'm your man, unless you've been seeing other men. Plop! Though she was a cold and dominating queen, she shed a crystal-clear tear slid down. Lu Bingbing recognized the man behind her as the man who occupied a very special spot in her heart. He had dominated Lu Bingbing, and although she had not consented to it, she still regarded Qin Feng as her potential partner. She was a cold and defiant woman at heart and had not fallen in love with Qin Feng yet. However, since they slept together, she believed that they would have a future together. 3 months ago, Lu Bingbing realized that Qin Feng had disappeared. She'd conducted a frantic blanket search and investigated every moment leading up to and after his disappearance. After finishing the intimate investigation, Lu Bingbing found out the truth behind Qin Feng's disappearance. A few large familial clans had allied together to bash the Qin family. Since most of the familial clans were based in the provincial capital, she submitted a fielding application to have her superior dispatch her to the sub-bureau in the provincial capital. She did not love Qin Feng. In fact, she resented him because of their encounter. However, she still felt strongly that Qin Feng was her man, and if her man was framed, she had to do all she could to avenge him regardless of the cost. She was the only one who could look down upon him. No one else had the power or qualifications to do so. Bingbing, what happened? Sensing that Lu Bingbing was trembling, Qin Feng turned her around and hugged her tightly. Before he turned her around, Lu Bingbing wiped the tears from her cheeks and replaced her soft and fragile expression with her usual cold and domineering expression. She pushed him away and glowered at him. Qin Feng, who gave you permission to hug me? Behave yourself or else I'll shoot you. It went against her pride to show Qin Feng her weakness for him, and as such a queen, it would be the last thing she would ever do. Rather unaffected by Lu Bingbing's threats, Qin Feng looked at her with adulation and realized that her figure had improved. When he thought about having sex with her at Feng Yunfan City, his eyes flickered with excitement as he stared lecherously at Lu Bingbing's breasts. Bingbing, you can't kill me, as you'll be a widow for the rest of your life. Seeing that Qin Feng was still as libertine as before, Lu Bingbing was relieved. It seemed to her that Qin Feng had not suffered much over the past 3 months. Lu Bingbing had not slept well since Qin Feng went missing. Her intuition told her that Qin Feng was still alive, and she believed that Qin Feng would never leave her behind. Hence, Lu Bingbing had been steadfast in her search for Qin Feng while everybody else had lost hope, and now she finally found him. Now, she had been overwhelmed with emotions as no words could precisely express how she currently felt. Shroom! A rough wind cut through the air as Qin Feng moved in front of Lu Bingbing. Before Lu Bingbing could react, a pair of large hands started groping her breasts. The familiar stimulating sensation and pleasure weakened her, so she was unable to resist him. Qin Feng, you pervert! Stop it now! Lu Bingbing was powerless to resist. She stamped her feet in rage. Qin Feng disregarded Lu Bingbing's warning. He had not touched a woman for the past 3 months. He was so overcome by lust that he almost jumped Lu Bingbing on sight. Stop right there. As Qin Feng was undoing the buckle of Lu Bingbing's belt, 5 police officers rushed out of a small room. All of them were deeply shocked and stared in utter disbelief at Qin Feng while they all pointed their pistols at Qin Feng's head. The 5 police officers were Lu Bingbing's subordinates, and when they saw Qin Feng getting fresh with their director, they were so infuriated that their eyes almost popped out. "How dare you, freak, lay your filthy, grubby paws on our director, Lu! Let go of her now, or I'll shoot you. Release Director Lu this instant. I'll be your hostage. Can't you understand what we're saying, brat? Take your hands off Director Lu's breasts now." The saying went that the early bird gets the worm, and Qin Feng got his hands on Director Lu before them. They were devastated. 5 of them had been drooling and coveting Lu Bingbing because of her beauty ever since she became the director for the provincial capital's sub-bureau. However, Lu Bingbing was too serious while on duty, and her dominating aura towered over the 5 and crushed their courage every time they wanted to get close to her. Seeing that Qin Feng had achieved something that they had all been attempting for so long, there was no way they could remain calm and steady. It was a show of restraint that they were only aiming at Qin Feng, since they actually yearned to shower Qin Feng with bullets and reduce him to nothingness to relinquish their anguish. "Put down your guns!" Lu Bingbing exuded a cold aura as she ordered her subordinates. Because of her arrogant and possessive character, nobody else could threaten her man. As such, Lu Bingbing was greatly displeased when the officers pointed their pistols at Qin Feng. "Director Lu, but did you not hear my orders? Put down your guns!" Without waiting for her subordinates to finish their words, Lu Bingbing forcibly cut them short. Dejected, all of the 5 police officers lowered their guns. "Smooch 'em." As the 5 lowered their pistols, they saw a scene more stunning than Qin Feng groping Lu Bingbing's breasts. Hugging Lu Bingbing, Qin Feng kissed on her lips, smiled, and said, "Not bad. Your action satisfied me. This is what you should be doing as my woman." Lu Bingbing was infuriated that Qin Feng had dared to kiss her in front of her subordinates. She pushed him away and moved behind her subordinates. "Director Lu, let's shoot him." "Yeah, we should kill him now. This fellow must be the serial killer of Ghost Mountain. Even death could not expiate all the scores he owes to his victims. Don't try to stop me. I'm shooting him." Looking at her high-in-morale subordinates, Lu Bingbing's expression instantly turned chilly. "What are you guys doing?" "Silence. He is not the mass murderer. He's my man." A pink blush swiftly crawled up Lu Bingbing's delicate face as soon as she finished speaking. Her subordinates were flabbergasted. "What the fuck? Director Lu already has a husband? If that's true, then I wouldn't be surprised if someone told me Director Lu's kids are so big that they can throw tantrums in the streets. How do women nowadays maintain their figures after having children? She's such a hot chick." 5 of them ululated and wailed in their hearts. The thought of Lu Bingbing as a mother caused enough damage to their pure little hearts that they were shattered, and the 5 of them were divested of their ability to speak. "You 5, check all the rooms and see if there are any hostages left." Lu Bingbing ignored their downcast expressions and ordered them coldly. "Yes, Director Lu." The 5 were crestfallen, but they went, as ordered, in different directions to search for any hostages. Lu Bingbing returned to Qin Feng's side and measured him indifferently. "You were caught by the killer too." "What killer?" Qin Feng pulled Lu Bingbing into his arms and began to grope her again. Lu Bingbing struggled for a moment, but to no avail. Qin Feng was too strong, so she gave up and allowed him to fondle her. "A serial killer is hiding here at Ghost Mountain. He kills any passerby. Were you caught by him as well? Otherwise, Why did you come to Ghost Mountain by yourself this late at night? Having a good grasp of the whole story from Lu Bingbing's questions, Qin Feng understood that the police officers in the provincial capital regarded Taoist Rakshasa as a demented serial killer, so Lu Bingbing had come to arrest him. Qin Feng panicked. It was such luck that he came on the mission tonight. Otherwise, Lu Bingbing and her officers would have never had a chance against that heretic. You've been here longer than me. What happened here? The miasma released by Taoist Rakshasa infiltrated Lu Bingbing's brain and knocked her out. After that, Qin Feng subdued Taoist Rakshasa, so the miasma dissipated. As such, Lu Bingbing and her 5 subordinates awakened. I came here today with my subordinates to ambush and arrest that serial killer. However, as soon as we entered the factory, we were surrounded by a ball of dark mist, and then all of us fell unconscious. We also have no idea what happened. And when I woke up, I saw you. Lu Bingbing's face blushed after she finished speaking. She felt that she had fallen into her own fantasy world. The person who she looked for everywhere, regardless of hardship, had suddenly appeared in front of her when she woke up. Qin Feng understood after listening to Lu Bingbing's explanation. Qin Feng carried her to Taoist Rakshasa's corpse, pointed to the corpse and said, "The serial killer you're looking for is him." "Ah, him? Is he dead?" Lu Bingbing was startled when he saw Taoist Rakshasa's dried and decomposed body. She had been standing with Qin Feng for a while, yet she never realized that there was a corpse beside her. Qin Feng pat her head, comforting her. "Don't be afraid. This guy is dead. He can't hurt you now." Although Lu Bingbing's expression remained icy cold, she was actually touched by Qin Feng's attentiveness. Even though she hadn't chosen to have sex with Qin Feng at Fengyin Fun City, and she loathed Qin Feng's reputation as a lecherous person, she could not dismiss the fact that Qin Feng actually cared a lot for her. Qin Feng's devotion had grown since she became his woman. "You killed him? You did not fall into his trap?" Lu Bingbing knew that he was not an ordinary serial killer. He could knock everybody out with just dark mist, so how could Qin Feng kill somebody like him? "I killed him with a friend of mine. He isn't somebody you would recognize. He's pretty much crooked and is well-versed in all kinds of strange, creepy stuff. He's not someone an ordinary person could handle." Qin Feng did not keep it a secret from Lu Bingbing and blurted it all out. "I'll bring the corpse back to the bureau to file a report," said Lu Bingbing, as her objective was to venture to Ghost Mountain, was to see this serial killer. Qin Feng wrapped his arms around Lu Bingbing's waist, tightly impeding her effort to call for her men. He stuck his nose into her neck and took a deep breath of her scent. "Leave him to me. I need his corpse." A searing, warm puff of air graced Lu Bingbing's ear, causing her ear to redden. She fell powerlessly into Qin Feng's arms as he fondled her. Chapter 433. Looking for Beauties on Ghost Mountain. Chapter 433. Looking for Beauties on Ghost Mountain. "What do you need that corpse for?" Lu Bingbing's voice softened. Her face blushed red, appearing all lovely and radiant that it induced Qin Feng to take a bite at her face. "I need his corpse to report to my mission." Although Qin Feng trusted Lu Bingbing and he could speak about anything with her, but he believed it would be better to keep Lu Bingbing in the dark about the martial artist alliance. "Is the mission very important to you?" Lu Bingbing had a mission as well. If Qin Feng took Taoist Rakshasa's corpse, she could not report on her mission. "Yes, it is." Qin Feng nodded resolutely. Lu Bingbing relented. "Take him with you, then." After that, Lu Bingbing asked, "What happened over the past 3 months? Why have you come to the provincial capital? My informant told me that the Qin mansion in Acropolis City was locked down. Where is your father? Please, tell me if anything big happened. I can do my best to help you." Lu Bingbing remained obediently in Qin Feng's arms and wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's back, just like a newlywed. Qin Feng noticed her concern for him. He couldn't help but locked her in his arms, even more tightly, nearly suffocating Lu Bingbing. "Don't worry, Bingbing. I'll settle it myself. What you need to do is take care of yourself. Let's exchange numbers so you can call me whenever." They exchanged numbers and stored them in case they wanted to contact each other. Qin Feng, who had been alone in the provincial capital for the past 3 months, was beginning to feel more comfortable after getting one of his women back to his side. Qin Feng fondled Lu Bingbing for quite some time before her subordinates returned. All of them carried 1 or 2 victims in their arms, be they elderly people or children, men or women. Some of them, unfortunately, were dead, while some of them were still breathing roughly. Lu Bingbing immediately pushed away her illicit thoughts after she saw the victims. Her expression turned chilly as she walked toward her subordinates and the group of victims. "Report to me what you've seen." "Director Lu, we found them in a room inside the factory. They should be the victims abducted by the serial killer. We found a total of 23 people. 18 are confirmed dead and 5 are still alive. Should we ask for assistance from the Bureau?" After they had found so many victims within the factory, each and every of the police officer wore a stern expression. Lu Bingbing took the bull by the horns and made contact with the Bureau to get reinforcement from the Bureau. "Hurry up and carry the victim outside," Lu Bingbing ordered. "He's such a monstrous human being for murdering so many people without any remorse." "Director Lu, there is no sign of the killer inside the factory. Should we search the perimeter now? We can't let him slip away." Initially, the group of police officers feared the killer due to his strange movements. However, after they discovered the victims, their minds were weighed down with anger. A storm brew in their souls as they urged her to let them see the culprit and execute him on the spot. Lu Bingbing's eyes swept towards Taoist Raksasa's corpse. The factory had no light, so they were surrounded by darkness, and none of her subordinates could see Taoist Raksasa's corpse. He must be gone since so much time has passed. Saving the victims are what we should prioritize now. So hurry up and carry the victims outside. We should send the 5 survivors to the hospital post-haste. Since Lu Bingbing gave her command, the 5 subordinates dropped the intention of going after the murderer. In any case, Ghost Mountain was huge, and they had no clue where to find the murderer. After making up their minds, the 5 subordinates hastily returned to the room inside the factory and carried the victims outside. At the same time, Lu Bingbing pulled Qin Feng towards Taoist Raksasa's corpse. "Qin Feng, take him away now." Lu Bingbing's usual cold demeanor returned, and her tone was bereft of any emotions. Qin Feng understood that the situation now was different. If Lu Bingbing's subordinates found out about Taoist Rakshasa, then Lu Bingbing could not allow Qin Feng to take Taoist Rakshasa. "Take care of yourself, then. Give me a phone call if you miss me." Qin Feng suddenly pulled Lu Bingbing into his arms and kissed her. He even stuck his tongue into her mouth and fondled her for a good while before letting her go. Lu Bingbing leaned her body against a pillar and weighed Qin Feng as he vanished into the murky night. Under Qin Feng's lecherous frenzy and her sense of being offended, she realized that she had gotten wet and felt like a chewed rag. Ding! "Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for accomplishing the mission. Train Lu Bingbing to be as gentle as a lamb and completely obedient to host Qin Feng." The system awards host Qin Feng 3,000 hedonist points. The system notification beeped in Qin Feng's mind as soon as he exited the factory. Qin Feng carried Taoist Rakshasa as though he was carrying a chicken and zigzagged across the mountain like a phantom dashing in the dark. Soon enough, he arrived at the entrance of Ghost Mountain. Qin Feng did not plan to hail a cab in this region, as no cab driver had the guts to come near Ghost Mountain. Without many options left, Qin Feng pulled out his cell phone and called Lu Jia. "What's up, big brother? Are you not in bed yet?" Lu Jia picked up the phone very fast. It seemed that he had been playing with his cell phone. The night is still too young to sleep. Where are you now? Hurry up. Get in your dad's Buick and meet me here. We're going to have a fun night. Qin Feng felt he should not tell Lu Jie the truth, because if he told Lu Jie that he was asking Lu Jie to drive and help him carry a corpse, he believed that Lu Jie would hang up instantly, and he would never be able to reach him again. As such, Qin Feng started to make up a story. Wow, your nightlife sure is fantastic, big brother. Where are you now? Are there a lot of beauties? What are you guys playing? My dad has fallen asleep. I can get the car now to fei you. Lu Jie yelled excitedly. He fell for it. Qin Feng laughed. I'm on Ghost Mountain. Come here quick. Holy shit, Ghost Mountain? What are you doing on Ghost Mountain this late at night? That mountain is haunted and many people have died there. Lu Jie was shocked. Bullshit. Were you here before? Here is so windy. The skyline of the mountainous region is superb, and I believe this place is a potential 5A scenic spot. I have plenty of beauties beside me. We're having much fun. And you know what? They're all wearing hot pants and miniskirts even though it's almost autumn. When the wind blows, I can see everything under their skirts. What the fuck? You aren't lying, right, big brother? What you said is different than what I've heard. Are there a lot of people? Why is it so quiet, and why can't I hear any cheering? Believe it or not, the summit is occupied by a group of geezers and grannies dancing the public square dance. They played the song, the coolest barbarian-style song by the legendary Shinlong group, so loud and kept yelling, "Oh yo, check it out that I've almost gone deaf." I purposely went to a corner devoid of people to give you a call and invite you to come over and have fun together. Qin Feng blew his own trumpet without missing a beat. Lu Jie fell into his trap. It's your call. Ah, a long-legged beauty is inviting me for a cup of beer. I should get going now. As Qin Feng hung up the phone, Lu Jie's anxious voice drifted through the line. He spoke quickly. Can you swear it by your name as a professor, Professor Qin Feng? Qin Feng's mouth quirked vigorously. If Lu Jie was standing in front of him, Qin Feng would have kicked him down into the abyss already. What are you saying? I, Professor Qin Feng, never tell lies. Swearing as a professor was different than a normal promise. Qin Feng's remark had shattered the final bit of suspicion in Lu Jie's heart. He yelled excitedly, Wah! Wait for me, big brother. I'll be there soon in less than 30 minutes. You gauge the time yourself. I think I can get a beauty on my arm in another 20 minutes. I might be gone during that time. If you're coming, clear everything out the back of the car then. I'll be there in 20 minutes, big brother. Why do I need to clear out the back of the car? Asked Lu Jie. We have plenty of beauties here, and each and every one of them is very cheerful, energetic, and open-minded. I asked you to clear the back, to carry people, of course. Qin Feng chided Lu Jie. Jesus Christ. You're too awesome, big brother. So you're getting a multi-sum tonight. 15 minutes. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Let's not talk anymore, I'm leaving now. Lu Jie urgently hung up the phone. Qin Feng could not contain his laugh looking at Taoist Rakshas's corpse. Qin Feng was certain that Lu Jie would come, so he waited for him at the cliff near the entrance of Ghost Mountain. By then, Lu Bingbing's reinforcement arrived. The sight of 5 police cars trailed by 3 vans and 2 ambulances stormed up the mountain was spectacular. Finally, they arrived outside the factory at the summit. After they stopped for a while, the motorcade rushed down the mountain in mighty contingents. The police cars led the group of cars with sirens blaring and scorched down the road towards the provincial capital. Not long after Lu Bingbing's troops went away, headlights burned their way down the road. Needless to say, it was Lu Jie's car. Otherwise, what idiot would come to Ghost Mountain this late at night? Lu Jie pulled over at the entrance of Ghost Mountain. Qin Feng then carried Taoist Rakshas's corpse and came forward. Hey, big brother. Was I fast enough? Where are the beauties? Didn't you say that there were many beauties in hot pants and miniskirts here? Lu Jia blabbered happily when he saw Qin Feng. However, his happiness was short-lived as he felt something was wrong. He asked, Big brother, why is it so bleak and desolate? It's very eerie too. It was dark, not even a ghost could be seen, let alone a human being. What the hell are you carrying, big brother? Could it be that you knocked this beauty out and planned to violate her? Lu Jia's attention was diverted by the ambiguous thing on Qin Feng's hand. Taoist Rakshasa was veiled by a dark robe, so Lu Jia could not see clearly what it was. Why is this beauty wearing such a large and hoary robe? She freaks me out. Come, big brother, let me help you carry her. Lu Jia happily took Taoist Rakshasa from Qin Feng's arms and ran toward his car, hurriedly. Lu Jia planned to check the features of Taoist Rakshasa with the help of the car's headlights. She must be a pretty, or else Big Brother would never hook up with her, he thought inwardly. What the fuck is this? Ah, Big Brother, this is a man. Are you sure you caught the right person? Lu Jia was frightened by Taoist Rakshasa's reed features. He fell to the ground and almost vomited. Slap! Qin Feng slapped his head when he arrived behind Lu Jia. He chided, Beauty, beauty! What kind of yellow story are you playing in your mind? What a shame that you have a crush on Qiao Sure. No wonder she doesn't like you. Qin Feng threw Taoist Rakshasa into the back after he criticized Lu Jia. When he saw that Lu Jia had deliberately cleared everything out of the back and wiped off all the dust, the corner of his mouth quirked again. Big brother, why do I feel like I've been cheated by you? There are no beauties here, not to mention Auntie's dancing public square dance. Big brother, how can you be like this? How can you not be true to your word? You promised me with your name as a professor over the phone. Lu Jia finally understood he was cheated by Qin Feng. He held a heavy-hearted expression as if his pure little heart was shattered. Chapter 434 Ambushed. Chapter 434 Ambushed. Ignoring Lu Jia, Qin Feng got into the car and claimed the driver's seat. Lu Jia hastily followed after. Professor Qin Feng, you've made a promise as a professor. Being a professor is a respectable profession. How could you cheat me? Lu Jia asked angrily as he refused to let go of the topic. Qin Feng started the car, put the car into gear, and stomped on the accelerator. Shroom! The Buick darted forward, frightening Lu Jia. He'd driven his dad's car 100 times, but he never knew that the car could go so fast. When did I make a vow as a professor? I don't remember making it. Qin Feng steered the car with one hand with his other hand out the window. He drove at a lightning speed while admiring the scenery outside the window, like nothing was wrong. Lu Jia's expression darkened. Suddenly he giggled and pulled out his cell phone. Professor Qin Feng, I recorded our conversation. Do you want me to play it for you? Qin Feng jerked and nearly drove them to their deaths. Glaring coldly at Lu Jia, Qin Feng gave him a disappointed expression and chided. Can't you be more trusting? Where is the basic mutual integrity between men? Lu Jia was not frightened by Qin Feng's cold expression. His smile widened and said, This is the move you taught us in class, Professor Qin Feng. You mentioned that in confronting an old ruffian, we must first record the conversation to be ready for any eventuality. Right now, Qin Feng's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he almost kicked Lu Jia out the car. Bang! Bing! Bang! The front wheel of the Buick sedan exploded and released a muffled sound. They were driving 192 kilometers per hour, so the explosion threw them off the road and caused the car to lurch to the sides. If Qin Feng had not gotten the intermediate-grade racing skill from the system, they might have already run off a cliff to their deaths. Screech! An ear-deafening screech sounded. The The black Buick sedan blended into the darkness of the night and drifted along the mountain's track at full speed like an apparition. It was a thrilling scene, and the sight could make people break out into a sweat. Utilizing both of his arms and feet, Qin Feng quickly and sharply got the car back under his control. Bang, bang, bang. As the car came to a stop, they heard a few gunshots from behind. The car's 4 windows shattered as 3 bullets zipped past beside their ears and went through the windshield. Fuck, this is my dad's car. How am I supposed to explain this to my dad? Lu Jie's eyes went bloodshot as rage began to consume him whole. He kicked the door open and jumped from the car. He yelled, "Who the fuck shot out my car windows? Show yourself now and beg for mercy." As a descendant of one of the provincial capital's 5 small familial clans, Lu Jie was born with a righteous indignation and a bit of self-importance. He refrained from fighting Gao Tianyao when he was humiliated in class because he was afraid of Gao Tianyao's family. However, a group of men in black ambushed them and began shooting indiscriminately at his dad's car, unprovoked. How could Lu Jie swallow the insult? He vowed to kill them. Bang, bang, bang. As Lu Jie alighted from the car, the opponents intensified their shooting. The naturally tranquil Ghost Mountain was filled with a barrage of gunshots. Lu Jie was a stage for inner Qi expert, and no one could belittle his ability. He hunched like an enraged leopard, zigzagging across the gloomy night from tree to tree, bush to bush, and through the falling leaves. He left dozens of impressions behind as he approached the source of the shooting. 50302. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Bang, 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 bang. As Lu Jie moved closer to the shooters, the gunshots intensified. The bullets zipped past Lu Jie without hitting him since he'd gotten out of the car. His gaze swept quickly across the group, and he counted 10 or so people. They were all scattered and taking cover behind the cliff. It was clear to him that this was a professional assassin group. What the fuck? I've never offended anybody. Could it be that they are Big Brother's enemies? I shall show you all no mercy then. Although Lu Jie had only been following Qin Feng for 3 days, he was very attached to him. He was filled with gratitude when Qin Feng stopped Gao Tianyao from insulting Lu Jie and repaid him with a slap. Shroom! Lu Jie gathered a strong force beneath his feet and launched himself at an alarming speed. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of a man in black. Forming a fist, Lu Jie struck the man in the back of the neck and knocked him out. Is it fun hiding here playing with your gun? Bang. Lu Jie was agile. He moved again and arrived beside another man in black. Same as the previous man, Lu Jie chopped the back of the man's neck and knocked him out. Although Lu Jie was fat and always clumsy, when he got serious, he could be a fearsome opponent. His fighting experience was first-rate, and he was even more experienced than Qin Feng. His attack style was fatal, smooth and clean without any flowery moves. Are you blind, you dumbass? I'm right in front of you, and there are no people in the car. Yet you continue to shoot indiscriminately at my car. How am I going to explain this to my dad? Looking at the destroyed Buick sedan, Lu Jie's eyes reddened. He gathered all his strength, channeled it into his palm, and sent the man in black flying through the air in a perfect arc and plummeting into the bottomless pit. Lu Jie was having a fun time fighting the group, while Qin Feng's expression turned chilly as he faced the 2 men in front of him. He had also alighted from the car. Now he was staring warily at 2 men standing in front of him. One of them was tall, white, and had blue eyes. He resembled a white American. He wore a tuxedo. His brooding eyes, his nose, his ears, his lips. All of his facial features seemed flawlessly sculpted and placed by gods in their desired locations to form the perfect face. He exuded a slightly melancholic aura, and by standing quietly, he gave the impression of being a prince descended from the aristocracy. The other man wore black clothing from head to toe. His face was also covered, so the only thing Qin Feng could see was his sharp eyes. Qin Feng caught the scent of medicinal herbs in the air. Since he was so close to the duo, he assumed that medicinal herbs had been spread over the black clothing. "Who are you?" Qin Feng did not move first. When he saw the duo, he was kind of worried because these two people had certainly come to claim his life. As such, that meant that Qin Feng's identity and whereabouts had already been exposed to his enemies. The white man did not know Chinese, so he remained silent. The man covered in black clothing took the initiative and answered Qin Feng's question with a cold voice. "Who are we?" "Ha! We came to kill you. On behalf of him. Do you know who I am? What reason have you two come to kill me?" Qin Feng asked while exchanging glances with the man covered in black clothing. The sound of metal clashing seemed to be emitted by the air as the atmosphere tensed up. "You're Qin Feng!" The man covered in black clothing grit his teeth in vexation as he answered. Qin Feng noticed the dense, murderous intent in his opponent's chilly gaze. "Who are you two, then? You said you're here to kill me, but you don't have the guts to reveal your face? Could it be that you're afraid of blowing your own disguises if you fail to kill me?" Qin Feng laughed lightly. Qin Feng could not see the man covered in black clothing's expression as his face was veiled behind the black clothing. However, judging from his towering murderous intent, Qin Feng knew that he had pissed off him. "Haha, you think too highly of yourself, Qin Feng. I can kill you without using my full strength." The man covered in black clothing glowered, and he suddenly disappeared from Qin Feng's sight. In the next second, Qin Feng felt a dense, cold, deadly aura behind him. Without a second thought, he quickly circulated his inner qi and evaded to one side. Bang! Qin Feng was too slow. The palm strike that had been intended to fall on the back of his head fell on his shoulder instead. The palm strike had 300 kilograms of force behind it, and if Qin Feng hadn't equipped the sacred azure battle armor in time, his arm would have been destroyed. What the hell is that? Where did that battle armor come from? The man covered in black clothing was petrified, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Suddenly, the white American, who remained in his original position, yelled, "This isn't good! This guy is a mutant as well. He is a spatial user." The white American's words had escalated the astonishment of the man covered in black clothing. He zoned out for a brief second before looking at Qin Feng again. This time, his eyes were filled with a zealous, murderous intent. "Humph, a spatial user? It's nothing before me. I must avenge my little brother's death today. Qin Feng, accept your death." The man covered in black clothing vanished again. Shroom! Suddenly, he appeared in front of Qin Feng. He reached around behind him and quickly pulled out 2 scimitars in his hands. The 2 scimitars reflected the moonlight and glowed with coldness. One of them was carved with the diagram of the azure dragon, while the other was carved with the diagram of the phoenix. The scimitars were about 1 meter long, and they were slightly curved. The man in black clothing waved them wildly in the air. Da, da, da. Seeing the dozens of wind blades rushing towards him, Qin Feng's pupils dilated, and he swiftly retreated. The wind blades cleaved the ground around him, and from that, Qin Feng deduced that this man was pretty strong. Clank! After he had retreated 10 or so meters, Qin Feng hopped lightly on the ground and sprang into the air. In the mid-air, a crimson long spear appeared in Qin Feng's hand. He gyrated the spear in front of him and intercepted the wind blades with a loud clashing sound. Humph! It doesn't matter how many treasures you have in your spatial storage. You're doomed today. Seeing that a long spear suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's hand, the man in black clothing thought this was Qin Feng's ability as well. His expression sank, and he threw one of the scimitars at Qin Feng. Bang! Qin Feng leaped and the scimitar buried itself into a part of the mountain near the road, shattering a pile of big rocks. Disregarding his other scimitar, the man covered in black clothing held the scimitar with azure dragon diagram with both hands and swung directly at Qin Feng's head. Clang! The true steel sword flicked up between them with the essence of a vast infantry and cavalry. So the rumors are true. You indeed have many treasures on you. I want this orange-grade spiritual sword. The face of the man covered in black clothing was burned with greed and jealousy. He flexed his hand and swung the scimitar down to clash against Qin Feng's true steel sword. Clank! The man covered in black clothing used 300 kilograms of force to knock the true steel sword from Qin Feng's hand. His eyes glowed, and he quickly went after the true steel sword. Want my sword? Have a taste of my fist first. As the true steel sword was within his reach, the man covered in black clothing sensed a strong gale brewing behind him. He turned around and realized that Qin Feng had chased after him. Qin Feng wore a glove that glowed with an orange radiance. He gestured swiftly and created a strong gale shaped like a fist in the air. Chapter 435. Are we going to fight? Chapter 435. Are we going to fight? Intermediate grade, Thunder Tiger Fist. Qin Feng threw dozens of punches within a blink of an eye. Shocked by the irresistible force, the man's eyes bulged and were filled with amazement. Drop dead now. The man covered in black clothing suddenly stopped his pursuit of the true steel sword and turned. He waved the scimitar and created dozens of wind blades in an instant. Bang! 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 Wind blades and gales of fists collided forcefully in the air. The impact was so great that it shook the valley. The explosion blew the true steel sword 10 meters or so down the road. Bang! After parrying another one of Qin Feng's attack, the man covered in black clothing bounced through the air and landed on the side of the mountain. He struck the rocky hill hard, and the scimitar with the phoenix diagram flew back into his hand. The azure dragon blade was in his right hand, and the phoenix blade was in his left hand. The brilliant lunar dragon phoenix blades were white-grade spiritual equipment. Their power and ability were far greater than orange-grade spiritual equipment. It was also a treasured item coveted by the martial world. Prince William, you should make your move now. Even though I have the confidence to kill this fellow, I have to admit that he is better than I thought he would be. I believe this will be a dreary fight. We don't have much time left. The man covered in black clothing asked for the white American's assistance. Qin Feng's eyes glowed when he heard the white American's name. Once again, he swayed his attention to the white American. This time he was able to notice a few traits that the Williams shared with the white Americans Qin Feng killed at Snake-Coiled Mountain. Besides, his family name was William as well. Hence, Qin Feng was certain that the white American came from the William family in America. Who was the man covered in black, then? Fuck! Fuck! Prince William roared angrily and leaped into the air. He moved as agile as a leopard and arrived in front of Qin Feng soon after. The man covered in black clothing remained standing on the side of the mountain. He showed no sign of trying to help Prince William, and his action bewildered Qin Feng. Since it's that person who asked for a combination attack, how come he's still stand there weighing the show? You fucked my brother's chicken. I want your pussy, brat. Prince William glared at Qin Feng with a chilly expression. However, his Mandarin was so bad that Qin Feng was tickled. I'm sorry. Are you looking for the wrong person? I don't fuck chickens, and I won't give you my pussy either. Not even if you kneeled down and pleaded for it. Prince William could not understand what Qin Feng was saying. With a puzzled look, he looked over to the man covered in black clothing. What? The corner of the man covered in black clothing quivered. He replied to Prince William in English. He said he wants to fuck your chicken. Fuck. Go to hell, you chicken. Prince William blew his top after the man covered in black clothing explained. Qin Feng was tickled pink by him, and he could not stop laughing. He said, "Are you trying to say go to hell, you brat? I think you should die first, since you can't even speak Mandarin fluently. You're the garbage of the world." After knowing who Prince William was, Qin Feng shrugged off all his hesitancy. He raised the spear of rat halos and charged for Prince William's heart. Qin Feng was fast as lightning. The combination of the azure color the sacred azure battle armor emitted and the crimson from the spear of rat halos created a stunning visual effect. Prince William did not move an inch even when Qin Feng got close. His smile widened and looked disdainfully at Qin Feng. Shit, he must be planning something. As Qin Feng almost struck Prince William's heart, a chill crept from beneath his feet and coursed through his whole body. As he wanted to jump away from the constraint of the cold aura, he realized that his feet could no longer move. One of his feet were in front of the other. He held the spear with one hand and maintained a sprinting stance. The spearhead of the spear of rat halos was only 5 centimeters away from Prince William's heart. However, no matter how hard Qin Feng tried, he could not move an inch forward. Hastily, he bowed down his head and realized that the ground was covered by a layer of ice so thick that it reached his calves and locked his feet completely in the ice. What the fuck is this? Is Prince William a demon cultivator as well? The numerous battles tonight had broadened Qin Feng's outlook. He had witnessed a few new professions and skills. When he faced off against Taoist Rakshasa with Huayan, he knew that demon essence and evil energy could be shaped into elements such as fire or ice. Now that he saw Prince William could control ice, Qin Feng deduced that he had to be a demon cultivator rather than a heretic, because Prince William was handsome and elegant. Master, this man is not a cultivator from China. He is a mutant and ice user. The William that Master killed at Snake Coiled Mountain was a mutant as well. He is a strength-enhanced mutant, Little Pig explained. Qin Feng understood. It seemed to him that the William family was a huge family with many mutants. Qin Feng had no knowledge of mutants, so he was not clear about the strength of Prince William, who was an ice user. As he racked his brain for a way to get free of the ice, the sound of a forceful wind surged behind him. The wind blades were violent, and they slashed through the air and charged at him at the speed of lightning. Qin Feng was stuck in the ice. He could not even move his neck smoothly, let alone run away. "Ha! Qin Feng, today will be your death day," the man covered in black clothing said with a cold voice. He waved the brilliant lunar dragon phoenix blades wildly in the air, forming a deluge of wind blades, and showered them like a downpour behind Qin Feng's back. Phantom whip technique. Crackle. An orange-colored long whip fell from the sky. Qin Feng did not turn his body and wielded the spirit snake whip with his intuition. Qin Feng's attacks came so sudden that the man covered in black clothing had no time to dodge the attack and was lashed on his stomach. The impact sent him flying. Bang, 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 bang. At the same time, the barrage of wind blades fell on Qin Feng's back. Qin Feng was stuck in the ice, so he could not evade the attack. The attack was so strong that even though Qin Feng wore the sacred azure battle armor, it still caused considerate damage to him. Uff! The man covered in black clothing, and Qin Feng vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time. Without wasting time to clean the blood on his mouth corner, Qin Feng quickly raised his whip again and lashed it toward Prince William, who was standing right in front of him. "Wah, my whip, you chicken!" Crackle. The combination of spirit snake whip and the phantom whip technique was extremely powerful. A pseudo-tangible orange-colored whip shadow whipped towards Prince William's head. The whip shadow had such a great force that it appeared to tear the space above Prince William head apart. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Prince William maintained his stance and did not move an inch. The smile on his face widened as his blue-colored eyes gleamed brightly. "Freeze!" Prince William roared and exuded a cold aura. The spirit snake whip suddenly stopped as it was covered by a layer of ice and frozen, like a dragon ascending into the sky. What the fuck? The ice he uses is much stronger than the ice used by Hua Yan. Qin Feng exclaimed inwardly. He never expected that Prince William could freeze the spirit snake whip. Master, ice and fire shaped by demon essence or evil energy are the weakest forms of ice and fire. A mutant can absorb the element from nature, condense it, and refine it before releasing it. So the power is much greater. You can't just compare the two like that. Little Pig grumbled. Qin Feng did not have the time to bicker with Little Pig as he struggled to break the ice on the spirit snake whip by shaking it. To his dismay, even after he used a lot of inner qi, he could only shatter the outermost layer. Qin Feng, congratulations for enraging me. Go be my little brother's friend in hell. Rumble. A loud explosion occurred behind Qin Feng. The man covered in black clothing connected the hilts of the brilliant lunar dragon phoenix blades into double blade slasher. With the double blade slasher in his hand, the man posed as if he was bowling and threw the double blade slasher. The double blade slasher turned into a streak of lighting. The air around it exploded as it shot at Qin Feng like a meteorite. Although he could not turn his body, Qin Feng could sense the terrifyingly deadly aura that surged behind him. He was clear that the double blade slasher would cut him in half if he remained in place. Rumble. The fire of an explosion roared. Qin Feng held the spear of rat halos in his hand, pointed the spearhead at the ice and moved it in a quick circular motion. The fire bullets exploded into a couple of fireballs when the fire bullets fell on the ice. The flame released by fireballs reached a meter high in the air and engulfed Qin Feng in a tower of fire. Bang! The ice held together against the fire for a moment before Qin Feng felt the ice around his legs began to shatter. Then he leaped into the mid-air. Boom! As soon as Qin Feng left the ground, the double blade slasher crashed on the ground and created a 1-meter deep crater. While in the air, Qin Feng wildly lashed the spirit snake whip. The spirit snake whip cracked in the air and lashed Prince William, who had not come back to his senses. Wow. Big brother, are you all preparing for a movie? Why is there ice and fire? Lu Jie asked as he brought Qin Feng's true steel sword back to him. He'd annihilated the 13 black-clad shooters single-handedly. Now he had come to Qin Feng's assistance. After Qin Feng landed, he stood back to back with Lu Jie. One of them held a spear, while the other held a treasured sword, and they both took a domineering stance. Prince William's expression grew dark with anger. Qin Feng had landed 10 or so lashes on him, turning his clean, white tuxedo into a beggar outfit. He looked miserable in his bloodied and battered body, and his former noble aura had vanished. While this was not the main thing that set him off, he never imagined that Qin Feng was not only a spatial user, but a fire user as well. As an ice user himself, fire was his natural enemy. The man covered in black clothing disregarded his double blade slasher that was still stuck in the ground, remained a stance on a rock on the side of the mountain instead as he looked down coldly at Qin Feng and Lu Jie. The wind on Ghost Mountain was strong and disheveled Qin Feng and the other three's clothes and hair. However, nobody paid attention to it as they stared fixedly at their opponent. After a long while, Qin Feng stuck the spear of rat halos in the ground. Hey, do you all still want to fight? You should have informed me earlier if you both are resting. I want to fix my hair. The wind has disheveled it. Then he grabbed the true steel sword from Lu Jie's hand and began to fix his hair in the reflection from the sword. Chapter 436. Throw a long line to CA a big fish. Chapter 436. Throw a long line to CA a big fish. Lu Jie, Prince William, and his partner were helpless in the face of Qin Feng's laid-back attitude. Humiliated, Prince William's and the man covered in black clothing's expressions turned furious. On the other hand, Lu Jia looked grumbly at Qin Feng. "Big brother, can't you pick another thing as your mirror? What will I fight with if we're going to have a battle later?" Qin Feng scornfully looked at Lu Jia and said, "Can't you use that long spear on the ground?" "Oh, sweet, the long spear looks cool on me." Lu Jia quickly went to pull the spear of rat halos from the ground, but could not despite using his full strength. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued to fix his hair at his leisure, while Lu Jia looked like a fool trying to pull the spear of rat halos out from the ground. Their goofy and devil-may-care appearance offended Prince William and the man covered in black clothing. They almost vomited blood. "Ha! My little brother won't have died in vain at your hand." The man covered in black clothing threw his head backward and laughed brazenly. "Qin Feng, next time we meet, I'll kill you." Then he vanished. He moved like a lightning bolt and appeared beside Prince William in the next second with the brilliant lunar dragon phoenix blades still in his hands. A flash of amazement flicked in Qin Feng's eyes. His speed was so fast that not even Qin Feng could see his movement. Of course, if Qin Feng had activated the hyper-intuition of the sacred azure battle armor, Qin Feng would have been able to see him move. However, hyper-intuition only lasted 30 minutes, and he had already used its once-a-day limitation during his battle with Taoist Rakshasa. "Let's retreat now." The man covered in black clothing glared coldly at Qin Feng before turning his body vanishing into the air. Prince William's eyes were filled with dense, murderous intent. Gritting his teeth, Prince William shoved his palm downward and erected an ice wall in front of Qin Feng and Lu Jia. Then he jumped and vanished into the gloomy night. Lu Jia finally pulled out the spear of rat halos from the ground. Holding the spear, he charged gallantly at where the two had been a moment before. "Holy moly! Want to leave? Have you asked my spear for permission?" He stopped midway and turned his head to look at Qin Feng. He asked, "Big brother, why don't you chase after them?" "I can't defeat them. It's not worth the headache to chase after them. Since you're so strong, I'll have you kill them then," Qin Feng said with a pale face. Murderous intent washed off Lu Jia's face in the instant. With a grin on his face, he rushed back to Qin Feng's side. "Ha! I'll let them get away this time. I have to stay by Big Brother's side to protect Big Brother." Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Lu Jia. He wanted to slap him. Lu Jia had been a well-behaved boy, genuine and upright by nature. How had he become like this after following him for just 3 days? A mouthful of blood spurt from Qin Feng's mouth. Usually, Qin Feng would have pursued Prince William because he knew his identity. He let them go was simply because he seemed to get the upper hand on the surface. But in fact, he knew he wasn't a ma for the two. If he hadn't obtained the blue-grade sacred azure battle armor from the system, Qin Feng believed that he would have met his demise tonight unless he summoned Shimin Chue Xue to aid him in battle. The man covered in black clothing was at least a stage 5 inner Qi master, and he hadn't shown the full extent of his strength. Prince William's ability to form ice was immensely powerful and hard to predict. It awed Qin Feng and cast a shadow in his heart. Qin Feng wasn't a spatial user nor a fire user. Prince William's misjudgment of Qin Feng's abilities was the very reason Prince William and the man covered in black clothing feared him. The two felt that they had not been fully prepared, so they retreated. Qin Feng was bereft of the ability to kill them as well, so why would he chase after them? "Big brother, what happened to you? Please be fine." Lu Jia was flustered when he saw Qin Feng continuing to vomit blood. Qin Feng gestured with his hand to calm Lu Jia down. He sat with his legs crossed while he applied a bottle of golden sore medicine on his wounds. After that, he began to recuperate his disordered inner qi. Qin Feng had been frozen in Prince William's block of ice and forced to take the man covered in black clothing's sword attacks on his back, so he was pretty badly injured. Lu Jie turned serious after he noticed Qin Feng's ashen face. He held the spear of rat halos and stood quietly beside Qin Feng, protecting him. After 10 minutes, Qin Feng opened his eyes. His countenance had become better. "Big brother, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Lu Jie hastily went to help Qin Feng up. "No, we have to go back first." Lu Jie helped Qin Feng back to the Buick sedan. Looking at his devastated car, his heart bled. "My dad will kill me." Lu Jie drove them back into the city, while Qin Feng continued to recuperate in the passenger seat. 2 shadows appeared after the car had gone a long distance from Ghost Mountain. One of them wore a previously elegant and stylish white tuxedo that had been shredded and stained with blood. The other person was entirely covered in a black clothing, and his brown, almost black eyes glowed brilliantly in the night. "Why did we have to let them go?" Prince William asked in English. The man covered in black clothing replied in English. "Qin Feng is the only son of my big uncle. I know him very well. Half-year ago, he was a physically weak, hedonistic young master of Acropolis City. He has achieved nothing aside from ruining his family's fortune and hooking up with women. But today, after 6 months, not only has he achieved stage for inner qi, he also owns tons of spiritual equipment and a few supreme-grade skill books. A black sheep of the family suddenly turned into a prodigy in cultivating martial arts. Doesn't it intrigue you?" Prince William's eyes glowed as he spoke. "Yes, it's weird. Besides, not only is he a dual-element mutant, he is a martial artist in China as well. Nobody can hold those 2 identities at the same time. It has to be a miracle." "Yes, exactly, so we can't kill him now. We won't be able to get anything other than a short-lived happiness. However, if we keep him alive and investigate him, we might able to find clues about the things of his we coveted." The man's eyes were filled with the radiance of excitement as his mouth curled into a devilish grin. "Qin Feng killed my little brother, Williams, and the grudge has borne by each and every member of the William family. I have to report to my family elders first and seek their advice." Prince William hesitated. "Anything you want. You just have to tell your elders that Qin Feng is a dual-element mutant, and I believe that your elders will be very interested in him. I'm certain they will agree to our suggestion." "Okay, good. I should leave in advance to report the story to my elders tonight." Prince William jumped and vanished into the gloomy night. The ill wind continued to ravage through the vast and spacious summit of Ghost Mountain. Standing alone on the summit, the man covered in black clothing looked upon the forest under the darkness. His smile slowly widened. "Oh, Qin Feng, with your strength and power, killing Sima too and my little brother would have been impossible. Seems like there was somebody else that appeared during that great fight at the Amethyst Dragon Palace 3 months ago. Who was it?" "Haha, I believe they won't stay quiet for long. They will soon make their move. Big brother, all 4 wheels were punctured, and it's so bumpy like the bumper car. Should we move your friend from the trunk to the back seat?" They arrived at the base of Ghost Mountain and had bumped along the mountain road. The road had almost broken his big jiggly, but so he worried that Qin Feng's friend in the trunk had suffered a concussion. Qin Feng's mouth quivered when he heard Lu Jie's suggestion to move a corpse into the car. He smacked Lu Jie's head and roared, "Don't care about that fellow. Pay attention while driving. Go to the Martial Artist Alliance now." Lu Jie covered his head and looked puzzledly at Qin Feng. "Big brother, why are we going to the Martial Artist Alliance this late at night? If you want to work on a mission, you can easily accept a mission by using the communication device. All of the missions on the mission board in Martial Artist Alliance's mission board appear on the communication device." Again, Qin Feng smacked Lu Jie's head and roared, "Just follow my orders. Don't ask so much." Lu Jie had witnessed Qin Feng's formidable abilities. Although he was reluctant, he could do nothing but drive toward the Martial Artist Alliance. The journey took 3 hours instead of an hour since the Buick sedan had practically been destroyed. It was the wee hours of the morning by the time they arrived at the Martial Artist Alliance. The Buick sedan had been reduced to a pile of metal scraps. Lu Jie was embarrassed, so he parked the car in an alley a few hundred miles away from the Martial Artist Alliance. Qin Feng and Lu Jie got out of the car and went to the trunk. "Big brother, is your friend a martial artist? Should we wake him up now?" Lu Jie dumbly carried Taoist Rakshasa from the trunk in his arms. As he was carrying Taoist Rakshasa, he grumbled, "Big brother, your friend is so not hygienic. He smells like a rotten corpse." Lu Jie could not stand the stench anymore, so he threw Taoist Rakshasa on the ground. Coincidentally, Taoist Rakshasa landed face up, and his black robe and hat fell to the ground. With the help of the streetlight, Lu Jie finally saw the full appearance of Taoist Rakshasa. He yelled, and his soul almost departed from his mortal body. What the fuck? This fellow is truly a corpse." "Big brother, don't tell me you have a habit of violating corpses?" Lu Jie retreated a few meters away from Qin Feng and stared at him warily. He thought about how he stole his dad's car in the dead of night and rushed as fast as he could to Ghost Mountain with the intention of hooking up with hot girls. In the end, he only carried a corpse, survived an ambush by a group of assassins on his way back, and destroyed his dad's precious Buick sedan. Lu Jie grieved his misfortune so much that he wished to cry, but had no tears to shed. Qin Feng's face darkened. He kicked Lu Jie's, but furiously. "Fuck you. Say any more nonsense, and I'll kick your ass again. Hurry up," and carried that corpse into Martial Artist Alliance. "I still have a report to make." Qin Feng walked towards the entrance of the Martial Artist Alliance headquarters after chiding Lu Jie. Lu Jie had not known that Taoist Rakshasa was actually a corpse, and he had continued to fantasize that the person in his arms was an otherworldly beauty. When he remembered that he groped Taoist Rakshasa while carrying the corpse, Lu Jie got goosebumps and he almost puked. Holding his nose, he dragged Taoist Rakshasa's body and followed Qin Feng. If the soul of Taoist Rakshasa saw his action, he would have been so angry that he would have come back to life. Chapter 437, The Town of Martial Artist. Chapter 437, The Town of Martial Artist. Qin Feng and Lu Jie arrived at the Martial Artist Alliance. There were 4 security guards guarding the perimeter, but they were not the 4 people Qin Feng and Lu Jie met the last time. They changed guards every night. "Who are you people? This is private property, and it's off limits to all unauthorized personnel." The security guards blocked Qin Feng and Lu Jie. Qin Feng pulled out his member card and handed it to the security guards. "We're both martial artists. We're going in to report a mission." One of the security guards took Qin Feng's member card and checked it meticulously. After confirming it wasn't fake, he shook his hand and said, "Go in, then." They entered the gate. The inside of the Martial Artist Alliance had not changed since the last time they were there, with its crisscrossing walkways and high-rise buildings. It looked like a small, autonomous town. Qin Feng changed the appearance of the sacred azure battle armor before coming in, so his shoulders appeared to be draped with a fiery red windbreaker, and he wore a wolf mask. "Wow, big brother, when did you change your clothes? Is the wolf mask real? A wild wolf is a second-class protected animal. Brazenly wearing a wild wolf mask in public, are you not afraid of being caught? Quick, let me touch it. Is it real or not?" Lu Jie left Taoist Rakshasa on the ground and went to touch Qin Feng's wolf mask. Qin Feng smacked his hand away, picked up Taoist Rakshasa, and went into the lobby further ahead. "Ah, big brother, do you have another wolf mask in your house like the one you're wearing? Give me one. I want to wear it to class tomorrow. It'll be so cool. Qin Feng's mouth quivered. He glowered at Lu Jia. I don't have another wolf mask, but I do have a pig head mask. I think it will suit you well. I'll give it to you later, and you can wear it to class tomorrow. I guarantee you that even though your face is veiled behind the mask, every student will be able to recognize you. Lu Jia's expression darkened. He lowered his head and refused to talk. When they entered the lobby of Martial Artist Alliance, they saw a few people sitting on a bench and looking at the missions on the mission board. This was the first time Qin Feng came to report the mission, so he found himself lost midway. Lu Jia, where can I report to my mission? Big brother, there is an office inside the lobby. Follow me. Lu Jia led the way, while Qin Feng trailed behind him with Taoist Rakshasa in hand. The onlookers in the lobby disregarded them, as all of them were get used to seeing people carrying corpses back to report a mission. Inside the lobby, there was a 100-square-meter office. The furnishing in the room had been kept to a minimum and consisted of only a few working desks. The 4 walls were painted white. Hello, beautiful. We're here to report a mission. Lu Jia knocked on the door. There was only a woman in the room. The woman's back faced the door, so Qin Feng and Lu Jia could not see her face. She wore black leather clothing and shoes. With the shape of her figure from behind and her purplish bob haircut, she stunned Qin Feng and Lu Jia. The woman's voice was cold, and she spoke without turning. What mission? Exterminating Taoist Rakshasa, the stage for Heretic on Ghost Mountain, Qin Feng replied. Lu Jia jumped in fear. He had not known what kind of mission Qin Feng had accepted or what kind of person he killed. Now that he knew the lifeless body was a stage for Heretic, his face instantly turned pale. The woman rose to her feet and slowly turned around. She had a flawlessly fair and clear face, a pair of big, bright eyes, a pair of well-defined brows, and 2 rows of white teeth. Her black, tight-fitting leather shirt and pants clung to her hourglass figure perfectly and with great eloquence, especially her bust. The leather was molded to her perfectly round breasts. It was an enticing sight that gave the impression that they would burst from the leather at any time. The woman's eyes gleamed like stars. She measured Qin Feng and Lu Jia from their top to their toes. After measuring them, the woman turned her attention to Taoist Rakshasa's corpse on the floor. Nice, she praised. I issued this mission on behalf of the Dragon Door. However, your leader should be a woman. Can either of you explain to me what is going on? Qin Feng stepped forward as he focused his gaze on the woman's flawless face. The leader you're talking about is Billowy lady, am I right? Something came up, so she couldn't make it to here. I'm Green Wolf, her teammate who helped her complete the mission. Looking into Qin Feng's bright, dark eyes, a flash of light flickered across the woman's eyes as Qin Feng's eyes felt familiar. She felt she had seen these pair of eyes somewhere before. So that's how it is. Okay then, remove your mask, and I'll ring up your award, the woman said nonchalantly. Qin Feng's expression changed. He smiled and said, Do I have to reveal my face to receive my reward? The woman fell silent. Suddenly she giggled and said, Of course not. It's just my personal preference. You're not obligated to follow my order. Beautiful. Ring up my reward then. Qin Feng replied with a harsh tone. Qin Feng's sudden change in attitude did not bother the beauty at all. After she reconfirmed the identity of Taoist Rakshasa, she pulled out her communication device and drew on it. Okay, we're done. You can log in to your Martial Artist Alliance's account and check on it. Qin Feng logged into his account without waiting for the beautiful woman's order. He noticed that 350 points had been added to his account, and the card he bound to his account when he first registered as a member of Martial Artist Alliance had an extra 300,000 yuan. Qin Feng had catapulted from a level 3 member to a level 5 member, so he could now accept a level 5 mission without having to team up with a higher level partner. If my memory serves me well, I'm still owed 300 flavor grass, right? Qin Feng asked the woman. Qin Feng did not know the effect of 100 flavor grass before obtaining the Compendium of 100 Materia Medica. Now he knew exactly what 100 flavor grass could sow, and therefore wanted it a great deal. The 100 flavor grass could absorb the spiritual essence from heaven and earth. So it was a treasure for Qin Feng, who was at the bottleneck of breaking through to stage for inner qi. The 300 flavor grass will be Billowy Lady's reward, and she will have to personally come to retrieve them, because the two of you came to such an agreement about how to split the reward. You will have to ask her if you want 100 flavor grass, the woman said calmly. Qin Feng did speak with Hua Yan about the dispersion of rewards, so he could not argue with the woman's comment. He took what he deserved and left with Lu Jia. As the two left the room, the eyes of the purplish bob-haired woman dressed in leather shirt and pants glowed. She was the mysterious woman that appeared 3 months ago in Acropolis City, who interfered in an assassination attempt on Qin Feng at Lotus Lake. She was also the same person who assisted Qin Feng in holding off the assassins sent by the Golden Assassin crew during the opening ceremony of Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2, Yan Wushuang. When Yan Wushuang exchanged glances with Qin Feng just now, she suspected that he was Qin Feng. She forwent her suspicious after remembering that Qin Feng had gone missing 3 months ago and was still in an unknown condition. Yan Wushuang shook her head and thought, I'm thinking too much. Even though Qin Feng holds a lot of secrets and he reached our Dragon Group's criteria for investigation, the Dragon Group has assigned me an even more important mission. After I have enrolled myself into Jindu University's medical college and finished investigating the William family in America, I'll come back to investigate him. Editor's note. From here on, the provincial capital city will be known as Jindu for easier reading. S-note, has many jobs to do now. Qin Feng and Lu Jia returned to the lobby, and Qin Feng realized that it was 4 a.m. now. Even if he rushed to return to Chang Xian's villa, he probably would not get enough sleep since he had to rush to teach at Jindu University again. Big brother, you killed a stage for Heretic all by yourself? Can you stop being so powerful? How strong is a stage for Heretic? I heard that the way a heretic and demon cultivator fight is totally different from us martial artists. Is that true? Lu Jia blabbered and shot a barrage of questions at Qin Feng. He could not be blamed for being so excited because heretics and demon cultivators were extremely rare in martial world. Lu Jia had never seen a heretic or demon cultivator in his life, so he could not stop his desire to learn more about them from Qin Feng. The mission is a team mission. I killed the heretic with my team member. My teammate left before you arrived. Lu Jia was tenacious, and Qin Feng knew that if he did not satisfy Lu Jia's curiosity, Lu Jia would continue to question him. As such, he simply gave a few answers and swayed the topic to derail Lu Jia's thoughts. The sun is coming up. What should we do for the next 2 hours? Big brother, why don't we have a stroll inside the martial artist town? You've never been there, right? Lu Jia suggested gleefully. A town built for martial artists. Qin Feng gave Lu Jia a puzzled look. Yes, big brother. The internal space of the branches of the Martial Artist Alliance across the nation are recreations of Martial Artist Alliance in Jindu. It is like a small town, so everybody calls it Martial Artist Town. Lu Jia explained patiently to Qin Feng. The constructions in Martial Artist Town are no different from the town outside. The shops, however, are kind of different. Aside from the grocery stores, financial institutes, hotels, restaurant, and so on, the most important is that some shops supply items that are useful for martial artists. For example, St. Medic at the junction there sells some common medical pills and potions used by martial artists. They even sell some elementary-grade medical pills. However, some merchandise cannot be purchased with money and can only be purchased with member points. Both of them walked to St. Medic, which Lu Jia had been talking about. Since he had nothing to do at the moment, Qin Feng pulled Lu Jia into St. Medic. The shop was spacious and well lit. As they entered the shop, the fragrance of traditional herbs surged and filled their noses. There was a row of showcases in the innermost of the shop and 2 hanging cupboards on either side of the shop. On the shelves were various kinds of medical pills and potions with their respective names and prices. A woman wearing a fire-red Qiao sat behind the counter, concentrating on playing on her cell phone. She paid no mind to Qin Feng and Lu Jie as they walked into her shop. Qin Feng glanced at the woman dressed in Qiao and began to wander around St. Medic. Suddenly, something on the shelf caught his attention. Dit de water, 10,000 yuan per bottle. Body refining potion, 100,000 yuan per bottle. Soul cleansing pills, 100,000 yuan and 100 member points per bottle. 5 tablets in a bottle. Healing pills, 200,000 yuan and 200 member points per bottle. 5 tablets in a bottle. Marrow expunging pills, 500,000 yuan and 3,000 member points per bottle. 3 tablets in a bottle. Blood qi pills, 500,000 yuan and 3,000 member points per bottle. 3 tablets in a bottle. Primordial spirit pills, 1 million yuan and 5,000 member points per bottle. 3 tablets in a bottle. Chapter 438, Pharmaceutical Master. Chapter 438, Pharmaceutical Master. In the 3 days since Qin Feng had joined the Martial Artist Alliance, he had completed a Level 3 and a Level 4 mission, so he was familiar with the mechanisms of the Martial Artist Alliance. A single member point could be converted into 1,000 yuan, so a bottle of soul-cleansing pills cost 200,000 yuan. Qin Feng had consumed the soul-cleansing pill before when Dongfang Ming Wang gave one to him the night that Hua Yan injured him. Dongfang Ming Wang treasured soul-cleansing pills very much. Qin Feng did not. This was because Qin Feng knew that the effect of a soul-cleansing pill was weaker than an elementary-grade golden sore medicine, which merely cost 100 hedonist points. As such, Qin Feng was really taken aback by the prices of medicine in the shop. This is a black tavern. Only 3 blood qi pills for 500,000 yuan is exorbitant, but it's not enough to satisfy this shop's gluttonous appetite. Qin Feng studied the medicine and herbs while grumbling in a low voice. They even demanded 3,000 member points. This is such a black tavern. Perhaps 500,000 yuan was a small amount for a martial artist, but a martial artist had to complete tons of missions to get 3,000 mission points. Qin Feng was very familiar with the blood qi pill, as it was the only medicine that could save Ling Bei from her coma. Qin Feng saw the blood qi pill in the system a long time ago. It cost 1,000 hedonist points, but the system prohibited Qin Feng from buying the blood qi pill from the system unless he completed the mission of saving Ling Bei by concocting the blood qi pill himself. For Qin Feng, 1,000 hedonist points was a small amount. The blood qi pills purchased from the system came in a bottle of 12 pills, while St. Medic's bottle was a great deal more expensive and only contained 3. The contrast was too huge, so it was natural for Qin Feng to grumble about this black tavern. And the primordial spirit pill. Holy moly, a whopping 1 million yuan and 5,000 member points for only 3 tablets? Why doesn't this shop go and rob on the streets instead? Qin Feng felt very indignant when he saw the primordial spirit pills. He used a primordial spirit pill before when Little Pig asked him to purchase a bottle after he suffered terrible injuries from the battle at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. The system sold them for only 2,000 hedonist points, but St. Medic's price was astronomical by comparison, and Qin Feng did not know that how many missions he had to complete in order to have enough to buy a bottle of primordial spirit pills. Qin Feng grumbled louder and louder, causing Lu Jie's face to blanch in fear. He looked at Qin Feng as if he was an apparition and kept a huge distance from him as if he did not know him at all. "What are you murmuring about, brat? Say everything in front of this mistress. Are you still a man?" An irritated voice, as sonorous as an oriole, echoed. As Qin Feng turned his head, he realized the woman dressed in the Qiao, who was playing on her cell phone, had snuck up behind him. With his current strength, he had not noticed the woman lurking behind him for such a long time. The revelation stunned him. He wondered how strong she had to be to achieve such a feat. Am I a man or not? Why don't you have a try with me in the room? Qin Feng felt bad when somebody said he wasn't a man. He was the first hedonist young master in Acropolis City, renowned as the man who could last for a whole night long. He turned around and saw the physical appearance of the woman. Qin Feng was stunned. The woman wearing the tight-fitting, fire-red qipao had a flawless, curvaceous figure. Her qipao had 2 thigh-high slits between which her long, graceful legs appeared every time she moved. Her breasts were smaller than Hua Yan and Yan Wu Shuang's, but their shape was cleverly carved, and they were very pleasing to one's eyes. Seeing Qin Feng staring at the woman, Lu Jie's heart pumped so fast that it almost jumped out of his throat. He was loyal to Qin Feng, given that he still remained by Qin Feng's side and did not escape. There were 2 shops in the town of martial artists that one should never offend. One was the Blacksmith, the other was the Saint Medic. The former forged various weapons and equipment for martial artists, while the latter concocted various potions and pills for the martial artists. Equipment and medicinal supplies were essential for martial artists, so neither could be omitted. As such, normally the shopkeepers had a devil-may-care attitude and ignored their customers because everyone had to curry favor with them as they were their only source of supply of the items they needed. However, not only had Qin Feng slandered the Saint Medic in front of their shopkeeper, but he even teased with the woman dressed in fire-red qipao. Lu Jie felt that his big brother had to have a death wish. Repeat what you said. Let's see how am I going to punish you. The woman dressed in fire-red qipao glared furiously at Qin Feng as her beautiful cosmos-like eyes were filled with coldness. Lu Jie broke into a cold sweat and kept on signaling Qin Feng. Repeat what I said. I said, lady, that you have a well-defined face that has been sculpted to perfection, and your beauty would shut out the moon and put flowers to shame. I can tell from a single glance that you must be a princess descended from an aristocratic family. There is an essence of elegance and gentility dwelling in your style of speech, your movements, and every detail of your action. Qin Feng behaved like a chameleon. He swiftly dropped his lascivious expression and changed into a serious and severe demeanor. Plop! Lu Jie's knee went limp, and he fell to the floor. He exclaimed inwardly, my level of shamelessness will never mount up to Professor Qin Feng. The woman dressed in fire-red qipao had been getting pumped up to fight Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng cut her short and praised her instead, causing her to blush in embarrassment. She lost track of her thought and did not know what to do. Hypocrite, spineless, you're all bark and no bite. The woman's eyes bulged as she stared at Qin Feng and chided him. Qin Feng raised his brows and said with all the seriousness, Beautiful, I suggested that we go into the room behind the shop, so I can show you whether I am a man or not. You say I'm all bark and no bite? I dare you to go into the room with me now. Let's compare notes in bed. What are you waiting for then? Let's go now. Do you think that this young mistress is afraid of you? We'll go to the bed and... The woman dressed in red qipao came to an abrupt halt as she felt something wasn't right. Her face sank and she glowered. You despicable outlaw. Why would we have to compare notes in bed? This young mistress could destroy you here and now. The woman dressed in red qipao was Rin Xiaoyao. She shoved her palm at Qin Feng. Gales of ferocious wind ravaged the shop. Qin Feng's face changed drastically. He never expected the young woman in the medicine shop to be a stage 6 inner chi master. What a martial artist town! Are all the residents here this powerful? Don't be so wired up, lady. I said your shop is a black tavern. You want to kill me so that I will not slander your shop anymore outside? Qin Feng knew he could not possibly gain the upper hand against the woman, so he cast aside all considerations, folded his arms behind his back, and pretended to be a master who would not deign to initiate an attack. What is your basis for slandering Saint Medic by calling it a black tavern? Show me the proof, or else I'll kill you. Rin Xiao Yao stopped her attack. Her snow-white palm was 5 centimeters away from Qin Feng's chest, and if she went closer a bit, she would be able to feel Qin Feng's vigorous heartbeat. Saint Medic was highly regarded among the martial artists, and they would not pull rank on others because of their prestige. Also, Ren Xiao Yao wasn't a hot-headed person. She was afraid that Qin Feng was sent by someone to ruin the reputation of Saint Medic, and if she attacked him, she would fall into their crafty plot. Qin Feng opened his palm, and a jade bottle appeared on his palm as if he performed magic. Once Qin Feng opened the bottle, the dense fragrance of herbs filled the room, tickling Ren Xiao Yao's nostrils. Her clear-as-water eyes suddenly glowed brilliantly. What is this? How come the fragrance is so dense? Which pharmaceutical master made this? I'd hate to admit it, but his or her level is on par with some of Saint Medic's pharmaceutical masters. Qin Feng was relieved when Ren Xiao Yao's expression changed. He believed that he could subdue the woman with a bottle of elementary-grade, golden sore medicine. I cannot answer your question since it involves private information. However, I can tell you that this bottle of herbs is similar to the soul-cleansing pills. The only differences are that the effect is 10 times stronger than the soul-cleansing pills, and the price is 10 times cheaper. The amazement in Rin Xiao Yao intensified as Qin Feng spoke. She grabbed the jade bottle from Qin Feng and poured some of it into her palm. She sniffed it and then made a small wound on her wrist. Drips of crystal-clear blood flowed from the wound, but it did not hinder Rin Xiao Yao even in the slightest. She hastily applied the elementary-grade golden sore medicine to her wound. Surges of cold spread from the wound as the pain swiftly faded. At the same time, the wound healed quickly enough to be seen. Ren Xiao Yao was utterly dazed by the wonderful effect of golden sore medicine that her cherry mouth gaped into a small O shape. Her expression was cute, which delighted Qin Feng. Impossible. You're lying. Suddenly, a dense chilly aura erupted from Rin Xiao Yao. She moved her hand, revealed a soft sword, and pointed it at Qin Feng. Speak now. Who sent you here to defame us? Since you have come, you might as well just spit up the name of your lord. You, little girl, are really such a great fantasizer. Why don't you write yourself a novel instead? How about the current trend? An imperial harem-based novel featuring a woman who has time-traveled back to ancient times. I guess you will make a lot of fortune from that, given that you have the potential to be a great writer. Qin Feng ignored the soft sword in Ren Xiao Yao's hand and withdrew the golden sore medicine. A flick of dismay crossed Ren Xiao Yao's eyes after Qin Feng withdrew the golden sore medicine. The effect of golden sore medicine was so stunning, and the only thing that was comparable was the Miao Ling panacea of Saint Medic. However, a single bottle of Miao Ling panacea cost 500,000 yuan and 1,000 mission points, and what's more, a bottle of it was only half the size of the golden sore medicine. After she compared the differences, Rin Xiao Yao felt that Qin Feng could not be blamed for slandering Saint Medic as a black tavern. How did you get your hands on this herb mixture? How much for one bottle? Ren Xiao Yao persisted and shot a barrage of questions at Qin Feng. Qin Feng knew that this lady was very tenacious. She would not let him slip away unless he gave her a satisfactory answer. This herb is mine. I concocted it myself. Ren Xiao Yao and Lu Jie was starstruck at Qin Feng's words. So this means that you're a pharmaceutical master? Impossible. Ren Xiao Yao did not believe in Qin Feng. How is that even possible for you to be a pharmaceutical master at your age? Moreover, your herb mixture could only be concocted by a stage 2 pharmaceutical master. Not only did Ren Xiao Yao not believe Qin Feng, Lu Jie did not trust him either. They knew exactly what a pharmaceutical master was. A pharmaceutical master was even rarer than a demon cultivator or a heretic. To become a pharmaceutical master, one first had to become a martial artist. Second, the person had to familiarize themselves with the pharmacological potency of every herb that grew on this earth. And third, they had to have acute and extra strong sixth senses. Neither of these three criteria could be avoided on the road to becoming a pharmaceutical master. Currently, the youngest elementary stage 1 pharmaceutical master in China was a middle-aged elder around 40 years old. The stage 3 and above pharmaceutical masters were all 60-year-old and above geezers. Chapter 439, The Sima Family's Blacksmith. Chapter 439, The Sima Family's Blacksmith. Believe it or not, I won't force you either way. Qin Feng berated and rolled his eyes at Ren Xiaoyao. His hoity-toity reaction incensed Ren Xiaoyao, causing her to stomp her feet in anger. After realizing the weirdo wearing a wolf mask might be a stage 2 or higher pharmaceutical master, she decided to step down and not fight Qin Feng. Being a pharmaceutical master was a rare profession in China. Even the lowest-ranking pharmaceutical master had the ability to demolish a small familial clan from a second-tier city with a turn of the hand. This did not mean that a pharmaceutical master had a high combative ability. Instead, a pharmaceutical master was always surrounded by loads of martial artists because a high-grade pill or herb mixture could be a great help to a cultivating martial artist. The cases of martial artists working themselves to the bone for a pharmaceutical master in order to get their hands on a sovereign panacea were beyond counting. Humph. You ain't no big deal just because you're a pharmaceutical master. Saint Medic has many pharmaceutical masters at our disposal, and none of them are any inferior to you. Rin Xiaoyao placed her hands on her hips and glared ferociously at Qin Feng. I never said that I'm great. I'm just saying that the herb mixtures and pills in your shop are too expensive. It's accurate for me to describe your shop as a black tavern. Qin Feng did not get angry at all, and instead maintained a gleeful smile as he stared at Ren Xiaoyao's irresistibly charming breasts. Ren Xiaoyao's face darkened as anger brewed within her. Qin Feng was a pharmaceutical master, so his cost of concocting herb mixtures was low. However, it wasn't the same for a large drugstore like Saint Medic. Not only did they sell their own products, but Saint Medic had some medicine and herbs dealership contracts with various pharmaceutical corporations as well. For example, Ditta water was created by a pharmaceutical magnate owned by the Liang family of Jindu. The Liang family wanted to make money, and Saint Medic had to add on the processing fees and consignment commission charged, thereby increasing the sales price. Go, go, go. Hurry up and get lost if you're not going to buy anything from us, you annoying fly. Since Ren Xiaoyao could not pick a fight nor get the upper hand from a verbal exchange with Qin Feng, she shooed him away. Much to her shock, Qin Feng stepped backward and moved into the gap between her extended her arms, causing her to lose her balance and fall directly into his arms. Qin Feng flashed a broad grin and opened his arms, awaiting Ren Xiaoyao's fall into his embrace. So soft, Qin Feng enjoyed the fine feeling of Ren Xiaoyao's thin waistline while gazing lewdly at Ren Xiaoyao's breasts. Her petite breasts were pressed against Qin Feng's pecs. The soft and delicate texture excited Qin Feng so much that he almost screamed. Ah! Go to hell! Go to hell, you bastard! Ren Xiaoyao's face reddened. Embarrassed and vexed with Qin Feng, she drew her soft sword and waved it in the air. It turned into a silver serpent and dashed towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng had retreated from the shop the moment Ren Xiaoyao had drawn her sword. Before he left, he shouted at Lu Jia, who was still zoned out in the shop. Are you blind? Hurry up and run. Or do you want to hug that woman too? What the? Lu Jia had snapped out from his dissociation and hastily escaped. Big brother, you're so amazing and awesome. You even dared to tease the beauty of Saint Medic. Big brother, why don't you teach me how to hook up with women instead of teaching me Chinese medicine? He yelled loudly while he was running, and the words fell clearly into Ren Xiaoyao's ears. She was so infuriated that she almost crushed her bright teeth. "Just you wait, you bloody wolf-masked weirdo. I swear, I'll chop off your head if we ever have a chance to meet outside the martial artist town one day." Ren Xiaoyao made an oath in her heart after she realized that she could not CA up with Qin Feng. They sprinted for 10 minutes straight. "Big brother, can we stop running now? That flare blitz beauty did not chase after us. I really can't run any more longer." Completely exhausted, Lu Jie stuck his butt on the ground and refused to move an inch further. Qin Feng heaved a long sigh of relief after he realized that Ren Xiaoyao had given up, even though he had the guts to tease her, and indeed had a fun time with her. That woman's fathomless strength was something not to be reckoned with. Qin Feng swept his gaze across the surroundings, and a shop opposite of the road caught his attention. A smithy? What is that? How can a worn-out shop like this even exist in Martial Artist Town? It severely damages the image of the town. The shop resembled a shop from ancient time. There was a large wooden stake outside the shop with a white banner fixed on it. On the banner was the word "Smithy" written on it. Qin Feng began to grumble again. Lu Jie was so helpless at Qin Feng's grumble that he almost vomited blood. The smithy and Saint Medic were two sacred and inviolable grounds in Martial Artist Town. He never expected that Qin Feng had planned to offend both shops during his first stroll through Martial Artist Town. "Big brother, I beg you to stop grumbling. The influence of this smithy isn't minor, just like Saint Medic. This shop specializes in forging weapons and equipment required by martial artists, and they have a powerful backing." Ahem, ahem. After listening to Lu Jie's explanation, Qin Feng cleared his throat and looked seriously at the wooden stake and white banner again. "Not bad, not bad. The exterior of this shop has the vibe of an ancient blacksmith's workshop. I can see from a single glance that the masters of this shop must have inherited the mantle from their ancestors. I believe that the weapons and equipment they forge must be first-rate with reasonable price. It's a nice shop and it looks promising. Let's check it out." Qin Feng had swaggered his way into the smithy, leaving a totally bewildered Lu Jie standing in the wind as he was unable to follow Qin Feng's quirky thought. The furnishing inside the smithy was minimal. The room was spacious and multiple wooden shelves were nailed to the surrounding walls. A large variety of weapons were displayed on the shelves. Single-edged swords, spears, double-edged swords, halberds, axes, tomahawks, hooks, tridents, whips, bar maces, and so on. 18 types of Chinese weapons were displayed on the shelves. Qin Feng could sense a bit of spiritual essence lingering around the workshop as he walked further into it. The spiritual essence emanated from some of the weapons in the smithy. "Wow, check this out, big brother. Lord Guan's great blade is so cool." Lu Jie had entered the smithy as well. He was gushing about a great 2-meter-long blade. Qin Feng walked towards Lu Jie and studied the Lord Guan's great blade. He knew the Lord Guan's great blade was a replica, forged with iron and probably with a bit of winter iron since he could see a sense of coldness from the Lord Guan's great blade. Qin Feng claimed bronze number 8 of the Golden Assassin Group's Green Dragon Crescent Blade when he killed him. The Green Dragon Crescent Blade was the real McCoy. The blade was entirely forged with winter iron, and it gave the wielder a cold sensation. It could slice through metal like mud. Despite all of that, it was just a large weapon and not Qin Feng's preferred weapon either. So he ended up fusing the Green Dragon Crescent Blade with the Flying Dragon Armor to upgrade the Flying Dragon Armor to a top orange-grade piece of equipment. At that time, if Qin Feng knew that he would eventually accept Lu Jie as his underling, he would have kept the blade for him since a large weapon made Lu Jie's burly figure perfectly. Qin Feng did not pay much attention to Lu Jie and left him happily yelling and holding the fake Lord Guan's great blade as Qin Feng went to check the prices and materials used to craft the weapons. He realized that most of the weapons in the smithy were forged with very small amounts of rare materials, such as winter iron or black iron. However, Shockingly, the prices were 10 times higher than a weapon forged with only pure rare materials. Disappointed, Qin Feng deemed this shop a black tavern as well. After taking a stroll around the smithy, Qin Feng did discover a few white and orange-grade pieces of spiritual equipment. The orange-grade spiritual equipment was a gilded Shaolin staff that glowed with an orange light. It was probably the premier piece of the collection, since it was displayed on the highest shelf. As for the white-grade spiritual equipment, the weapon itself had to be completely forged with rare materials, such as winter iron or black iron without any impurities, while the orange-grade spiritual equipment, aside from using rare materials, it was definitely forged with the bones or hides of spiritual beasts. The spirit snake whip Qin Feng had obtained from bronze number 5 was made of spirit snake skin and tendon. The weapons forged with a mixture of winter iron and ordinary, or could not be called spiritual equipment. They could only be regarded as normal armaments. And more than half of the weapon in the smithy were normal armaments. There were 2 shopkeepers in the smithy. One of them wore a hoary linen robe, while the other wore a white tang costume. Contrary to his companion's servant-alike appearance, the one in the tang costume looked impressive, and it seemed as though that he was a rich young master from an aristocratic family. That servant-looking shopkeeper stormed towards Lu Jie. With a disdainful expression, he pushed Lu Jie away and yelled at him sarcastically, "Hey, you fatty! You've touched my weapon for half a day long and moistened it with your disgusting grease. Are you buying it or not? If you can't afford it, then get lost." Lu Jie had been totally immersed in marveling at the Lord Guan's great blade, so he hadn't been aware of either of them. The servant-looking man pushed him to the ground. He hastily got up and yelled back at that servant, "Hey, why do you have to push me? Io, what's wrong? Do you want to cause trouble here? You have to know better, you insolent, blubbering fool. You're still 100 years too early to play high and mighty in front of me." The servant-looking one had been measuring Qin Feng and Lu Jie from the moment they entered his shop, especially Lu Jie, who acted like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world and adored the fake Lord Guan's great blade like nothing could be better than it. He was certain that Lu Jie was a poor schmuck, so he threw his weight around and insulted Lu Jie. Lu Jie had calmed himself down. Even though he was enraged, he did not dare make any moves given the background of the smithy. If he was alone, he could battle to the death and vindicated himself. However, that was not the case. He represented the family behind him, and he could not follow any momentary inclinations without considering his family and his brethren. "Humph. Why are you keeping quiet now? Weren't you acting cocky just now and wanted to fight me? I'm standing right here. Hit me if you have the guts. Otherwise, get the hell out of here. Don't be a hindrance to the Sima family. We still want to maintain our shop's operation. TSK, look at you. Look at your body. Other customers might think we, the Sima family, has a pig as our pet if you keep standing here. Get lost now. You better weigh your P's and Q's." Lu Jie's eyes went bloodshot. He clenched his fists tightly. The servant disregarded Lu Jie's threat. He craned his neck like someone that needed some good beating and stared at Lu Jie. "Ha! What's wrong with me calling you a pig? You're a pig. Your whole family is pigs. I must kill you today." Lu Jie was at the age when young men were filled with animal spirits and were easily taunted. He could not hold himself anymore. He raised his fist and was soon going to ram it into the servant's face. "Lu Jie, stand down." Qin Feng's voice echoed at this moment and stopped Lu Jie. "Big brother." Lu Jie looked at Qin Feng as if he was wronged as tears formed in his eyes. "If you still regarded me as your big brother, then stand down. I'm in charge starting from here on." Qin Feng glared at Lu Jie. Then he turned to the servant-looking man as a devilish grin slowly spread across his face. "Hey, brother, you said this shop is owned by the Sima family." Chapter 440. I'll still hate you even if you're from the Sima family. Chapter 440. I'll still hate you even if you're from the Sima family. The servant-looking man measured Qin Feng from his top to his toes. Qin Feng's strange wolf mask prevented the servant from seeing his real appearance. So the servant-looking man could not certain was Qin Feng someone of a higher class than him from his outfit. Are you stupid? Not only is the smithy in martial artist town of Jindu owned by the Sima family, every smithy in martial artist town of every branch belongs to the Sima family. Let me put it in a more simpler way. It is a time-honored chain of blacksmith shops that covers the whole nation and owned by the Sima family. Did I make it clear enough for you now? The servant-looking man purposely bloated the great history of the blacksmith shops, hoping to dwarf Qin Feng's spirit. He wanted to shoo Qin Feng away without making much of a scene. Qin Feng scoffed. This means that the Sima family across China should be branches of the Sima family in Jindu, right? Qin Feng's sarcastic remark did not reach the servant-looking man. He was heaved with joy and stared at Qin Feng. So you're not that ignorant after all. In China, as long as the family carries the name Sima, they are considered as the forces under the Sima family of Jindu. So, do you know how powerful the Sima family is and how meaningful this smithy is now, brat? The Sima family was one of the 4 largest familial clans of Jindu. Immensely powerful with a wide and well-established network, the Sima family was a strong force that could not be ignored or provoked in Jindu. The servant-looking man had gained some spirit after he explained the full history of the Sima family. His gaze once again fell on Lu Jie, who was staring at him with his tightly clenched fist, and yelled, "Fuck you! Stop staring at me, you disgusting fat pig! Do you believe that I'll hit you?" Shaking his head, Qin Feng cut Lu Jie short and smiled. "I don't believe that." "Huh, you don't believe me? Then I'll prove it to you." Slap! The servant-looking man had just finished talking, and a crisp slapping sound echoed. The sound didn't come from the man slapping Lu Jie. The sound came from Qin Feng slapping the servant-looking man. Qin Feng had slapped the servant with 150 kilogram strength, and he almost beheaded the servant. Half of the servant's face swelled up like an inflating ball. "Fuck, you've really done it this time. I swear I'll kill you." The servant-looking man was dazed for a good 10 minutes before he found his senses. He never expected that Qin Feng would really slap him, yelling and roaring. He threw himself at Qin Feng. As Qin Feng was about to slap him again, the man dressed in the white tang costume, who remained silent throughout the fight, finally opened his mouth. "Stand down, Wang Er." Wang Er was the servant-looking man's name. He hastily stopped his attack as soon as the man ordered him. "Prince Yang," Wang Er cried to Prince Yang while holding a heavy-hearted expression. "This brat is hindering our shop's daily operation. You must do justice to me." Sima Yang totally ignored Wang Er and glued his gaze to Qin Feng. He studied Qin Feng meticulously with his dark and sharp eyes, seemingly wanting to see through to the face behind Qin Feng's wolf mask. "What is the reason you hit my servant here?" Sima Yang disappeared and reappeared in front of Qin Feng. He wore a white tang costume, had a handsome face, a pair of brooding eyes, and an imposing manner. He resembled Sima Tuesday. Isn't it obvious? Why did you ask a stupid question like that? Are you stupid? Qin Feng berated Sima Yang indifferently. 3 months ago, loads of martial artists from every corner of China made their way into Acropolis City to pursue Qin Feng. Qin Feng had lost count of how many martial artists he had engaged in one night. This incident was caused by Sima Tu, Qin Yi, and Li Shaojie. They were the one who spread the news of Qin Feng possessing numerous pieces of high-grade spiritual equipment and skill books to the martial world, and caused the martial artists to launch a crusade against Qin Feng to get his spiritual equipment. Following this, Qin Feng developed a vendetta against the Sima and Li families. He would never sit idly since the smithy was the Sima family's properties and their servant, Wang Er, had insulted Lu Jie. A flick of murderous intent crossed Sima Yang's calm face. The wolf-masked man in front of him was too arrogant. Sima Yang never thought that he would be completely unafraid of the Sima family to make such a brazen remark. It's been 100 years since someone had the nerve to throw a tantrum in a Sima family's blacksmith store. I suppose that you should be around my ages, given your voice. TSK, TSK, what an unruly lad who has no idea the immensity of heaven and earth. Suddenly, Sima Yang paused as his eyes smoldered with fervent murderous intent. He said in an icy tone, "Very well then, I shall grant you your death." Sima Yang drew his weapon as soon as he finished speaking. A pair of azure blades flickered and slashed towards Qin Feng's neck. He was aiming for Qin Feng's life. Rumble. 2 blades of flames gushed appeared as the blades approached Qin Feng's neck. Then the flames exploded and instantly set Qin Feng's head ablaze. "Big brother!" Lu Jia yelled in anguish when he saw Qin Feng's head on fire. He panicked, and he swung his fist at Sima Yang. Sima Yang made light of Lu Jia's attack and did not even bother to dodge it. When Lu Jia stepped into his attack zone, he immediately kicked Lu Jia and sent him flying. Bang! Concurrently, a tempestuous wind blew towards him and his triumphant expression froze. Thump! Before he could regain his senses to parry the attack, a left hook with tremendous strength slammed into his face and sent him crashing into the ground outside the shop, stunning both Wang and Lu Jia. "Big brother, are you all right?" Lu Jia spat 2 mouthfuls of blood, suppressed the intense pain in his body, and looked fervently at Qin Feng. He saw that Qin Feng's head was engulfed by a ball of fire, and he thought his big brother was surely dead. Little did he expect that his big brother would appear unscathed and be able to repay Sima Yang with a punch. Qin Feng's attack raised a storm in Sima Yang's stomach. He forcibly pushed down the urge to vomit the blood that was stuck in his throat and stared at Qin Feng with reddened eyes. "How is that possible? Who are you?" "It's not important who I am. The thing is that you attacked my brother, and I must pay you back." Qin Feng replied to Sima Yang with a firm gaze. His heroic remark and actions moved Lu Jia to tears. "I dare you to show yourself. Since you have the nerve to wreak havoc in our smithy, don't hide your face under a mask. Weren't you acting arrogantly just now? Remove your mask, then, and let me see the face is hiding under the mask." Sima Yang had forgotten how long it had been since he was beaten by somebody. He had never been bullied by anyone. After all, having the powerful Sima family backing him, who the hell still had the guts to offend him? Qin Feng looked at Sima Yang as if he was looking at a fool. He knew that Sima Yang was trying to goad him into removing his mask by taunting and implying that he was a gutless pussy. Qin Feng was not so stupid to fall for his trap. It was part of his plan to beat up Sima Yang and obliterate him at every possible opportunity to get revenge against him. Qin Feng recognized the blades the moment Sima Yang pulled them out. The blades went by the name Mollis Azure Wing Blades, a blue-grade spiritual equipment previously wielded by Sima Tuesday. Qin Feng had a good taste of them during the basketball match against Sima Tu in Acropolis City Normal University, so he had a very deep impression of the Mollis Azure Wing Blades. The blades glowed in blue, and their bodies were forged from the wings of an azure wing bird, hence the name Mollis Azure Wing Blades. They were extremely sharp and could effortlessly slice through metal like mud. Like the sacred azure battle armor, the Mollis Azure Wing Blades had a hidden skill as well. They could create fire when attacking. Qin Feng knew exactly what the Mollis Azure Wing Blades could do. Hence, he was prepared. When flame rose, Qin Feng had deployed the sacred azure battle armor and effortlessly warded off the fire ambush. Sima Yang's attack might have been fearsome from others' perspective, but it was nothing but mere child's play in Qin Feng's eyes. "Big brother, let's ignore him and leave now." Lu Jia dragged his body to Qin Feng's side and suggested him. He didn't want Qin Feng to remove his mask either. because he knew that once Sima Yang knew it was Qin Feng behind the mask, Sima Yang would certainly mobilize every force the Sima family controlled to hunt Qin Feng down. Humph. Want to leave after beating up our people? Not so fast. Seeing that Qin Feng and Lu Jia were prepared to leave, Sima Yang tensed up as he still had not gotten his revenge for Qin Feng punching him. Big brother, let's ignore him. Hurry up and let's leave. Lu Jia had calmed down. He knew the Sima family wasn't something Qin Feng or he could contend with. The main reason that drove Qin Feng to go berserk was him. So Lu Jia wanted to take Qin Feng away as he did not want Qin Feng to get into any trouble. Stay. Room. The sharp and ear-deafening buzzing of a sword echoed. With the blades in his hands, Sima Yang darted at Qin Feng and Lu Jia. He closed in fast. While he was on the way, he brandished the blades in his hand with extreme mastery and drew a deluge of blue lights in the air. Hum! 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 Qin Feng put on his winter iron glove and sent a dozen of fist energies into the air. The massive fist energies tore the air open and collided with the blue blades of wind, causing waves of explosions. Da, da, da. The inner qi released by both sides swirled around them, pushing the air and forming a dome of strong wind as a barrier. Qin Feng quickly pulled Lu Jia backward as Sima Yang drew back. Neither of them tried to breach the dense mist of inner qi. Big brother, don't fight with him anymore. Let's leave now. Lu Jia pulled Qin Feng outside the shop, planning to retreat, when Wang rushed forward with malice written all over his face and blocked Qin Feng and Lu Jia's soul escape route. Sima Yang and Wang commenced a simultaneous frontal and rear attack. Qin Feng pushed Lu Jia away and looked at Sima Yang icily. Since you have a death wish, this young master should show you mercy and grant your wish. They were in martial artist town. Even though Qin Feng loathed the Sima family from the bottom of his heart, he did not plan to kill any of them here today. However, over and over again Sima Yang barred his way, and Qin Feng was furious. Big brother, it's not the time to play right now. Let's leave. Lu Jia rushed forward to drag Qin Feng away again, but before he could reach Qin Feng sent a palm at him and pushed him away. The palm strike was harmless but filled with tremendous inner qi. The strike sent Lu Jia's stout body backward, and within the time of a few breaths he was out of the battle zone. Go ahead of me. Qin Feng's voice was cold and his order was absolute. No, big brother, I'm not going anywhere. If we're fighting, then let me fight with you. Let's kill these fucking bastards together. Lu Jia's eyes went bloodshot as he yelled. He acted like an enraged bull, and without waiting for Qin Feng's order, Lu Jia raised his big fists and swung them at Sima Yang. Chapter 441. Bow down before the dragon door. Chapter 441. Bow down before the dragon door. Shroom, shroom, shroom. As Lu Jia arrived beside Sima Yang, the sound of blades cutting through the wind echoed through the air above them. Qin Feng's heart raced. He yelled at Lu Jia, "Get down!" Lu Jia sensed the deadly aura swarming behind him and quickly recoiled. Clank, clank, clank. As he moved 3 steps back, 3 flying knives landed in the ground in front of Lu Jia, buried to the hilt around which a red ribbon was wrapped. The red ribbons waved in the air. Phew! What strong inner qi! Lu Jia's face was clouded with amazement. If he had moved any slower, the 3 flying knives would have punctured his body. The first rule of martial artist town: every resident must coexist peacefully and not cause any trouble for anybody. Can any one of you tell me what you guys are doing now? A sonorous female voice resonated as Yan Wushuang appeared in between Qin Feng and Sima Yang. Yan Wushuang wore a tight-fitting leather shirt and pants that clung to her curvaceous figure. Her breasts were not overly large, but the shape of them was captivating. Coupled with her purplish bob haircut, She would be the center of attention anywhere she went. After seeing that the intruder was Yan Wuxuang, Sima Yang dropped his pride, plastered a placating smile on, and went forward to welcome her. "Oh, Miss Wuxuang is here. I apologize for my impoliteness." Yan Wuxuang ignored Sima Yang and concentrated on Qin Feng's wolf mask. "Prince Yang, as a cooperation partner of martial artist town, the Sima family should take the lead and abide by the rules. Your actions have disappointed us, the Dragon Door, very much." Sima Yang's expression changed slightly. Even though Yan Wuxuang wasn't a descendant of a great family, she was a member of the Dragon Door, so toying with her wasn't a task Sima Yang easily welcomed. China had 3 doors and 5 sections. The Dragon Door was one of the doors, and it was a mysterious organization supported by the government, so even the higher-ups of Martial Artists Alliance had to give face to the Dragon Door, not to mention Sima Yang. "Miss Wuxuang is right, but we are not the ones to be blamed. It was them who created trouble first. They pushed us over the edge, which left me and my servant with no alternatives but to defend ourselves." Seeing Sima Yang had passed the buck to him and Qin Feng, Lu Jie's face darkened. Lu Jie remained silent and did not speak for himself, although Sima Yang's despicable action ticked him off. The family behind Lu Jie was merely one of the 5 small familial clans in Jindu, and it was nothing compared to the mysterious Dragon Door. The Dragon Door could easily erase the existence of his family from the face of the earth with only a flip of their hand. "Green Wolf, is that true?" Yan Wuxuang shot a fervent gaze at Qin Feng's wolf mask, seemingly wanted to see through the face hiding behind the mask. Since Qin Feng completed the mission released by her on behalf of the Dragon Door, so Yan Wuxuang knew his alias was Green Wolf. "What he said isn't true. In fact, it's the reverse situation." Qin Feng brushed off Sima Yang's accusation indifferently. "It was the Sima family's servant who looked down on my brother and attacked us first. My brother and I are the victims. We had to return the blows to defend ourselves." Sima Yang stunned when Yan Wuxuang addressed Qin Feng by his alias. He never expected that Yan Wuxuang knew Qin Feng. Ahem, Ms. Wuxuang, this is just a misunderstanding. Why don't we just leave it at that?" Sima Yang had lost his confidence. Initially, he planned to detain Qin Feng and Lu Jie, but now he only wished that the Dragon Door would not target the Sima family. "Is this your final decision, Prince Yang?" Yan Wuxuang smiled lightly at Sima Yang. "I apologize for troubling you, Ms. Wuxuang. If you have some time on you, let's have a seat inside the shop. If you have your eyes set on any weapons in our shop, I'll gift it to Ms. Wuxuang as a present on behalf of the Sima family." "Thank you for your offer, but I'm good. I still have an important task to tend to. I shall take my leave first." After she did her job, Yan Wuxuang prepared to leave. Like a soaring swallow, Yan Wuxuang's elegant figure disappeared from everybody's sight in a few light hops. Sima Yang's face instantly turned vile as soon as Yan Wuxuang left. He shot a few fiendish glares at Qin Feng and Lu Jie. "Pray to God that you two will never encounter me outside town, brats, or else I'll kill you both the moment I see you." Sima Yang fluttered his sleeve in a huff and stormed into the smithy. Likewise, Wang glared at Qin Feng and Lu Jie before following Sima Yang back into the smithy. Phew! Lu Jie heaved a long sigh of relief as he never thought the incident would end so smoothly. "I'm so scared. Big brother, let's leave now. The Sima family is not to be trifled with." Qin Feng tilted his head up and looked at the signage hanging outside the shop. His eyes glistened with intense light. Jindu University Medical College, Lecture Hall. The bell rang, signifying Qin Feng's first class had started as soon as Qin Feng and Lu Jie arrived at the lecture hall. Qin Feng marched into the lecture hall bold as brass. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the best spot behind the podium where the sunlight fell. The lecture hall was still packed with loads of students. There were at least 200 students. Some of them shared their seats with one of their friends, while the rest, who failed to themselves a seat, stand in the aisles on both sides of the lecture hall. Handsome Professor Qinfeng, what are you going to teach us today? I've not made up my mind yet. Feng, I wore no brasserie underneath today. Can you teach me some massage skill and help me massage my boobs? Vulgar, come to my office after the class is dismissed. Handsome and stylish Professor Qinfeng, can I pay a visit to your office too after the class dismissed? You fucking gay, get out from my class. Before he began his lecture every day, Qinfeng devoted 5 minutes to interact with his students and to invigorate their spirits. The students knew his style very well, so they cracked a few jokes with him as well. The atmosphere was as lively as New Year's. Seeing that it was almost time to begin his class, Qinfeng gestured with his hands, and the students instantly fell silent. Their reactions amused Qinfeng very much. He posed in a handsome and confident stance and spoke brazenly. Dear students, I've decided that since you all love my acupuncture class very much, then in this lesson, I'll teach you all how to manipulate a needle. Rumble. The lecture hall exploded as soon as Qinfeng finished speaking. All of the students yelled and screamed frantically in excitement. It was more intense than a superstar concert. When Professor Ling Qingyuan led a team for an inspection into their class during their previous class, he had a heart seizure and he lost his consciousness. Qinfeng saved him on the spot with only his acupuncture technique, which sowed the seed of interest to learn Chinese medicine in the heart of his students. So, how could the students not get excited when Professor Qinfeng finally wanted to teach them the acupuncture technique? A live specimen is essential in this lesson. You have to practice how to manipulate the needles on a living person. I guess I'll just pick a training dummy among you for this training module. Is that fine for you all? Yes, pick me. The students were delighted. However, in the next second, everybody fell silent. They felt something was wrong as the same thought was popped up in every student's mind. What if Professor Qinfeng picks me as the training dummy? No, don't pick me. The 200 or so students shook their heads like there was no tomorrow and forwent their desire to. Go, up to the podium. Mister. Lu Jia came to class after me, so he is late to class. Then let us invite Mr. Lu Jia to come upon the podium to be our training dummy. Is that okay? Qinfeng gave a fake smile while looking at his students. Lu Jia's face darkened. When he heard the uproarious cheers and applause, his face turned white in anger again. Okay, let's welcome Mr. Lu Jia to come on the podium then. All of the students focused their gaze on Lu Jia and looked forward to him to go on stage. Their reactions ticked Lu Jia off, and he felt ashamed and helpless for having these kinds of friends and classmates. Professor Qinfeng, I have a recording that I want to play for everybody. Lu Jia pulled out his cell phone and provoked Qinfeng. It's about the story in Ghost Mountain. After I finish playing the recording, I'll go to the podium. A flick of anger flashed through Qinfeng's eyes before he turned his expression into a smiley expression. Haha, please sit down, mister. Lu Jia, how is that possible I'd use my students as training dummy? The purpose of saying that is to test your sense of community and solidarity. AI, you all have disappointed me so much. Lu Jia returned to his seat and was pleased. Qinfeng rested his arms on the table, shook his head and sighed. Master, can you stop acting? You're nauseating me. Little Pig grumbled in Qinfeng's mind. Even the pig could not stand Qinfeng anymore. A wicked idea crossed Qinfeng's mind. His mouth twisted into a sly grin as he said, Ha ha! Actually, I've found training dummy for everybody. But this training dummy is a piglet. Let's test out our acupuncture technique on him. As Qinfeng spoke, a pinkish piglet appeared on the podium. Qinfeng gleefully looked at Little Pig. while Little Pig was so angry that his fur exploded. "Master, you're so shameless. How can you release me in the public? Hurry up and let me go back into the system." Little Pig chided. Qin Feng ignored him and threw him on the table in the first row. "Ah, the piglet is so adorable. His fur is pink. His eyes are so big and bright. His nostrils look sexy, and his hooves look so tiny and cute. He's even got a bow tie on his neck. Ah, I love this piglet so much. Professor Feng Feng, can you give this piglet to me? As a payment, I'll help you to warm your bed tonight. You women can't even let go of a male piglet? Hurry up and let him go. I'll handle him." Little Pig had never witnessed this kind of situation before. He kept running on his 4 hooves on the table, due to his petite size and agile movements. Everybody chased him around, but nobody could see him. Shroom! Little Pig hopped into Qiao Shirshir's arms and looked up at Qiao Shirshir with his large eyes looking so pitiable, as if he had found his mother. Qiao Shirshir hugged Little Pig, pet him with her lily-white hands, and calmed Little Pig down. He enjoyed it and snuggled his head into Qiao Shirshir's breasts. "Little Pig, come back here. You're so shameless." Qin Feng communicated with Little Pig through telepathy. "Don't be scared, Little Pig. Nobody is going to hurt you." It wasn't Little Pig replied to Qin Feng. It was Qiao Shirshir's voice. Qin Feng was stunned. This was because he saw it with his own eyes that Qiao Shirshir had not opened her mouth at all. Her voice transmitted to his mind through telepathy. Chapter 442. Hooking up with a woman requires deep knowledge. Chapter 442. Hooking up with a woman requires deep knowledge. "What's going on, Little Pig?" Qin Feng asked Little Pig in shock. "Don't expect me to tell you the truth after putting me through all this, Master." Little Pig brushed off Qin Feng's question with a dismissive while tilting his head high and looked delightedly at Qin Feng. "What I can tell you is that Qiao Shirshir is special. Figure out the rest yourself." While Qin Feng was communicating telepathically with Little Pig, he tried to see Qiao Shirshir's voice. However, he could not sense the telepathy anymore, and everything that happened was like an illusion to him. Qiao Shirshir protected Little Pig in her arm and kept the other students from harming him. Those students stopped too. Not only was Qiao Shirshir the belle of the medical college, she was also one of the goddesses of Jindu University, and many of them were her fans. "Professor Qin Feng, if we're practicing acupuncture, I bet practicing on a living human will make us understand more about acupuncture. Don't you think? After all, Little Pig is a pig, an animal. If you use Little Pig as our training dummy, won't it make the rest of us become a veterinarian instead?" Qiao Shirshir said with an emotionless expression. This was the first time Qiao Shirshir cracked a joke, and she had the students in hysterics. The classroom was filled with laughter, and unnoticed by them, 3 weirdos with colored hair and strange outfits had climbed up to the podium. In an instant, 2 of the 3 grabbed Qin Feng by his arms and pressed him to the table, while the last man with a stud earring pulled out a knife and put it against Qin Feng's neck. Their ambush came too suddenly. So sudden, in fact, that the students could not regain their senses and continued to discuss Little Pig and Qiao Shirshir even after they saw Qin Feng was taken hostage. The tumult began to recede slowly, and finally the class fell into a pool of dead silence, such that the sound of a needle dropped to the floor could be heard clearly. "Hey, who are you people? You are not even one of us. How dare you bully our Professor Qin Feng? Get the fuck out of our class now." Facing 200 or so glaring gazes, the man with the earring was not affected and offered a sardonic smile on his face. Qin Feng knew this fellow. He was the hoodlum Ming summoned last time to pick a fight with him. This man led his group of hoodlums and blocked Qin Feng after school. At the same time, Gao Tianyao led his own group to get him as well. In the end, Qin Feng tricked them into fighting each other while he himself escaped. This time, the trio had been summoned by Ming as well, and their sole objective was to disgrace Qin Feng in front of his own students. Fucking stop blabbering and keep quiet, or I'll stab this fellow to death. The man made his living wandering the underworld for a long time. Of course, he would not be taken aback by a bunch of untested university students. He did not move the knife away from Qin Feng's neck, chewed his bubblegum, and seemed to be someone who needed a good beating. Qin Feng had spotted them in the crowd the moment he entered the class. The reason he did not bust their disguises was that he wanted to see what kind of trick Fang Ming was pulling again. Hold your horses, everybody. He has a knife. He might injure you guys. But they want to hurt you, Professor Qin Feng. His students were worried about him. As a noble-hearted lecturer with huge ambition, it's fine if I'm injured as long as I can keep you all safe, even if they want my life. Jesus Christ! The two guys who held him down could not restrain themselves and grumbled. Cutting Qin Feng off, give me a break. Big brother, this fellow is even more pretentious than you. The students were all utterly shattered into tears after they heard Qin Feng's remark, while Hua Yan, on the other hand, tensed her lips and squinted. She knew Qin Feng too well and felt that he was being hypocritical now. Stop bragging, you stupid fool. I'm here today to ask you something. The man with the earring waved his pocket knife in front of Qin Feng's eyes and thought he was cool. Rumor has it that you've fallen out with a student in this class. Is that true? The man with the earring was here for a purpose, and Fang Ming had briefed him about his revenge plan. Fang Ming wanted him and his two minions subjugate Qin Feng in the class, threaten him, and make him lose his face in front of a student. He wanted him forever gone from the medical college. If Qin Feng ever did totally disappear from the medical college, then the medical college would return to him, and he could rule over them. You're so cocky, brat. I'm going to show you the consequences of offending one of the young masters of this university. The man's gaze darted across the crowd of students and stopped at Qiao Shishir. When he saw Qiao Shishir's otherworldly delicate face and sensed her elegant aura, a wicked idea crossed his brain as his eyes glowed brightly. Hey, that girl holding the pig is such a fine beauty. I want to have a good taste of her right now, but hey, brat, didn't you say that you're a lecturer of high character, and you're always prepared to sacrifice yourself to protect your students? Well then, I'll give you a choice. I either stab you to death, or I release you and I get onto that woman. Pick one. Fang Ming did not know Qin Feng very well. Had he knew how strong Qin Feng was, he would not propose the plan. Fang Ming thought Qin Feng would reveal his true self in the face of life or death by shedding his disguise and desert all the morality and professional ethics he purported to have. The class was silent, directing their gazes at Qin Feng. All of the students waited anxiously for Qin Feng's answer. Fuck. I've learned 4 books and 5 classics since I was young. Qin Feng began to make his own show again. I was graced with superior memory and a handsome face. I maintained a low profile wherever and whenever, yet I always unconsciously ended up being the center of attraction. It's once in 100 years that such an extraordinary prodigy like me appears, so my life is very valuable. However, none of this matters in the face of the safety of my students. Bring it on, stab me with your knife. I'm not afraid of death at all. After another 18 years, I'll be still a hero. I'll still be your lecturer and teach you all the profoundness of Chinese medicine. The lecture hall was filled with whimper and sobbing voices from the crowd of students and the heavy huffing from the 2 fatties behind Qin Feng. Ah, don't hold me back. Big brother, give me the knife, and I'm going to kill this fellow right here, right now. I cannot stand a fellow who is more narcissistic than me. The man with the earring, ear stud man, slapped the yellow-haired minion's head. Shut up! He glared furiously at Qin Feng. The course of events was not the same as what they had planned. This fellow should have picked his own life instead. I'm giving you the last chance, brat. Think twice before answering me. You want your life, or you want to protect that girl's chastity. The man with the earring pressed the pocket knife hard on Qin Feng's neck as if he would stab him in the neck at any moment. All of the students were taken aback, and this scene had robbed them of their ability to speak. Bang! 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 Suddenly, 3 muffled bangs sounded out. Unknown to them, Lu Jie had already snuck up to the podium and slapped the man with the earring and his 2 minions down the podium before Qin Feng could answer. What are you doing, big brother? These 3 scumbags should be a piece of cake for you. Lu Jie gave Qin Feng a gleeful smile and waited for Qin Feng to praise him. Anger quickly escalated within Qin Feng as his expression darkened. He slapped Lu Jie's head, pulled him toward himself, and murmured to him, "Can't you see that I'm putting up a scene trying to impress somebody? Didn't you ask me to teach you how to hook up with women when we were in Martial Artist Town? I'm showing you right now, but you've ruined the show, you dumbass." The reason Qin Feng played along with the man and his 2 minions was that he was trying to impress Qiao Shi. Qin Feng had took a fancy to Qiao Shi, but she was too cold and always treated everybody around her neither cold nor hot. Now his chance had finally come, and he was certain that he could win her heart this time. He hadn't expected that his show would be ruined by Lu Jie before it reached the climax. "What are you saying? Please don't be angry with me. I was just worried about your safety, big brother. So you're trying to win the hearts of those 3 scumbags? I never knew that your tastes were so gruesome. Why are you staring at me, big brother? Why have your eyes become red? I guess I should get down from here. I'll leave the rest to you now, big brother." Qin Feng had to keep his gallantry in front of his 200 students. Otherwise, he would have long ago kicked Lu Jie into the heaven. Meanwhile, as the man with the earring and his 2 minions fell to the floor, some of the students rushed forward and tied them up. Ming and his 3 minions were exasperated when they saw their plan had once again failed. "Professor Qin Feng, these scumbags have been subdued. What should we do to them?" Qin Feng walked to the man and his 2 minions with a fake smile on his face. The 3 of them felt as though they were being targeted by a serpent, so they struggled for all their worth, but to no avail. None of them could free themselves from the knot. "We should send them to the security department, Professor Qin Feng. They will know what to do with these 3 scumbags," a student suggested. Qin Feng shook his head as the smile on his face broadened. "Students, what are we learning today?" "Professor Qin Feng, you said you want to teach us the acupuncture." Qin Feng put on an expression like a light had broken upon him. "Oh yeah, we're learning acupuncture today. But sadly, I can't teach you all how to manipulate the needles if we don't have a training dummy. What should we do? What should we do?" The students' eyes glowed as they all focused their gazes on the man with the earring and his 2 minions like a bunch of hungry ghosts looking at a barbecued chicken. "Professor Qin Feng, are these 3 people good enough to be our training dummies?" Frowning, Qin Feng said with all the seriousness, "We can use them as our training dummies, but we have to get consent from them first. And since you all are first-timers, I bet you all will stick the needles in the wrong acupoints, which may cause pain and bleeding. I'm not sure whether these 3 people will be about to withstand it or not." The man and his 2 minions finally saw the light. These 200 students wanted to make them their training dummies for acupuncture. Their faces blanched at the realization, and cold sweat began to ooze from their bodies. They looked like wet chickens that had been drowned in a downpour. "Professor Qin Feng, I'm sure they will be very glad to be our training materials." See, they all nodded, and they did not say they are not willing to. Some of the students stuck stockings into the mouths of the man and his 2 minions and pulled their hair to force them to nod. The man and his 2 minions had never experienced this kind of disgrace since they began their kind of work. Tears welled up in their eyes, and their expressions were full of remorse. Well. I express my gratitude on behalf of my students for you 3 volunteering to be our training dummies. Your utterly fearless action and the spirit of willing to sacrifice for the good of many should be praised. Well, let's not waste any more time and start our practice session now. Qin Feng said, while plastering a sly grin on his face. The students were so excited that any onlookers would have believed that they were on steroids. Since they had their training dummies now, some of them stood on the floor side by side in front of the trio, while some crowded behind them. Each and every one of them had a tiny silver needle in their hands, and they hesitated on deciding which acupoints they should insert the silver needles into first. Chapter 443. I'll never set my foot in this university ever again. Chapter 443. I'll never set my foot in this university ever again. Ding. Ding. New quest from the hedonist sovereign system. Earn Qiao Shi's trust. Time limit, 6 months. The system will reward host Qin Feng 30,000 hedonist points and free admission into the heavenly fortuity cavern if the quest is cleared. If the quest has failed, 60,000 hedonist points will be deducted. The system notification beeped in Qin Feng's mind, signaling a new quest for him. Qin Feng's mouth tensed as it was yet another tough quest. It had been less than a week since Qin Feng began teaching at Jindu University, and though he hadn't known Qiao Shi for a long time, Qin Feng knew plenty about the woman. Qiao Shi was dull as water, and she always distanced herself from the crowd. She always sported an aloof expression, regardless of anyone or anything. Her heart was apparently had encased in a million-year iceberg, and nobody was able to see through to her thoughts and true emotions. Hence, obtaining the trust of a woman like her was by no means an easy matter. Little pig, what is the heavenly fortuity cavern? Qin Feng decided not to wreck his brain and asked Little Pig about the heavenly fortuity cavern. Little Pig happily snuggled into Qiao Shi's arms and replied telepathically, Master, the heavenly fortuity cavern is a miraculous place and is super useful. Master can take it as a place saturated with dense spiritual essence from heaven and earth, and the speed of cultivating in the heavenly fortuity cavern is many times faster than the outside world. Qin Feng's eyes glowed, and he followed up with another question. How fast is it? It depends entirely on the level of the heavenly fortuity cavern. In its most basic form, the heaven and earth spiritual essence is 30 times greater on the earth. This means that if Master cultivates in the heavenly fortuity cavern for 1 day, the effect will be the same as cultivating on the earth for 30 days. Qin Feng almost screamed in excitement. If he had such a miraculous place, he never had to worry about his slow cultivation speed anymore. Suddenly, a question flashed in Qin Feng's brain as his brows furrowed in worry. Little Pig, the heavenly fortuity cavern is free to use, right? Master, ever since you obtained the hedonist sovereign system, is there anything offered by the system that has been free? Little Pig cast a disdainful expression at Qin Feng and chided him for his ignorance. Qin Feng's face sank when he remembered how the system loved to troll him. Then, how does the system charge for using the initial state of heavenly fortuity cavern? Actually, it's pretty cheap. The system will only charge Master 1 hedonist point per second. Qin Feng giggled when he heard the number. 1 hedonist point per second is not that expensive after all. However, when he meticulously went through the math, he was so angry that he almost shattered the system. 1 hedonist point per second. So 1 minute would be 60 hedonist points, and 1 hour would be 3,600 hedonist points. Thus, if he entered the heavenly fortuity cavern for 1 day, the system would charge him 86,400 hedonist points. A whopping 86,400 hedonist points. Ever since Qin Feng obtained the hedonist sovereign system, he had never earned so much hedonist points before. What's more, that was only the cost for staying in heavenly fortuity cave pavilion for a day. Professor Qin Feng, can you help us to check whether we are on the right track? How come these 3 people have fallen unconscious? The yelling of students drifted into his ears and pulled Qin Feng out his thoughts and back to the mortal world. Qin Feng then looked at the man with the earring and his 2 minions. What the hell is that? His mouth chewed vigorously when he saw that the man and his 2 minions' bloodied and battered bodies were stuck with countless silver needles, and they had started foaming at their mouth. Only now had he realized that his students were even more heartless than he was. Let me see. They're fine. Don't you all worry about that. They're merely suffering from transient shock. It's a good chance now for everybody to practice your acupuncture technique. You all should try to wake them up with the silver needles. Qin Feng felt the trio's pulses and realized that they were not in a life-threatening state, so he resumed his students' acupuncture practice session. The students were all pumped up since this was their first practice session to practice their acupuncture technique. Besides, there were only 3 training dummies to serve a colossal number of students. There was a total of 200 silver needles on each of their bodies. Their bodies were bloody, and they seemed were even scarier than a horror movie. What's happening? Why are you all crowding the podium during lecture hour? Do you think the university is a general market? A cold voice suddenly echoed as Xiao Lei entered the lecture hall. Xiao Lei's voice disappeared under the growing tumult. The students continued to insert silver needles into the body of the man with the earring and his 2 minions without paying any attention to Xiao Lei. His eyes almost popped out from his anger. Hey, are you all deaf? Walking around and making a lot of noise during the lecture hour. Do you want me to take disciplinary action against you all? Xiao Lei raised his voice and yelled at the students. The students were not afraid of Xiao Lei, but they were afraid of getting penalized. They would be in big trouble if they failed their class before the final exam. With his loud voice, Xiao Lei got all the students back to their own seats. In just merely 10 seconds, the previously obstreperous lecture hall had now become silent and well-organized. All of the students sat with their backs straight and appeared like a bunch of obedient elementary school students. Xiao Lei's achievement made him arrogant. He swaggered his way to the podium while staring at Qin Feng. When he was at the podium, he realized that there were 3 ragged human puppets lying lifelessly on the table. They scared him so much that he yelled, "Holy shit! What are these 3 things? Are they human or are they ghosts? Damn it! Who put these 3 things on the table?" Xiao Lei slipped and almost fell down from the podium. His comical reaction had the students rolling in the aisles. Xiao Lei had shattered his hard-built hegemony, and he was angry about that. He shot a few fiendish glares at the students and yelled, "What are you all laughing at? Whoever dares to laugh again will be penalized." The students refrained from laughing after Xiao Lei had warned them. Qin Feng, on the other hand, let out a ringing laugh. "Director Xiao, how come you're so timid given your well-upholstered appearance? It's just 3 dead people. Why did you yell like a little girl?" Xiao Lei had a vendetta against Qin Feng since the last time they met, so how would there be any chances that he would bend his knee in front of Qin Feng? He boldly said with an awe-inspiring noble spirit, "Humph! They are merely 3 corpses. I'm not afraid of them. I can touch them too." Xiao Lei then squatted beside the man with the earring. As his hand almost reached the man's nose, he suddenly came back to his senses and fell to the floor. "Are you nuts? Why are there 3 corpses on the podium? Are you a why or what? Haha, you really entertain me a lot, Director Xiao. You, as a chief physician of Jindu's University's affiliated hospital, corpses should be the last thing that scares you. How come you're still afraid of it?" Qin Feng scoffed. Even though Xiao Lei was a doctor, he was the kind of doctor that lived by his wits and always skived off his duty. When a patient with a lesser illness showed themselves, he would be the first one to attend them. However, when there was a large operation that really needed his specialty, he gave all kinds of excuses to run away from his duty. Furthermore, Given that his second uncle was the vice president of the affiliated hospital, his colleagues could only hold their tongue in pent-up indignation in front of Xiao Lei's wits. Hence, Xiao Lei had very little chances to see corpses over the past 3 years. When he knew Qin Feng had placed 3 corpses on the podium, Xiao Lei's knees instantly went limp. He needed to lean against the table so that he could get up from the floor. Qin Feng walked to the man with the earring and his 2 minions. His hand moved very fast, turning into dozens of silhouettes in the eyes of Xiao Lei and his students. After 10 or so seconds, Qin Feng had removed the thousands of silver needles from the trio's bodies. There is nothing to be afraid of Director Xiao. These 3 corpses are training dummies I brought for everyone to practice their acupuncture technique. They were crowded around the podium because they're having a practice session. It's not at all like what Director Xiao said, making noises and wandering around in the lecture hall lawlessly. Xiao Lei finally calmed down his raging mind after Qin Feng had explained to him. It was a little bit scary to use corpses as training dummies, but in fact it was considered normal in the medical field. During his time studying at Jindu University, Xiao Lei's professor had used a corpse to teach them as well. You should have placed the corpse behind. It's kind of not suitable to place them at the front of the lecture hall. Xiao Lei chided Qin Feng angrily to prove that he wasn't afraid at all. Oh, yeah. What made Director Xiao come here at this time? Do you have an announcement to make? Qin Feng asked Xiao Lei with a gleeful smile. Xiao Lei really had something to announce. It was just that he had forgotten his true intention for coming here after he saw the bloodied, battered man with the earring and his 2 minions. Of course, I came here because I have an important announcement to make. Otherwise, do you think I'm so free? Xiao Lei scornfully berated Qin Feng. After Xiao Lei cleared his throat, he regained his high and mighty posture and swept his gaze over the students. I've obtained news from the management of the medical college. The exchange students and representatives of the St. Medical Institute will arrive in Jindu in no more than half a month. After they have landed in Jindu, they will come straight to our medical college for an inspection and information exchange. The St. Medical Institute is a brilliant star in the medical field, and I know that everyone is aware of that. Hence, I'll skip that part and jump to the next part, which is the main reason I came here today. The higher-ups of medical college value the study exchange very much, and they have very high expectations from you all. So they invited a person like me, who is the very spearhead of Western medicine, to give every one of you a practical training session and to broaden your knowledge about Western medicine. Xiao Lei could not stop himself from bragging as if he had consumed the stride gum. Qin Feng shook his head as he pondered, nowadays people, will they die from not being pretentious? Not only Qin Feng, but all of the students gave a scornful expression at Xiao Lei, and they were nauseated by Xiao Lei's bragging remarks. Xiao Lei did not notice the students' actions and continued to speak arrogantly. Ahem, ahem. Okay, that's enough for me today. I believe that every one of you has a deeper insight into me now and that you all must be starting to admire me. To be honest, you all don't have to admire my achievements. As long as you all follow my instructions and pay attention to my class, I can assure you that in less than half a month, I can turn you all into excellent and qualified doctors. Not ordinary doctors, but doctors who can work on an operation by his own. Cough, cough. As Xiao Lei was blowing his own trumpet, a spell of coughing sounded behind him. The trio finally awakened. Actually, they had regained their consciousness a while ago. However, they were in too much pain and too exhausted, so they could not get up and remained lying on the floor. Woo, woo, big brother, I would rather go kill someone than coming here. They scared me. The other minion's face was filled with tears as well. He choked on his voice and said, Me too, big brother. I swear I'll never ever set my foot in this university again. Nobody in this university is normal. The lecturers of this university are better at blowing their own horns over another than lecturing, and their students are all freaking fanatics. Chapter 444, Martial Artist Alliance, Level 5 Mission. Chapter 444, Martial Artist Alliance, Level 5 Mission. The man with the earring and his two minions chatted quietly, so Qiao Lei could not hear them as he was lost in his own speech. He continued to praise his own wares on the podium, and the two minions could not withstand it and had the urge to gouge out their eyes and poke their ears until they were deaf. Oh, good Lord, where will all this end? Hey, brother, can you just please shut up? One of the minions mustered up all his strength and yelled. His yelling was quite loud, and Qiao Lei stopped talking. I'll kneel down to you in my heart if you can stop talking. Get out from this class if you don't want to listen, you snotty brat. Nobody asked you to stay here anyway, and your very existence disgusts me. Qiao Lei suddenly looked at Qin Feng. Since Qin Feng was the only person standing beside him, Qiao Lei thought it was Qin Feng who yelled. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders innocently. To prove his innocence, he simply walked to the first row and sat beside Huayan. Their bodies stuck together since they shared a chair. Huayan shot a few warning glares at Qin Feng, which ignored. Qiao Lei was pleased with the sight of Qin Feng taking the initiative to sit with the students. He spoke arrogantly to himself. This is the right thing to do. You are merely a student compared to me, and you think that you're qualified enough to stand on the same ground as me with your trifling age-old knowledge. Qiao Lei's mood was getting better. He cleared his throat and blabbered on and on. This time the university wants me to pick 5 aces from you all as exchange student representatives to welcome the representatives from the St. Medical Institute. The 5 aces will be tasked with receiving our friends from America and learn with them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I believe that every one of you is very eager to get yourself involved in this exchange program. Qiao Lei swept a glance across the students to find some in a zesty mood. To his dismay, he realized that nobody out the 200 students were paying attention to him. What angered him the most was half of them were even lying asleep on their tables. A pent-up fire raged within Qiao Lei. Calm down, Qiao Lei. You can do this, he comforted himself. Then he plastered a grin on his face and added, Ha ha! Thank you all for your enthusiastic responses. Okay, you all can now start clapping your hands. Hey, you students on the first row, get off the table and get back to your seats. Everyone must go through a tough examination, and we'll pick the representatives by comparing how well you do on the examination. I won't get any of you in through the back door, even if you all rave yourselves hoarse now. And the female students in the last row, put on your clothes now. I, Qiao Lei, am an upright and fair-minded man. I won't succumb to your honey trap. So stop doing this. The students were lazy in response to Qiao Lei's shamelessness, and the man with the earring and his 2 minions almost vomited blood. Because the 3 of them were lying on the table, they could not tell if it was true that the female students were taking off their clothes to seduce Qiao Lei. However, their ears were still in fine condition. The students were all quiet as cicadas in the winter. They could have heard the sound of a pin dropping to the floor, clearly whenever Qiao Lei stopped his long winding nonsense. That damn fatty! No one in this universe could ma his prowess in blowing his own horn. Brother, please, I beg you for mercy. Can you just please stop fucking talking? I would have long escaped from this hell if I still had the ability to run. Blowing your own trumpet could cost a person their life. You can kill a person with just your mouth. The 2 minions looked dazedly into the ceiling and shook their heads incessantly as their faces were eloquent with despair. Qiao Lei stopped before sending a fiendish glare at Qin Feng. Do you have anything to say to me, you brat? Why do you keep interrupting me? Get out of the class now. Qiao Lei pointed to Qin Feng and huffed. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly and replied to him, I'm sorry, but it wasn't me. I haven't said anything as of just now. A strange feeling arose within Qiao Lei as he realized Qin Feng was right. He had uttered nothing. Besides, Qin Feng was sitting in the first row in front of him, and the sound had come from behind Xiao Lei. Holy FF fuck! GGGH ghost. The corpses are coming back to life. Xiao Lei exchanged glances with the man with the earring and his two minions as soon as he turned around. When he saw three of them giving him death glares with bulging eyes, he was so shocked that he almost had a heart attack, and he jumped like a clown on the podium. Fuck, brother, what did he say just now? He said we're three corpses coming back to life. He is cursing us to die. The man with the earring and his two minions were infuriated by Xiao Lei's remark and reaction. As the flame of anger burned within them, a surge of vigor suddenly rose and coursed through their powerless limbs, causing them to regain their ability to move. The three of them instantly shot up from the floor and stormed toward Xiao Lei, encircling him in a triangular pattern. Holy motherfucker! How dare you curse me to die? I swear I'll kill you first. The man with the earring moved first and slapped Xiao Lei's face hard enough to send him crashing into the table. One of the minions kicked Xiao Lei's as causing him enough pain that Xiao Lei squealed like a pig that was getting bored. Brother, let me have this guy. I hate people who love to talk big. The scene aroused the students. They all showed no concern for Xiao Lei and enjoyed the show from the sidelines. Io, help me. Somebody help me. How can you outlaws casually beat up somebody in the class? Is there any justice in your actions? Hey, you all, stop weighing. Hurry up and call the police. Xiao Lei screamed in pain while he yelled for help. However, nobody answered to his pleas. The minion was having a good time beating Xiao Lei, and he almost crushed his ass. Big brother, I've had enough. Let's run now. The minion gave up after Xiao Lei had fallen unconscious. He was clear in his mind that he was at a university, and he would not probably end well if he was caught by the university. The man with the earring had come to show some color to Qin Feng, but Qin Feng once again completely crushed his plan. Let's disengage now. He was not reconciled with his defeat, but there was nothing he could do now. He had to retreat, otherwise he might get caught and get into big trouble. We have plenty of time ahead of us. I'll still be able to avenge myself. Nobody stopped them because they pitted them for becoming their training dummies. Geez, we failed again. I must get it all back from him next time. Fang Ming's expression was cold. This was his third attempt to get his revenge from Qin Feng, but all his plans got blown up in the end. Qin Feng taught 2 more classes. After the bell rang, Qin Feng returned to Chang Xan's villa because he had no classes in the afternoon. Qin Feng went to his room and locked the door. After that, he pulled out the Martial Artist Alliance-issued communicating device. After he activated the device, Qin Feng started to look for a mission. He obtained 350 points from his previous mission, and he had a total of 500 mission points now. He was a level 5 member of the Martial Artist Alliance, and he could accept level 5 missions on his own now. The Hedonist system had issued him an SSS class quest, Martial Artist Alliance. One of the side quests required him to complete a level 5 mission from the mission board of the Martial Artist Alliance. The reward of this side quest was 10,000 Hedonist points and a random initiation of a mysterious interface in the system. Qin Feng was quite looking forward to the mysterious interface. Martial Artist Mission Level 5. Mission Description: collect 3 bottles of water from the 100-year stream from the Water Fairy Cave. Please take note that the Water Fairy Cave is guarded by a powerful spiritual beast. Please form a team before accepting the mission. Mission reward: 500 mission points, 2 devil fruits, and a piece of winter iron armor. Martial Artist Mission Level 5. Mission Description: hunt a blood-frenzied ape from the dark forest and collect its spirit core, shinbone, and hide. Mission reward: 400 mission points, 1 pound of black iron, and 1 pound of redstone. As Qin Feng skimmed through the level 5 missions, he realized that most of the level 5 missions required him to travel around Jindu or to the outskirt of Jindu. He wasn't very familiar with the outskirt of Jindu, and he did not have enough time to travel around the areas either. Meanwhile, the missions in Jindu looked difficult, and most of them were team missions. Qin Feng forwent forming a team, so he did not take any of those missions. The last mission, however, intrigued him. Martial Artist Mission Level 5 Mission Description: Exterminate the Sima family of Acropolis City. Mission Reward: 1,000 mission points, a spirit stone, and a 100-year glacial crystal. Exterminate the Sima family of Acropolis City? Hee, I like this mission. Qin Feng did not think much more about it and clicked on the mission. The mission was a solo mission, and the reward was many times better than other level 5 missions. The reward for completing this mission was 1,000 mission points. Besides, the Spirit Stone and the 100-year glacial crystal seemed like a badass item. However, Qin Feng was confused when he saw that the mission had been released 1 month ago. That meant that nobody had accepted the mission, and it had remained in the mission board for a month. Nobody accepting a mission with such an attractive reward? Qin Feng murmured in his heart. Qin Feng cast off his doubt after he pondered it for a while. Missions above level 4 were normally tougher, and most of those missions were team missions. But this mission he was looking at was a solo mission. What's more, it required him to fight the powerful Sima family, who would accept the mission if he or she did not have a feud with the Sima family. Accepting the mission purely meant that you had to make the Sima family, one of the 4 strongest families in China, your enemy. Other people were afraid of the Sima family, but Qin Feng wasn't. Moreover, the Sima family in Acropolis City had declined after the fight at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. After the fall of Sima II, the Sima family in Jindu left the Sima family in Acropolis City out in the cold. They even retrieved the family heirlooms, the Malus Azure wing blades, and gave them to Sima Yang, as they were now nurturing Sima Yang to be their next successor. Qin Feng did not think much about and accepted the mission. The person who released the mission sent a message and a friend request to Qin Feng. Hello, Green Wolf. I'm Xiao Shi Yilang. Hi, Qin Feng replied laconically. Can you tell me your real name? Qin Feng raised his brows in astonishment. I have to tell you my real name before accepting the mission. This time, Xiao Shi Yilang took a few minutes before replying, Yes, you do. Too many people were looking for him, so he had to be cautious. He could not simply divulge his identity to an outsider. Then forget it. I'm abandoning the mission. Chapter 445 Trap. Chapter 445 Trap. Xiao Shi Yilang messaged Qin Feng after a few minutes had passed. Are you really not going to accept the mission? The rewards are plentiful. Doing this mission is equivalent to doing 2 level 5 missions. Qin Feng replied resolutely, No, I'm not doing it. The mission suited him well, but Qin Feng did not want to expose himself. As he was looking for alternatives, Xiao Shi Yilang messaged him again. Well, that's fine if you don't wish to disclose your details. I'm kind of worried since the mission has been idle on the mission board for a month. It's been hard for me to find someone to accept my mission, so I hope Brother Greenwolf can complete the mission as quickly as possible. I'll give you more rewards after you have completed the mission. Qin Feng could not fathom why this person suddenly changed his mind. This Xiao Shi Yilang sounds weird, Qin Feng thought. Fine then, I'll try my best. I'll mobilize in around 10 days. Qin Feng accepted the mission at last. He planned on returning to Acropolis City to exterminate the Sima family anyway, even without the mission. Since the mission offered him such a handsome reward, Qin Feng figured that he might as well accepted it. Well, good luck then. Xiao Shi Yilang logged off after he replied to Qin Feng for the last time. A strange feeling still lingered in Qin Feng's heart, but he cast it aside nonetheless. He activated his own cell phone and started looking for information about the Sima family in Acropolis City. At the same time, in a private villa in Jindu, a man clad in a black robe and a large black hat spoke. "Young master, has somebody accepted your mission?" An impressive-looking youngster sat on a couch in front of him. The youngster wore a red tang costume with white trousers and a pair of white leather shoes. He reclined comfortably on the couch while holding a glass of red wine in his hand. His eyes glowed. These two people were the two men in black who had appeared at the Amethyst Dragon Palace 3 months ago. The elder killed Sima Tu and Qinyi and was severely injured by Shimin Chue Shui, but his injuries had improved. The mouth of that handsome youngster slowly broadened into a devilish grin. "Uncle Yen, you're right." A flick of murderous intent flashed across Uncle Yan's eyes. "Did he expose himself?" "No, he is very cautious." "Do young master think he is Qin Feng?" Uncle Yen asked. Hee. It's hard to say at this moment. After all, the Sima family in Acropolis City has bad blood with many other forces outside, the youngster sneered. Now the Sima family has fallen into decay with each passing day. Many of their enemies will seize this golden opportunity to pull them down from their throne. After he fell silent for a moment, the youngster opened his mouth to speak again. "We will find out the true identity of the person in less than 10 days. Uncle Yen, go to the Sima family in Acropolis City now. Keep an eye on that person. Whenever he shows himself, kill him on the spot and bring his corpse to me." "Yes, young master." Uncle Yen bowed to the youngster with hands folded in front. Then he leaped into the air and vanished from the splendid parlor as if he'd never existed. After Uncle Yen took his leave, the youngster's smile shifted back into a wicked grin. The youngster and Uncle Yen had returned to Jindu after the battle at the Amethyst Dragon Palace 3 months ago. The youngster felt that Qin Feng was still alive, but had been unable to find even a trace of Qin Feng's whereabouts in the past 3 months. Hence, in desperation, he released the Level 5 mission to destroy the Sima family in Acropolis City. The youngster wanted to lure Qin Feng out from his cave, so he tailor-made the mission for Qin Feng by setting it as a solo mission and offered a handsome reward. "Haha, Qin Feng, you say, will we meet each other in another 10 days? If yes, it will be the date of your death." Qin Feng was looking for recent news regarding the Sima family of Acropolis City on the internet, and he was deeply shocked by how languid the Sima family had become. The Sima family was no longer one of the 4 largest families of Acropolis City. They were not even considered as a third-tier small familial clan anymore. Even so, Qin Feng dare not take them lightly since the mission wanted him to crush the Sima family in Acropolis City. The saying went that an emaciated camel was larger than a horse. Regardless of how much the Sima family had declined, they still had a very strong and durable foundation. It would be a tough job to destroy them entirely. In order to carry out his mission, Qin Feng had to return to Acropolis City. He planned to finish the unfinished quests regarding the women in Acropolis City during the trip as well. Qin Feng then opened the Hedonist sovereign system and checked on the quests issued by the system previously. Completely eliminate all of the Liang family's forces in Jindu. Quest time limit, 3 months. The system will reward host Qin Feng with 20,000 Hedonist points once the quest is cleared. If the quest is failed, the Hedonist sovereign system will be reset. All of host Qin Feng's skills will be taken back, and host Qin Feng will be required to reopen the Hedonist sovereign system. Take down the Sky City's Su family's company. Quest time limit, 3 months. The system will reward host Qin Feng with 10,000 Hedonist points once the quest is cleared. If the quest is failed, host Qin Feng will lose 5 to 10 years of his life. Host Qin Feng must raise his inner qi to stage 4. Quest time limit, 3 months. The system will reward host Qin Feng 2,000 Hedonist points once the quest is cleared. If the quest is failed, host Qin Feng's inner qi will forever stop at stage 3. Host Qin Feng must concoct a blood qi pill to save and awaken Lin Bei Bei from her coma. Quest time limit, 3 months. The system will reward host Qin Feng with 1,000 hedonist points once the quest is cleared. If the quest is failed, Lin Bei Bei will never be able to wake up. Assist Yun Zhao's little brother, Yun Lei, become the junior patriarch of the Yun family in Jindu. Quest time limit, 3 months. The system will reward host Qin Feng with 5,000 hedonist points once the quest is cleared. If the quest is failed, Yun Xiao will become a sacrificial item for marriage alliances and be married into another rich family. Host Qin Feng must collect 6 pieces of orange-grade spiritual equipment. Quest time limit, 3 months. The system will reward host Qin Feng with 5,000 hedonist points and a random piece of blue-grade spiritual equipment once the quest is cleared. If the quest is failed, host Qin Feng will lose all orange-grade spiritual equipment. Beast Clan Disturbance Chain Quest. Quest time limit, unlimited. The main quest was to find the King of the Beasts and rule over the Legion of the Beasts. The system will reward host Qin Feng with 500,000 hedonist points once the quest is cleared. If the quest is failed, 100,000 hedonist points will be deducted, and the human race and beast clan will fall into chaos. The first side quest has been completed. Please wait for the announcement of other side quests. These 7 quests were issued by the system before the fight at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. After Qin Feng studied the quests for a while, he felt that he could clear all other quests aside from the Beast Clan disturbance with his current strength. Qin Feng believed that he could clear the quests regarding his inner Qi level and concoct the blood QI pill to save Lin Bei Bei the fastest. Qin Feng was excited and nervous when he thought about returning to Acropolis City to destroy the Sima family in less than 10 days. He left Acropolis City more than 3 months prior, and this time Qin Feng wanted to restructure Acropolis City. He eagerly hoped to let everyone in Acropolis City know who owned the place and who was the rightful ruler of Acropolis City. Phew! Qin Feng sat with his leg crossed and began to cultivate. Since he was returning to Acropolis City, Qin Feng had to work harder to break through to stage for inner Qi over the next few days. As an inner Qi cultivator, stage 4 was the goal. Although Qin Feng was only a stage 3 inner Qi, he could put up quite a good ma against some stage 6 inner Qi martial artists with his supreme level skills and orange-grade spiritual equipment. As such, if he was able to break through to stage 4 inner Qi, wouldn't it be an easy battle for him to crush those stage 6 inner Qi martial artists? Cultivating made time pass quickly. The sun had already set by the time Qin Feng opened his eyes. Chang Xian and Hua Yan had returned to the villa, and they were weighing TV. Qin Feng was a little bit lost because he still could not break through to stage for inner Qi yet. The inner Qi in his dantian was getting denser and denser, but it was still not enough. He was only a step away from breaking into stage 4. Oh yeah! Qin Feng's eyes glowed as he suddenly remembered. Hua Yan received 300 flavor plants from the exterminating Taoist Rakshasa quest. I believe I can break through to stage 4 if I consume those 300 flavor plants. Qin Feng only realized that Billowy Lady was Hua Yan because Hua Yan's outfit was shredded by Taoist Rakshasa during their fight. Otherwise, he would never found out that Billowy Lady was actually Hua Yan. Then, a quest that had already been issued suddenly came to Qin Feng's mind. The system has issued a quest for me to assist Hua Yan in becoming a stage 6 pharmaceutical master. Also, Hua Yan planted many spiritual plants outside the villa. After connecting everything into a line, Qin Feng reached a conclusion. So this Hua Yan is not only a demon cultivator, but she is a pharmaceutical master as well. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never knew that woman was so outstanding. As Qin Feng decided to steal the 100 flavor grass, somebody knocked on his door. Then, Hua Yan's grumbling voice drifted from the other side of the door. Hey, lazy-ass freeloader. You should contribute to the house since Big Sister XNXAN allows you to stay at her house. I won't blame you for not helping us with house chores, but how dare you still need me to come to your room and invite you to the dining hall for dinner? Do you really think you are a king? Billow. Yen, don't be so angry. Your breasts will become bigger if you get angry. Hua Yen saw Qin Feng smirk when he opened the door, and the sight enraged her so much that she wanted to slap Qin Feng's head with her boobs. Just like happy foes, Qin Feng and Hua Yen quarreled every time they met each other. Chang Xian's eyes dimmed when she saw them bickering again. After she finished preparing dinner, she went ahead and started eating without waiting for Hua Yen and Qin Feng. Yen, go to bed early today, since the first 2 classes tomorrow morning will be my Chinese medicine class, Qin Feng said nonchalantly while eating dinner. He had decided to steal the 100 flavor grass from Hua Yan's garden, so it was natural for him to want Hua Yan to go to bed early today. It's none of your business what time I go to bed. You're so annoying. Humph. Hua Yan suddenly stopped, and a bright pink blush instantly crawled up to her cheeks. Hua Yan misunderstood Qin Feng. She thought Qin Feng was caring for her, and she felt weird about it. She felt a trace of disgust mixed with a little bit of warmth. Chapter 446. The Freezing Magic Seal. Chapter 446. The Freezing Magic Seal. I'm done. I'm heading upstairs first. Chang Xian was upset. She threw her chopsticks onto the dining table and ran upstairs with an icy expression. Yen, is Xian sick? You should take her to the doctor when you are free. Qin Feng suggested Hua Yan after Chang Xian had left the dining hall. Hua Yan rolled her eyes at Qin Feng, since she knew the reason behind Chang Xian's anger. Chang Xian wasn't sick. She pulled her face was because Qin Feng hugged Qiao in class. She isn't sick. Stop cursing Big Sister XNXN, or else I'll tell her about this and have her cast you out from our house. Qin Feng shook his head with a serious expression and said, You don't understand. Xian is really sick. She's been emotionally unstable since 4 days ago. 5 days if today is counted. A woman will experience mood swing 3 days prior to menstruation. That's normal. However, she has been in a constant rage for the past 5 days. This could only mean one thing. Her menstruation cycle is irregular. Listen, Yen, you must take Xian to the doctor whenever you're free. I'm a guy, and it's kind of awkward for me to speak about this kind of thing with her. Otherwise, I would have taken her to consult a doctor since long ago. Seeing Qin Feng talked with all the seriousness as if Chang Xian was really having a menstrual disorder, Hua Yan's mouth went crooked. She threw the chopsticks on the dining table as well, rose to her feet and prepared to go upstairs. Maniac, pervert! Yen, have you done your dinner as well? Are you going to sleep now? Qin Feng pressed down his excitement and asked, It's none of your business. Why are you talking so much tonight? Nobody will take you as a dumb person if you keep quiet. Hua Yan seemed irked by Qin Feng, but deep down inside, her heart raced. She felt Qin Feng was acting weird tonight. Why does he suddenly care for me? Hee. Then I'll keep my mouth shut. Remember, Yen, go to bed early. Staying up late hurts your health. Hua Yan almost stumbled as she stood, and her face blushed in red. She quickly ran to the 3rd floor and locked herself in her room. Her heart was still beating fast, feeling fluttered like a little girl who had her first love. Qin Feng was not in the mood to finish his dinner anymore after Hua Yan went upstairs. He returned to his room and took out his communication device. Billowy lady, have you gone to bed yet? Qin Feng tentatively sent a message to Hua Yan. Qin Feng knew that she was Billowy lady, but Hua Yan did not know that he was Green Wolf. Not yet, Hua Yan replied to his message quickly. It seemed that she was looking for another mission. I've reported the level 4 mission. Have you collected your rewards? Qin Feng asked, as he did not see the newly planted 100-flavor grass in Hua Yan's garden when he came back in the afternoon. Yes, I collected them this afternoon. Qin Feng was delighted to hear it. Ever since Qin Feng had obtained the Compendium of 100 Materia Medica, he had a deep understanding of the herbs and spiritual plants that existed on the earth. He understood that once the 100-flavor grass left the soil, it would wither in less than 3 hours. Hence, Hua Yan must have planted the 300-flavor grass in her garden, and his plan to steal the plants would came to fruition tonight. Billowy lady, it was my pleasure to work with you. Can you send me a photo of your boobs? Qin Feng could not resist teasing Hua Yan. As a master of hooking up with women, Qin Feng knew that in real life, many women masqueraded as gentle, elegant, and conservative women. These kinds of women were normally pretty open when they were interacting via the internet. Perhaps Hua Yan was this kind of woman. Soon enough, Hua Yan replied to his message with a line of knife emoticons. She added, "Do you want to die?" After he had some fun with Hua Yan, Qin Feng felt that it was almost time for him to make his move. He started to persuade Hua Yan to go to her bed early so that he could put his plan into action earlier. I should not talk any more further. Rest early, Billowy lady. Staying up late will harm your health. Please take care of yourself. Qin Feng logged off after he had sent the message. In a room on the 3rd floor, Hua Yan was bewildered. Green Wolf's message had evoked her memory when Qin Feng asked her to sleep early. Breathless with indignation, Hua Yan threw away her phone and grumbled, "What's wrong with these men? Am I very close to you all? Why do you all care about me all of a sudden? You might as well promise to take care of me for the rest of my life if you can. Otherwise, stay away from me." She grumbled and chided them for a short while before sleep began to take over her conscience. She undressed and pulled the coverlet over her body before reclining against the pillows. She wasn't worried for her garden since she had placed a freezing seal on the spiritual plants. Anyone who dared to touch or steal her spiritual plants would trigger the seal and get frozen to death. Humph. Be ready to get freeze to death if you dare steal my spiritual plants again, you foolish bastard. Hua Yan shook her little pink fists into the air and slept in. Qin Feng began his cultivation after he closed the communication device. It was in the wee hours of the morning when he stopped his cultivation. It's time now. He made his way silently out of the villa. Then he looked up into the 3rd floor and noticed that the light was off in both Hua Yan and Chang Xen room. They finally went to sleep. A sardonic smile crossed Qin Feng's face. He moved swiftly to Hua Yan's garden. Since he had the Compendium of 100 Materia Medica, Qin Feng could now discern every spiritual plant in Hua Yan's garden. Qin Feng was baffled when he realized that there were 15 types of different spiritual plants in this small-scale garden. Moreover, all of the 15 types of spiritual plants were rare on Earth. The angel plant, devil fruit, crimson lunar deity, 100-flavor grass, and so on. All of them were essential ingredients in concocting medicine pills. Qin Feng still looked for the 100-flavor grass after he had roughly scanned through the spiritual plants. At the end of it, the 100-flavor grass had the highest concentration of spiritual essence of heaven and earth, and it was the most useful for Qin Feng. Qin Feng uprooted 200-flavor grass so that there were only 300-flavor grass left in the garden. He was unsure what Hua Yan would do when she found out he had once again stolen her spiritual plants. However, Qin Feng could not care that much any more longer. He had to break through to stage for inner qi fast. Qin Feng quickly devoured the 100-flavor grass as soon as he entered his room. In next instant, surges of ice-cold, dense spiritual essence of heaven and earth coursed through every nerve ending in Qin Feng's body. He hastily sat down with his leg crossed and began to refine the spiritual essence into his own inner qi. Hua Yan suddenly woke up. She had placed the freezing seal on her spiritual plants, and it would notify her if somebody triggered the seal. Now, she could clearly feel that somebody had breached into her garden and initiated the seal. Without giving it a second thought, Hua Yan ran down to the garden in her flimsy white sleeping gown, and she soon arrived at her garden. She started to check her spiritual plants. Suddenly, her brows furrowed as flames burned in her beautiful eyes. Qin Feng, accept your death now. Within the time of a few breaths, Hua Yan had arrived at Qin Feng's door. She pulled out her long crimson whip and whipped it at Qin Feng. Crack! Qin Feng did not evade her attack, and the sound when the whip made contact with Qin Feng's body wasn't the normal crisp lashing sound, but a kind of rattling sound that resembled the sound of something shattering. Clicks! Hua Yan turned on the light, and she was stunned by the scene before her. Qin Feng was encased in ice from head to toe. Just now, Hua Yan's attack had landed on the ice and shattered a small piece from it. However, in the next second, new ice formed over the damage and returned it to its original state, totally encasing Qin Feng in the ice and turning him into an ice sculpture. Soon enough, Hua Yan saw the light, and she gloated, guffawing uproariously, "Ha ha ha! Finally, the evil we bring to ourselves is the hardest evil to bear. You've triggered my freezing seal, and you deserve it." She surmised that Qin Feng must have stolen the 100-flavor grass from the garden and swallowed it raw, thus evoking the freezing seal. Chilly air was formed into his body and turned him into an ice. Her delight was short-lived. She stopped and peered at Qin Feng seriously. The freezing seal was a high-grade spell specially owned by the demon cults. Once it was activated, the damage it caused was massive, and it was almost impossible to lift the seal. Since Qin Feng was a martial artist, Hua Yan knew that he did not know nor had a way to dispel the seal. She was certain that Qin Feng would be dead in another hour. Jesus, I must have been indebted to you in a past life, you bastard. You stole my treasured spiritual plants this late at night, and I still have to figure out a way to save your life. You really are a troublesome person. Hua Yan kept chiding Qin Feng, but she made her way to Qin Feng's side to check his condition. Hua Yan had a bad relationship with Qin Feng since she first met him. Although she loathed him very much, she never wanted to kill him. Hua Yan was a kind and just woman by nature, so how could she allow Qin Feng to die in front of her? This is bad. The seal has been in effect for more than 20 minutes, and his inner qi is starting to turn to ice. He will be dead in another 30 minutes. Hua Yan's brows locked together tightly. She looked at Qin Feng, who was encased in ice, as her face began to blush red. She had set up the freezing seal, and of course she knew how to lift the seal. The only way to dispel the freezing seal was that she had to take off her shirt and warm his body with her own, because only through body heat and demon essence could the corrosive power of freezing seal be stopped. Chapter 447. Twin Beautiful Combination. Chapter 447. Twin Beautiful Combination. 1 a.m. Jindu was still as busy as always, filled with bustling cars and sea of people zooming from street to street. It was completely indicative of the prosperity and extravagant lifestyle of the city. The Star TV studio was full of frenzied activity. 2 beautiful young women, wearing hot pants and rainbow-colored knee-high socks, sat in their respective chairs and fixed their makeup. "Sherman, let's have a feast later at East District. We have not been there for a while, and I've missed their spicy hot pot very much." Looking at Zhang Kuku's face full of excitement and ludicrous exaggeration, Rao Sherman forced a smile on her face and replied, "Kuku, why don't we return to the hotel and have a rest instead? I'm tired like a dog from rehearsing the whole day." Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku were first-rate Chinese celebrities. They formed a twin beautiful combination temporarily to join the exploding Chinese reality television singing competition, Voice of China, that was broadcasted on Star TV in the famous Star TV Enterprise in Jindu. Both of them had been in rehearsal from 8 p.m. yesterday until 1 a.m. today, making it a total of 5 hours of singing and dancing. Rao Sherman was totally worn out and in disbelief at her best friend's tenacious strength when she saw Zhang Kuku still bouncing around like nothing. Ah, big sister Sherman is tired? Why don't I feel anything? I feel I can sing another 10 songs, Zhang Kuku said, mischievously. Rao Sherman then realized that Zhang Kuku was acting weird recently since her strength seemed bottomless. I wonder what is going on with you, Kuku. You used to be a lazy worm. You wouldn't use your true voice if you were given the opportunity to fake it. You used to sit on the stage and sing a whole song if you don't have to dance. What have you eaten recently? You are becoming a superwoman, Rao Sherman said while she measured Zhang Kuku. Zhang Kuku was infamous for her laziness among the celebrities. When Rao Sherman busted her, she blushed. How can you sling mud at me like that, Sherman? I never slack off from my work. I'm a 20-year-old young woman, and I have to sing 15 songs at least at a concert, so I need to sit down to save my strength. Zhang Kuku whined at Rao Sherman while hugging her arm. They were both cold and elegant, beautiful angels in front of their audience. If their fans had a chance to see how casual and close they were behind the scene, their mouths would gape wide in utter shock. Before I forget, big sister Sherman, did you keep a few of these few talismans? Zhang Kuku rolled her eyes as she pulled out a stack of yellow talismans. What is that, Kuku? Why should I keep these talismans? Rao Sherman was tickled pink by Zhang Kuku's amusing expression and laughed sweetly. We're in the 21st century where the sciences flourish. These talismans are of ancient times. Zhang Kuku got these talismans from Qinfeng's stall on Yuli Street. Although Zhang Kuku was not superstitious, she was naturally attracted to this kind of ancient stuff. Hence, she kept the talismans on her body at all times, and she would take them out and study them whenever she had time. Maybe you don't believe this, Sherman. I always bring these talismans with me wherever I go. I believe this is the reason why I haven't gotten tired while attending events recently. Rao Sherman felt the same as well, ever since she had a stroll with Zhang Kuku on Yulin Street. Zhang Kuku apparently had changed into another person. She looked as fresh as a daisy, though she had worked for the whole day as if she had taken steroids. The talismans can cleanse one's mind, Rao Sherman murmured. She remembered the soul-cleansing necklace Qinfeng gave her. The necklace had the ability to refresh the wearer and suppress fright. Suddenly, Rao Sherman's eyes glowed as a thought crossed her mind. Is that possible? A burst of laughter drifted into Rao Sherman's ears as her mind was flocked with all kinds of conjecture. Ha ha! I've been looking for you too. The two of them raised their heads and looked at where the sound came. Two men dressed in high-quality suits walked to their sides. One of them wore a well-pressed maroon suit, had an ethereal set of facial features that allowed him to stand above the masses. His handsomeness could rival some of the rising stars. However, he did not need to be a celebrity as he was the chairman of Star TV Enterprise, Yang. Beside Yang was a man with a round figure. He wore a black suit. When he smiled, his jowls piled together and blocked his eyes. Young Master Yang. Young Master Liu. Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku quickly rose to their feet and greeted them. The two people were popular rich young masters in Jindu. Yang was the eldest grandson and descended from one of the 4 large familial clans of Jindu, the Yang family. Lu Shu was the big shot of yet another one of the 4 large familial clans of Jindu, the Lu family. Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku did not cower in fear facing these rich young masters of Jindu. However, they were taught not to dismiss their etiquette. Haha, don't be so courteous, little sister Sherman and little sister Kuku. Lu Shu squinted his eyes, looked at them lewdly before shooting a gaze at Yang. What a bad boss are you, young Master Yang. How can you let our 2 angels work until so late? I don't care Hurry up and find us a nice and cozy clubhouse. We must treat these two angels to a scrumptious feast, or else I won't treat you as my brother. Hee hee, don't be so edgy, young Master Lu. Sherman and Sure are superstars with millions of fans. I dare not slight them. I've prepared a good place for us to enjoy our meal. It's at the soaring cloud mansion. Let's go now. Now you're talking. Let's go now. Lu Shu and Yang Can chimed in together and played their own show as if they really cared for Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku. Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku saw through their show, and they understood the truth very well in their heart, even though they refrained from busting their act. Rao Sherman rose to her feet slowly, pulled Zhang Kuku to her side, and offered a warm smile to Yang Can and Lu Shu. Thank you. Kuku and I accept young Master Yang and young Master Lu's kindness, but I'm afraid we can't accept your invitation. It's quite late now, and we're physically worn out. Hence, we want to return to our hotel and rest. We're not going to the dinner with you guys. Rao Sherman declined their invitation straightly. A flicker coldness flashed across Lu Shu's and Yang Can's eyes, but Lu Shu shrugged it off very soon and replaced with a bright smile. Haha, little sister Sherman, you have to eat your dinner even though you're tired. Young Master Yang will think that you look down on him if you're playing a face not to go on a dinner with him. Yang can read Lu Shu's mind and cooperatively pulled his face, acting that he was really angry. Please don't misunderstand us, young Master Yang. Kuku and I have never held you in contempt. We're really tired after the rehearsal. We'll go ahead and return to our hotel first. Rao Sherman pulled Zhang Kuku and made their way out from the studio before Lu Shu halted them. Holding a satirical smile, he said slowly, Ms. Sherman, we all are the citizens of Jindu and will meet each other frequently. Over and over again you have declined our invitations, and I guess it's a bad idea. You know that Star TV Enterprise is owned by young Master Yang and has cornered almost all of the entertainment industry in China. If you still insist on not paying young Master Yang face and have a dinner with us, please don't blame young Master Yang for retiring you two from your work. Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku were artists under Star TV Enterprise, so their destinies were practically controlled by them. Sherman, why don't we just go with them? Let's finish this quick and return to our hotel for a rest. I'll now call Big Sister, Li, to accompany us. I guess with her by our side, they won't have the nerve to do anything to us. Zhang Kuku was quick to act. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled out her phone and made a call to Big Sister Li. After she briefed her on their condition, Zhang Kuku hung up the phone. After that, she clung tightly to Rao Sherman's arm and said cheerfully, Big Sister, Li is on her way now. Let's not worry about the rest now then, Sherman. Big Sister, Li was a 40-year-old woman and was their celebrity agent. With Big Sister, Li joining in their dinner, Rao Sherman slowly dropped her guard. Moreover, she believed that Lu Shu and Yang Can would not dare to do anything to them with the Dongfang family behind her. Fine then, young Master Yang and young Master Lu. Let's have dinner together. Kuku and I are going back to rest later. So let's be quick, Rao Sherman said indifferently to Yang Can. Sure, our cars are outside the studio. Let's go now. Lu Shu and Yang Can's eyes glowed with a nefarious smile when both the ladies agreed to join them in a dinner. The four of them then exited the studio. As they arrived outside of the studio, there was a red Ferrari Enzo and a dark Maserati Quattroporte parked beside the studio. Big Sisterly arrived, Sherman Kuku. Big Sisterly, let's go and have supper now. Zhang Kuku cheerfully wrapped her hand around Big Sister Li's arm when she saw her. Good evening, young Master Lu and young Master Yang. Big Sister Li greeted Lu Shu and Yang Can after she pet Zhang Kuku's head. Since everyone is here, let's get moving now. I can see that Sherman is really tired. We'll send you two back to the hotel as soon as we have finished our meal. Yang Can invited Rao Sherman into his Ferrari Enzo. The supercar was a two-seater car, but the Maserati Quattroporte owned by Lu Shu was a four-seater. Young Master Yang, Cuckoo and I will go with young Master Lu. Rao Sherman turned down Yang Ken's offer and pulled Zhang, Cuckoo into Lu Shu's Maserati Quattroporte. Yang Ken face darkened, but he soon regained to normal and whipped a bright smile. Please hop in, big sisterly. Okay then. Please drive safely, young Master Lu. Take good care of my two angels. Don't worry about that at all, big sisterly. Let's move now. Lu Shu widened his smile at Big Sister Li and Yang Ken before hopped into his car. After they all got into their respective cars, Lu Shu and Yang Ken then started the engine, roaring like beasts. The two supercars turned into a flash of lightning and merged with the luxurious night sky of Jindu. The two supercars arrived at the most high-end private clubhouse, Soaring Cloud Mansion, after 10 minutes. A few security guards came forward and welcomed them. Good evening, young Master Yang, young Master Lu. Please allow us to take care of your cars. Yang Kan and Lu Shu casually threw the keys to the security guards. They then walked toward Rao Sherman and Zhang, Cuckoo, and greeted them with charming smiles. Welcome to the Soaring Cloud Mansion, our beautiful superstars. We've all the meals ready. After we have had our meal full, I'll personally take you two back to your hotel. That's good. Thank you, young Master Yang. Rao Sherman nodded slightly. Yang Kan and Lu Shu led the way while Rao Sherman, Zhang, Cuckoo, and Big Sister Li trailing behind them.